Da, zato što sam ti pokažem potrošnju. Mogu pokazati potrošnju kompjutera ako pokrenem Tetris.
Welcome to my channel. 0x2. Welcome to my channel. Gamers _ streamers. Welcome to my channel. Polaragui. Welcome to my channel. Kata. Welcome to my channel. Lot _ Kaylee. Welcome to my channel. Alien Gathering. Welcome to my channel. Civical. Welcome to my channel. Frost 1 is now live. Streaming games plus demos. Coffee with cousin.
Zašto mora se u žutor se plati? Ako hoćeš da igraš single player, ne moraš single player.
Čuo sam se jučer sa Borisem, bratom Delibašićem, pošao u Minhen na utakmicu. Što kažu? On živo. Kako bolje uživo nego preko streama na taj stream.
A zato što ga downscalujem sa 1440 piksela na 720. Ja volim uteći na glavu da držim.
Očan izgled.
Jeste. Ali kad imaš ovu teću na glavu, svaki udarac koji bi trebao inače da te zvekne po glavi, radi ti manji damage. Inače, ovo mi je kao Battle Mage, naš karakter. Zašto Battle Mage? Zato što nosim heavy armor i radim ovo. Gle.
Nešto me podsjeća ova priča, ne znam, sve će malo razmisliti. Kao šerpas po klopci.
Lišće.
Roštilj.
Lišće leti kroz bašta.
Nino, evo ga neko, sad je prošlo, mislim ne.
Valjda bi ti se javio, neće daleko bez ključa od auta. Samo to da ti kažem. To ti je kao ono, kada odete u rat i ono kao ti si taj koji nosi kutije s municijom. Kao, odošle momci u boj, ti kažeš, neće daleko bez municije.
A ništa da biože i gađa bih municiju.
Ne gledao.
Kao onaj parodi.
Veđemo.
Dobro biože, on nećemo i gađa. Ono puca. I otpucali ono kao mecinu popolavili.
A, i to ne je brod.
Ili ona scena kad je uzeo neku petla, brati, natega ga na luk, ispalio i ovaj se zabode u njega i snese jaj kao petla.
Jesi mi rekao Luče Skywalkeru. Kako mrzim ova govna. Ujebi bre cvetu.
Ova da.
Ti zajebavaj se starim.
Znaš kako je kao Bundeva, iskreno. Evo da, vidim da nešto ne liči.
Gledaj,
Bundeva?
A šta piše ovdje?
Pa eto, to je znači Bundeva.
Ne.
Bundevica.
O.
Jesam ja tu ključ ostavio?
Jes.
Od čega?
Od auta.
Evo, tu su.
Jes.
Aj, traži kod džepu.
Koliko je to trajalo?
Jeste im uradili što?
Jesmo, znamo da nije monitor sigurno.
Monitor nije, pa ćemo ići. Šta dalje, moramo vratiti preko pošte, na adresu.
Ne,
Šta?
probao sam ja. Ne ispravne.
Ja bre, moram monitor da mu vratim preko adrese.
Dobro, no ja kažem, ili monitori pitati ili ta
Nije grafička kartica.
grafička.
Nije, pa nismo
Nije.
ni nju, pošto je... On
Nije,
ima tu
Mark.
parče lime i sad ako bi to očarafio, onda bi očupao te lime i zato nismo isprobali. A probat ću monitor novi, pa ako bude
Već smo
radilo...
probali grafičku prije 3 dana, radilo sve.
Monitor, sigurno. Aj šedi dok popijemo kafu, evo ti novo.
Nije sad, no ja radi tebe.
Ma ajde bre, šta sad, nije...
Jesi li našao Radimir?
Ti si to nešto nas podmičuješ?
Aha. Hvala.
Ništa.
Hvala.
Aj živimo.
Je li to lepša polovina
Ja sam da te dvije ili, a nema...
Ne, ovako se ja ne ugojim, izvoli, uzmi.
Ne radi tako,
Ne,
ono
uzmi,
kažeš.
uzmi.
Evo ti ti suzio, evo ti, njeno ti imaš tu.
Hvala.
Naši Markvica ovdje otkusa znao ja. Četiri, ajde nemoj stojati, brate, ne možemo se opuštiti iz
A
rekao.
čekaj, ste probali ovaj monitor?
Ne radi.
Ne radi.
Taj ne radi.
Ne radi.
2 monitora nije ne radi.
Migo mi je diskutabilan stručnjak po tom pitanju, rekao sam ti, on davno ne upravlja kompjuter. Neću sada da ga omaložavam, ali da se razumije u mobilne telefone i te Androide, to da, vjerojatno se razumije. Ali,
Pa mi smo,
Ja sam...
Nije on ništa provjerio da li radi.
Telefon, ovaj...
ne slušao on je.
Neće pokušati.
mogao si, gore.
Nešto radi isto što i mi, izvuka samo onaj njegov VGA kabel i probao i kao ne prijavljuje i kao to je usluga.
Šta ti naplatio to?
Nije ništa za stvarno nego. Ja rekao, možeš i grafičku i ona kaže, a malo kućište, znaš koliko kućište, malo veće od te podloge zamišljaju.
Ne može da pokrene.
Onda je baš toliko, je toliko.
Ne može to da pokrene.
A ako gdje ćeš u grafičku tu turi, čuješ veće grafičke od kuće.
Izgoreće. Takve grafičke kakve ti imaš, obično ljudi se trude da ih prodaju što brže, znaš.
A neće prodavati sad Boga mi ako radi, no nek giljadu treba.
Ljudi ne vole grafičke kartice koje troše dosta struje.
Po mome ovo ima preko 100 frame-ova.
Nema.
120 frame-ova. Po mome.
Gledaj, frame.
60?
Zato što je zakucano, ne može da radi. Brzina igre ti je vezana za frame rate. Kako to ti objasnim? Ako bi ti imao 120 frame-ova ili 200 frame-ova, a neko pokrene igru, ovo je igra koja se može igrati u multiplayer, a neko jedva ima 30 frame-ova do 40. Tebi bi igra radila brže, razumeš?
Ja znam o čemu pričam jer ja tučem. Nije ti mjerilo pravo baš taj FPS. Znaš zašto?
U
Evo sad
70
ću ti
vati.
reći odmah, evo odmah da zadnje se Ti ako imaš grafičku karticu koja ima 384 bita, tebi će tečnije izgledati prikaz animacije sa 40 frame-ova na onome koji ima 128 bita, a ima duplo više frame.
Zato što on ima maksimalno frame rate 120 frame-ova, a ti imaš konstantno 40 frame-ova. Da ti ja objasnim.
Ne, to ti do bitova, bit. Što imaš više bita, što ti grafički ima više bitova, onda u manjem frame rateu pokazuje tečniju sliku. Za to si ti bitovi.
Ja pokušavam da objasnim, nemaš varijaciju u frame rate, o tome se radi. Na 128 bita jako se brzo zaguši sve, znaš.
A reci mi, ko je bio gore?
Ja i Đik.
Ja ovo ti je linku također.
A on?
Soba.
I to isto, to je spacija soba. To je soba za operacije.
Ali ima seksi cvijeće.
Što mu fali?
Adam,
Što mu fali?
Ba je, Adam.
nisi znao za to kako?
Nije. I Eva i
Jes.
Adam.
I evo im. A šta raste jabuka?
Nije ponekad.
Isto i baš nije po toga, eto.
A ja sam prečeriva bio pa sam znao da recimo svaki dan ne zalijem pomalo, a to ne treba svaki dan zalivati.
Treći, ili više.
Da.
Što bi sa komponentama, jesi prodao?
To ti stoji dok neko se ne zatraži. Nije meni
A
hitno
nisi
zapaliti.
probao?
A moram da sastavljam konfiguraciju, čitam
Znam,
to.
to je peripeti.
Dok mi neko ne zatraži,
Alisidra.
mislim da se borim s tim.
Welcome to my channel.
Ovo je jedino što su vrata niže, a ovaj do i nije, ajde, nije.
Pa evo, mater,
Aj će,
2 metra 10 možda.
12, ja sam 1,90 m skoro u
Nekaj.
A ovo je lako zagrijati.
A da,
Ja sam pre ima tu, vidiš gdje je solundar. Prije je tu bila peć na drva ili ugalj, nebitno. Ono, mala pečka i to znaš za koliko zagrije. Za pol ure ne može se ostati.
I ovo, mater, ovo su jako kvalitetna vrata, ali mi se čini da ima dosta lufta. Vidiš ovdje, na primjer,
Ima duva.
duva. Ovo je
To
veliki
je-
problem hoće. Da, prozor je montaž. Znaš, ono ovo da uloži, ali ima bi
a
tu...
nije, ili ja ga drži otvoreno.
Leti da.
A vidim sad ti
A prozor? Ne, prozor ja odškrinem uvijek, da ne bude baš vakum. Jes.
Moga bi to da riješi, moga bi. Mi smo tako radili, kupiš
Stav ventilaciju da napravim.
gumu kupiš kod Kineza i to ti se lijepi ovdje. I zalijepiš je i onda
Pa
ono
otvori,
nasadi se.
stoji ti guma, otvori pa švit.
Ali još jedno,
A, pa to je već druga stvar.
još jedno, znači preko ove
A znaš
onda-
ko je, a znaš kada stavlja tu gumu?
Gdje?
Pa, tvoj brat pokojni, moj striku.
Đuro.
On je donio bio, ne znam oko. On je donio bio traku i rekao je,
To,
donio
to.
sam. Ja i on smo to radili. I to je što je donio.
To ti uradi, a
A
ne
dobro, važno da ti nije laž.
to će ti spasti 2-3 hiljade dinara, a radit će posao.
A čekaj,
Ovako-
zašto se ga na uljni ovaj, uljni?
Unami radijator za 15-20 minuta, ma za 10 minuta je već on vreo, a za 15-20 minuta soba je ono što kaže Marko zagušivo koliko to.
Pa ja mislim da je najbolje njemu ovdje klim. Malo, ono, 9, ne bi mu ništa trošilo, zagrije strašno. Vi se...
A
U kući
dobro,
grijemo
to je,
na
to je ono,
12.
možda jedino klima zbog ventilacije, ali što se tiče grejanja, u vodi ne treba puno.
A vidiš tople. Tople, ali troši to, boga mi, više nego kakve. Nama dođe za cijelu kuću, koliko? 7-8 hiljada.
Ne ako staviš na termostat, ako staviš na termostat onda recimo, ako ga ne držiš na maksimumu. Čala je donio bio od Peka, čini mi se, da su ovi zjetići su donijeli za onu što je oklone iz Rusije, Belorusije.
Rusi.
Donijeli su za nju bili valjda ladno bilo što ja znam, oni su vjerojatno navikli tamo na to.
Ništa, ovaj monitor vidiš, rekao moramo to poslat nazad, jevi ga, tako je kako je.
A pošalji mu isto kako ti ga posla.
Još mi kaže, pazi kako ga pakuješ za mi da...
A pošalji mu ga isto
Mamo,
tako.
jebe.
Jel imaš ambalažu gdje ti on spakova to?
Ima. Ima sve.
Nema,
Kako
nema. Pa i ono ambalažu, ne u kutiju neku zapakova, stiropor
Isto,
nema.
isto,
I isto spakuješ kako ti je posla, nema.
Sreća, pa a ti navalio da, kada sam znao?
Ja znam da ćeš to nije.
E pa ja sam znao da se može
A
desiti.
to ti je uvijek kad uzimaš polovnjak, uzmi polovni dio za auto pa ono traje ti garancija dok ono izađeš i znaš.
Da.
Tako ti je sve.
Da, nešto uzet ću kabel i to i monitor.
Jel ti ga on poslao ovako ili ti ga nastavio?
Nastavi. Nisi ložio pivo. Evo mi tamo tako.
In this video, I'll be showing you some of the best ways to level up without having to kill.
Yeah, this is definitely a fucking extreme. Hassan also got banned for anti-white remarks. Yeah. So, I think recognizing it to a degree creates an opposite effect. Well, I don't think so. I think that, yeah, obviously people have their own, you know, own group bias. Yeah, sure they do. But telling people to avoid other people of the opposite race, or, I mean, not opposite race, that's stupid. Just of different races, I think is very, very harmful. And it goes against what I think the core of America really is, as cringe and cliche as that sounds. I don't like that at all. Scott's trying to do what Kanye did? Maybe, yeah. As an African American, I can say racism does come from both sides, and it won't stop until both sides stop it. Yeah, 100%, and I think that the best way that you can stop it is, there are a lot of people, and this is unfortunately, there are these like, you know, radicalized like white people, and there's also black people like this too, who think that their side, like they're being treated in a racist way, so they have to fight fire with fire and be racist to the other side. And I just think that doesn't really help anything. And, yeah. I don't know, I'll read a few comments about this, but I feel like this, you know, this whole thing's pretty cut and dried, you know? Again, like, you know, Scott has, he has his right, his freedom of speech to say what he thinks. The same as, you know, we all have our freedom of speech to disagree with it. At least hopefully, right? So, yeah, I mean, I mean, I'm not saying he shouldn't be allowed to say this. I mean, it's his own right to say it, but I just think it's totally wrong.
Isebe.
Let's see here.
Welcome to my channel.
Using WB posted tweets and job listings where it says if you're white, then don't even bother to try to apply. Well, I'm not really talking about that. Like, I'm talking about language in this specific way. I don't want to. I'm not saying that there has never been an instance of anti-white racism. I'm not saying that. But just because there are instances of anti-white racism does not mean that instances of, you know, anti-black racism don't happen. And I think this is an instance of anti-black racism, clear as day. Because also, if you look at this poll, and I want to go back and talk about the poll too, the quote right here, "It's okay to be white." So 53% agree that it's okay to be white. I think in order to interpret this correctly, you would probably have to include multiple other questions that are similar to this. So, like, you know, do you feel uncomfortable around white people? You know, would you mind, like, marrying a white person or something like that? And so, well, the reason why it's not an odd statement, it's crafted intentionally. Now, Rasmussen reports, I'm not very familiar with them, but my understanding is that I think that they're more right-wing. Am I right about that? I don't want to. I'm not going to die on this hill. I don't know. This is just what I've seen. Yes. Okay. Yeah. So they're very right-wing, and so let's assume that, yeah, they're okay. Most people are talking about it. And I'm not sure it's okay to be any race. Well, I don't. Yeah. Whatever. But anyway. It's very vague. No, it's not. It's actually not vague at all. So the problem is that the quote, "It's okay to be white," has been used by a lot of people that are actually like racist people. Do you see what I'm saying? So because it's already a charged term, you're not actually asking the person that word, you're asking them what their approval is of that statement. And because that statement has baggage associated with it, then people are not really responding to the words in the statement, they're responding to what the statement represents. So I think this poll is intentionally misleading. Apparently, there were only 1,000 people that were polled, which is a very small amount. Especially, like, imagine if you go and you poll people at a church versus polling people at a supermarket versus polling people, you know, in different types of like demographics. I very much have very little confidence that this is authentic. Like whenever I did a lot of research on the abortion thing and about like what people's approval for abortion was, and I looked at like 25 different charts and you know, like reporting, and they all kind of reflected something similar, and I kind of averaged them all together. And it seemed like, you know, for the U.S., about 65% of people are pro-abortion, somewhere around there. If you take men and women and just everybody combined, it's about 65% are pro-abortion. So, and this is not, by the way, I'm not approving this or saying it's bad or anything. I'm just saying that this is what my time doing this is taken, or has led to. And yeah, I think that this is intentionally bad. Black people can be racist too, 8%, I agree. Yeah, I mean, this is, again, obviously people are going to be delusional about stuff, etc. But I think that polls like this, especially if it's done by a right-wing organization, I think that polls like this are intentionally crafted because a lot of right-wing rhetoric is reactionary. It's, you know, you're worrying about how, you know, like, you know, minorities are going to take over, or how they're going to invade your space, or something like that. So whenever you look at it from that perspective, you have to understand that what will draw more attention and what will draw more engagement towards their Twitter account and towards their business as a whole is to put forward an image of black people that is hostile to white people. Because that's what the people that are subscribed to them, that want to find that content, that's what those people want to hear. You see what I'm saying? They want money, yes. Every term is going to be charged. They need to get offline. Yeah, I think that there are other terms that they could have used that were better. But I'm saying just as a purely, like, I don't know. I think this was a huge fuck up on their end by using this term. Like, just take everything else out of the equation. I think using this term is a huge fuck up. I'll read some comments about this, and then I want to move on to something else. I can't understand why it's okay or not okay to be born a certain race. That's because you can't understand it because there's nothing to understand. People are who they are, and their race is just a byproduct of that. Anybody who's fixated on this kind of stuff is probably a fucking
Welcome
moron.
To my channel.
Like, holy fuck.
Pio sam kafu ako to pitaš.
Let's see here. I think it's racist to say that right-wing means that you're white. Okay, that's nice. We're not talking about that. Let's see what else.
Teško da možeš potajno da vidiš šta radi.
You're definitely right, and they're both getting manipulated into things that are ridiculous. And
Otiš ja popodne po
stvari. You go to Wendy's, you go to Walmart, you go to McDonald's, and you see everybody gets along. Everything's totally fucking fine. But then you go on the internet.
Kako je bilo na poslu, Dragan?
Was ours.
I think absolutely people go on the internet and lose their fucking
We ruled this land.
So was he canceled or not? Yeah, I would say he was canceled. I think there will be a chance that, I mean, it's very hard for me to say that. I don't know. I mean, just going out and being straight up, like, advocating for segregation, that's pretty bad. So it's like, is a private company, is it the right wing, is it the right thing to do to to say something like this, or to not want to promote this? I think the answer to that's probably yeah. I wouldn't want to promote something like this. Does that make sense? You know, J. Cole advocated for segregation. Yeah, but the thing is, J. Cole is a rapper, and he's not really that well known. Who gives a fuck? You see what I'm saying? So, like, there are people that go out and they say really stupid stuff, but they're not massively fucking popular with a huge... Like, the thing is, like, Dilbert is a syndicated... He is? Bro, how many people look at Dilbert versus how many people look at J. Cole? On top of that, whenever you talk about, like, J. Cole doesn't do political commentary. Scott Adams does. So it's more okay for people if some dumbass goes out and says something stupid, like Kanye, for example, because they're expected to be dumbasses. They're not expected to have, like, the right and the best opinions about things. But if you go into the sphere and you say something like this, it's worse because you're supposed to know better. Does that make sense? Boomer take? Oh, it absolutely is a boomer take. You are 100% right. And you know who orders newspapers? Boomers. Like, go ask 100 people that are over the age of 50 who J. Cole is, and then ask them who Dilbert is. And guess what you're gonna fucking get? Yeah, it's not even gonna be a question. That's fair. Yeah, it's their audience. A lot of people only know races, promote segregation. It did not work. Fuck him from promoting these bad ideas again. Yeah, it's just annoying to see this. J. Cole's not advocating for segregation. I don't want to hear about it. I don't really care because we're not talking about J. Cole. If J. Cole gets canceled for something or he says something crazy, then we'll cover it. I don't know what he's talking about. I've seen Hollywood showrunners say some dumb racist shit and their stuff's massively popular. Again, like, I think that whenever something like this happens, everybody goes and they say, well, what about? Well, I mean, I don't know. I mean, I can't go and say every single case and evaluate every single one and be like, this is bad, this is good, this is bad, this is good, this is bad, this is good. Right? I can't do every single one. The only thing I can do is say in a vacuum, this is bad. And not only is it bad, but it is very bad. Directly advocating for segregation between people based on race. This is fundamentally, like, I don't know, I would say it's like fundamentally antithetical to being there. Personally. I mean, I don't like it. Not a fan. So yeah. Burma's gonna take up 6% of the population, remember? The silver wave? Well, we'll see. Yeah, it's true, but don't tie. But how does this tie into your previous statement? That it's bad? I mean, I don't understand. Like, what are you trying to say? Let me see. You said, how is it true? Ain't done nothing. Ain't nothing wrong. I was an extreme out of nowhere. He is though. J. Cole based rapper based on his demographic. No. What was a bad take? I don't understand. What am I saying that's disagreeable? It's bad. I agree, but it was a tangent. Well, then what are we talking about? Yeah, I mean, are you a segregation enjoyer? Like, what is this? You got 2 timeouts, apparently. Yeah, fuck them. Not at all. Okay, cool. Well, then what was a bad take then? Scroll up? I'm not going to scroll up. Just type it. Throws his name out there, then says we don't talk about it. It doesn't... I don't... thought I'd hear segregation enjoyer. There are some crazy people out there. Right, I'm at a loss. I figured the way you portrayed the situation was wrong. How did I portray it? How was it wrong? Like, but like, what does that mean? Like, please give me some substance to respond to. What is this? What are we doing? Ban him in Soda's chat too? No. Dude, what's going on? Yeah, I'm so confused. I think we're wasting time. I'll give this guy one more comment, and then after that, we'll, he already made this one. I'll give him one more after this, and then we're just gonna move on. Because I don't want to waste a whole lot of time on this bullshit. You're asking for substance from short messages? Yes. I think there is almost nothing that cannot be summarized in 2 sentences. Almost nothing, especially if it's something that, like, we're not talking about something that, this isn't fucking quantum dynamics. Most things can be, you know, like a thesis sentence. I mean, come on. My bad, fam, didn't mean to cause an uproar when I asked the squabs because time had passed, I forgot my last message, and okay, all right, let's fucking move on. Thank God that we all right, let's fucking move on. Anyway, so guys, racism is bad. Okay? Great. Next.
Vai! It's been a fortnight since my last video on Hogwarts. I assumed the worst was over. It was behind us, and people went on and got lives. How wrong I was. While I was away touching grass and smoking it, the crazy ramped up to 11. Yes, I know 11, you might say Gundam. How in God's name could this get any stupider? I'm losing brain cells by the millisecond. Satiate my curiosity, please. On February 6th, AI-generated Jerry Seinfeld was banned from Twitch for making transphobic jokes. I can't even play what was said because YouTube flagged me for something very similar that Ezra Miller said 2 videos ago.
I think, you know, for me, the times we live in are sort of a
choose your own adventure of health and wellness. What is with trans people? Who are these people?
ban.
Chad, how insensitive is you?
I think the AI comedian got nailed because of the Hogwarts Legacy drama, which is basically Gamergate 2.0. How do I know? Anita Sarkeesian showed up to jump on the bandwagon.
The transphobic hate is so relentless and inescapable, and it's coming from every damn corner. This isn't much, but just want to shout out to all the trans folks who might see this tweet. I see you, I see your struggle, and I see your joy.
This one tweet got more likes than an entire year of tweets from Anita Sarkeesian combined. That's saying something. The same day, news outlets started spreading the Hogwarts goblins are actually Jewish people rumor. And they screamed it was anti-Semitism. I guess if you couldn't nail J.K. Rowling for transphobia, try again. Am I right?
The anti-Semitism of Harry Potter returns in Hogwarts Legacy. Goblin's Rebellion. Truth or gobbledygook? Hogwarts Legacy, Goblin Uprising, Anti-Semitic Plot Controversy Explained. This iteration of the wizarding world has hit some nerves. Hogwarts Legacy reignites allegations of anti-Semitism in Harry Potter universe. Despite calls to boycott the game, Hogwarts Legacy is expected to break records on its release. So this is called a shofar. It's blown in synagogue service on Rosh Hashanah and at the end of Yom Kippur. It's also blown every weekday morning in the month of Elul, running up to Rosh Hashanah. The other pick is a screen cap from Blood Libel and Broomsticks.
I guess goblins must blow a horn as well. And pretty much, that makes the goblins Jews. I'm pretty sure YouTube is gonna tag me for that.
Conversation on Orcs points out that characterizing a whole species in your game as ugly, warlike, and malevolent might be harmful to real-world groups, regularly mischaracterized as ugly, warlike, and malevolent.
Oh my god.
Honestly, this is insane. Just like when orcs are being called racist in D&D, saying orcs were black people or something like that. I swear to God, people understood that fantasy was fantasy up until like 2018. So out of thousands of years of humanity, stories and fantasy and tales, everybody was cool and got it up until recent. Which means kids are autistic and everybody started losing their mind and screaming racism at everything, even bedrooms.
Words you didn't know that are racist. First one.
Master bedroom.
I can't sleep in a master bedroom. Then sleep on the floor, bitch. Oh! On the 7th of February, The Gamer had an article drop.
Games Media has failed Hogwarts Legacy test.
It names names and shames other outlets for playing the game and saying that it's good, and made straw man arguments. I find it ironic that the same people who years ago would have rallied against the religious right for wanting video games taken off of store shelves, or politicians blaming GTA Vice City or Grand Theft Auto 4 on gun violence.
The violence in our video games. What about the impact of violence in the entertainment culture?
A callous, corrupt, and corrupting shadow industry. Vicious, violent video game.
Are now the ones saying that Hogwarts Legacy is problematic.
Are people calling you all sorts of nasty shit for playing this game? Probably. Do you deserve it? Probably not. That still doesn't mean you're in the right.
What?
Think of it this way. Imagine if you've been being in line at the bank for an hour, and I cut in front of you. You then tell me you're going to slip throat in the throats of my family and the throats of all my teachers I ever had. I'm still a jackass for cutting in line.
This has to be one of the dumbest things I've ever read. Like, someone cutting in line at the bank, you're just like, wow, what a dick, but you wouldn't go thermonuclear on them, you know? That's a mindset of somebody who's not well and probably would try to harm you.
I don't think it's all worthwhile to go after other sites that often. It's rarely productive in an already hostile environment. But Hogwarts Legacy feels like, if not a turning point, then at least a line in the sand. Our readers deserve to know where on that line we stand. Good luck to all of those standing with me. The game apparently is just that good. Too good to seem for anything else to matter.
You know, there are people in Venezuela escaping to Argentina, which their economy is also terrible. But it's so much better than Venezuela that they go there. You know, there are people in Venezuela that haven't had meat in days, if not months. They haven't had a steady meal. Their economy's so ruined. But hey, over here, if you play Hogwarts Legacy, you're the devil. Instances like these are why other people from other countries think Americans are idiots now.
Bold to fail. Too
Real
bold
quick,
to take
do
down.
they blame America for exporting cancel culture?
I'm afraid everyone in the world blames America for this. Everyone in the world blames America for exporting these weird new sort of Puritan extremists who go around saying, you know, if you don't agree with me, you're trying to murder me.
Like, could you imagine telling an immigrant whose child died in their arms, trying to make it to a safer country or place to live? That's tragic. But did you know that one of my friends played Hogwarts Legacy and I didn't feel safe around him? God help me. I hate this job.
This thing comes back around to the people playing the game being the real victims here. It's not the trans people whose lives are slowly being legislated into legality in the US, who are constantly the source of front-page hit pieces in the UK, who are killed all over the globe for existing, and whose most violent oppressors view J.K. Rowling as an icon. Instead, it's Harry Potter fans who no longer feel quite the warm fuzziness when they think of their Gryffindor pajamas anymore.
Legislation. Okay. How does that boil down to the average person who's playing their stupid Harry Potter game to escape reality? How is it the average person's fault? If you got a problem with legislation, take it up with politicians, not some butt nugget using a VR rig playing Harry Potter in their Gryffindor PJs. Jesus H. Christ. That's like me wanting to kick you in the head because my frosting wasn't very good. Trans people being killed all over the globe? Once again, this is kind of an extreme. Like, how does that correlate with someone who just liked Harry Potter and played a game? It don't make sense. Who's the violent oppressor? Is this World War II? Germany? Or have I lost my mind? None of us know what's going on with any of it. The average person doesn't give a flip about this, but they're annoyed by it. That's why it's selling good. And people who are fans are annoyed by you treating them as if they're the worst people on the planet for playing a stupid zip-zap game. Twitter activists effed around and found out J.K. Rowling had finally had enough and decided to start Ivan Dragoing people on Twitter.
If his wallet dies, it died.
Well, to be fair, the woman in question wasn't actually being threatened with being burned alive. Hyperbolic metaphor based on her original tweet, but you know, that's you playing dumb intentionally for clout. And she also is a Nazi, or at least has views that align with them.
Where's your proof, JJ? He don't have any. You know what JJ's proof is? JJ woke up this morning and decided what he said was fact and not fiction. Well, JJ found himself on the wrong end of a money fight and had to issue a public apology or face the bloodthirsty lawyers on J.K. Rowling's payroll. Right now, this woman has more money than God, so personally, I would tread lightly when messing with her. By the way, J.K. Rowling has lovely hair and beautiful eyes.
J.K. Rowling's critics forced to apologize for calling her a Nazi after lawsuit threat. Professed drag queen and jazz hands enthusiast apologized to Rowling for causing a potential upset.
Rowling rolled in and chokeslammed JJ through his Steven Universe DVD collection, and he was singing a different tune.
I would like to publicly apologize for a previous Twitter thread where I interacted with J.K. Rowling on matters relating to the transgender community. I have now removed these tweets and would like to apologize to J.K. Rowling directly for causing potential upset.
His lawyers told him, listen here, JJ, put down the jazz hands and get to writing the public apology immédiatement. That's French for do it now.
I failed to choose my words with care and would like to retract my previous statements related to her views on the LGBTQ+ AI. By the way, you forgot to, JJ. And more specifically, transgender people. I would also like to retract my likening of J.K. Rowling to any far-right Nazi organization and emphasize I do not wish any individual, inclusive of J.K. Rowling, to come to any harm.
Well, of course, Americans on Twitter, whose biggest challenge is finding a job and opening a jar of pickles, they're also pressed by anyone enjoying the wizard game that they couldn't cancel, sprang into action and continued to harass J.K. Rowling because,
of course they would. Americans stepping in for the UK to criticize J.K. Rowling without the threat of being sued. To anyone in this thread, if you're an American citizen or resident, remember your rights. You can still be sued within the US of A. Clearly label opinions as opinions and make sure your facts are facts. I would like to state that J.K. Rowling is a transphobe bigot who is in league with the far right and Nazi orgs to eliminate trans people.
Right.
Hey Joni, your lawyers can joke on the First Amendment.
This guy got in hot water, but I won't because I'm an American. Free speech!
You ever notice when progs say what they want to say that's absolutely wild, abhorrent, and unhinged? It's free speech. If you disagree with them and have an opinion that runs counter to their belief system, then your words and actions have consequences, and free speech only goes so far.
Makes you think.
Silvervale, a VTuber, was brought to tears after being doxxed and harassed for playing Hogwarts Legacy.
And harassment and doxing and people doxing my friends and like so much horrible, vile things, all from streaming a video game. It's just insane. Like, hate breeds hate and it doesn't help anyone.
Boo-hoo. Plus cry louder. Plus maybe listen to trans and Jewish people. Deserves worse, I don't care. This freak will be brought to tears when I pour Sprite all over her circuit board. I could tell you that much. Twitch streamers are all horrible people, and one could get cancer, and I would literally giggle.
So, everyone that's ever been on Twitch is a horrible person, and what proof of that is there? I don't like Hassan Piker when he raises money for charity. Like, not being able to admit something someone's done is the epitome of being detached from reality. Oh wait, I get it now. Since every popular Twitch streamer is most likely a multi-millionaire or makes a great deal of money, 6 figures at least, they are inherently evil, because anyone rich or successful is a bad person, and most likely this person's viewpoint is shaped by the resentment of not having acquired such money, fame, adoration, or notoriety. This is a textbook case of ressentiment, phrase used by Friedrich Nietzsche. I would suggest looking into his stuff, because honestly, him, Dostoevsky, and many other philosophers may have guidance for the brave, new, insane world for which we live.
Absolutely justified, well deserved. The fact that you all somehow believe this woman is shocking. Holy shit. Go to acting school. Oh, if she was LGBT, she wouldn't have been taken seriously for a second. I don't know what's funnier, the crying or how ugly this VTuber model is.
Are you serious?
This volcano lava hot take, but this action should be encouraged. If all cis people experience the same amount of hatred marginalized groups received every day, they would come to the realization that transphobes are evil individuals.
I'm marginalized and I don't function like this. The world doesn't owe me a cupcake, a kiss, a belly rub, or a hug. You know, the only thing you're guaranteed in this life is bills and dropping dead. Everything else in between you gotta make for yourself, babe. Sylvan posted a 15 to 20 minute video that's now been removed because I think people just kept crapping on her and she got tired. But it did explain the situation, and she addressed claims about being doxxed while everybody was saying she was faking it for clout. And they said that everything that happened to her was a fake for clout. The auto mod situation, picking up banned words, she claims that the moderator machine itself did it. They're claiming that she did it on purpose for transphobia or something, dude. I don't even know. Iron Mouse stepped in a few days later to stand with Sylvan. It was like the last scene from Avengers Endgame, except it was weebs versus Twitter activists going head to head. On the other side of the spectrum, there appeared to be trans streamers and VTubers that were also getting offshoot hate. I would say innocent bystanders during all the insanity that was ensuing on Twitter. In a culture war, it seems like we're all victims of some level of reduction. But while sifting through these, Clavamore had an angry tweet directed towards the Twitch dot known as Meowry. While digging deeper inside of it, Clavamore was being hate-rated and followed by a bunch of people that were using names I can't repeat on YouTube because it's YouTube. God forbid you tell anything news-related and you're not Fox News or whatever. But while digging through this chain of messages, I found out something I would say is relatively interesting. As Meowie states, she was confused by all the people boycotting the game and going crazy. Turtle Metrics, or Turtle Metis, said
J.K. Rowling has explicitly said that she considers financial support of her to be support for her views. So no, you can't.
Basically, screw you if you're even nice about this game. Anything Rowling gets goes to her evil deeds. She's practically the Red Skull.
Not saying you're wrong, but can you link me where she said that?
Exactly. I'm sitting here like, finally, I will have answers. I'm so sick of this. I just want to know why at this point. William Lambert then posts the stupid tweet I've talked about last time, where J.K. Rowling is asked, how do you sleep at night knowing you lost some of your audience? And then J.K. Rowling just goes, I read most of my recent royalty checks and find the pain goes away quickly. Which basically means if you left, so what? I'm still rich, bitch. Basically, that's it. And everyone who was upset with Rowling just took this one tweet and turned it into, if you buy my books, you're supporting me, and I will use the money to torture trans people. Which actually what J.K. Rowling is doing is apparently giving money to this thing here.
Lumos, a path to a brighter future for children. Despite evidence of harms of institutional and estimated 5.4 million children around the world continue to live in orphanages and institutions deprived of their basic human rights. We work globally to... That's Ivan Drago. With Litmus met with blah, blah, blah, blah. 100% of your personal donations go directly to working with protecting children. 100% pledge our global reach. Lumos works around the world to help millions of children in orphanages and other institutions regain their right to family. Use the pins on the map below to explore our work further. Okay, look at where they're helping these little children.
Dude, I swear to God, I'm not even looking for it. Someone posted this, and then other people who hate J.K. Rowling came and said, who cares if she's doing this to help people? It's a tax write-off anyway. And I lost my mind, because it's like, frankly, at least Rowling's doing something with her money for somebody. What did you do with the extra $100 you had? Nothing. You donated it to nowhere because you don't care. Oh my God, I can't take this no more. Oh, I forgot to mention the Hogwarts Legacy purchase simulator. This was, according to articles, parody, but much like Saturday Night Live, nothing was funny.
You're a real one. We stand you.
The fact that it even existed. It even threw Asmongold under the bus. And he seems to be pretty liberal. I mean, hell, the guy advocated for me being banned off YouTube during the Poke drama. Prague should love this guy. But let this be a lesson. These people will love you till you step out of line. Then, you're the bad guy forever. You can never redeem yourself. You're tarnished. Now Asmongold is as bad as I am. The site was taken down before I could even take a crack at it myself before I did. You know, me having a life and all. But on the plus side, I did find clips from other YouTubers, including Clownfish, using it, which I found pretty fun.
I think 3 on this one.
3. Are you harassing me right now? I'm just playing a game with this trans activist. Just keep harassing me. Sigh.
That's your answer?
Oh my God.
I'm not even gonna bother roasting this article. It's from the inverse. The real world cost of Hogwarts Legacy is unforgivable. Every time you cast a spell in Hogwarts Legacy, a trans child doesn't get their HLT.
I'm Faishui42. Welcome to my channel.
Separated from reality, Hogwarts Legacy is a representation of unimaginative game design prevalent in AAA games. But to score Hogwarts Legacy on its own merits, a piece of software would be willfully ignorant in realities that exist surrounding the game. Oh my God. At every turn, Hogwarts Legacy tells you that you can do whatever you want. If it's fun for you, why should you be judged? At this point, Hogwarts Legacy is not just a game. It encourages those who don't want to engage with the guilt of ignoring pleas from the transgender community, maybe even their trans friends and family, that naysayers have no right to judge you. This is Hogwarts Legacy, the most lasting and dangerous effect on the world? With real death and trans community being underplayed and ignored, all the consequences of continual normalization of trans hate stoked by people like Rowling, Hogwarts.
What in the name of God? I'm not even reading any more of that still. Hogwarts Legacy is literally game journalist Vietnam right now. And they are going to milk it for every click it's worth. If they say the game is good, they will also say that J.K. Rowling is the devil. If they refuse to play the game, they make an article talking about why you shouldn't play the game and Rowling is the devil. They also throw in things that are going on all over the world that really confuses me how it's involved with Hogwarts Legacy itself. This is all basically to get clicks, validation, dopamine hits on Twitter, and of course make money. If they really wanted to make a statement about Hogwarts Legacy, they wouldn't acknowledge it at all, and none of us would know. A dev dared to speak about working on Hogwarts Legacy that same day. And well, You already know how that probably went.
Hogwarts Legacy Dev took issue with Polygon's review of the game. Some of the responses are yikes. After pouring years of my life into building Destiny, giving the best that I had to give, Polygon reviewed the game and gave it a 6 out of 10. That is fun. Almost a decade later, I now feel a sense of grim validation when Polygon says they hate the thing I've been building. Hey Eric, were you in charge of all the anti-Semitic stuff in the game, or just the other parts? Grow the okay, anti-Semitic transphobe.
You gotta love they're like, grow up. Oh, wow, the reply of a mature adult. Silver Veil also came back with a message for her haters. #freaks.
We are going to play a game, and I will preface this that I do not condone the ideals of this author, and I want to play my wizard game that made my childhood worth living, and the adventures that I went on with my friends. And I will not be bullied by a bunch of Twitter freaks with nothing better to do with their goddamn lives. Be nice to people. If you want to make changes, go make actual changes instead of harassing streamers on the internet. LGBT people are awesome. Twitter people are not awesome.
Now, onto this Twitter timeline, I finally got an answer to one of my burning questions. You always hear people saying, J.K. Rowling is funding hate groups, but I've never seen proof of it. Well, finally we know, Joe.
It's a video game. Is it that hard to not buy/stream one game? Why shouldn't they buy/stream said game? Can you not watch said stream? The IP owner has stated that the royalty money is going to hate groups. Would you buy a game knowing the owner of the IP was giving money to the Taliban?
Man, I got news for you. Our government gives a lot of money to unscrupulous bastards. Death psychotics.
Curious, what source for this claim? That J.K. Rowling makes royalties and she funds hate groups on the regular, including a new shelter she opened up for cis women only?
Jump to conclusion.
Opening a shelter for cis women isn't a hate group. If she didn't make the shelter, trans women still wouldn't be allowed in because there would be nothing. But now cis women can't get in as well. No net negative, only positive is creating. She has made multiple tweets being transphobic, so this doesn't really mean a lot.
The tweet she made that was transphobic was the one where she said, "What's a woman?" because women have periods, and that was the whole thing that really set all of this crap off. Check out my last video, I go down that rabbit hole. So basically, a shelter for cis women equals hate groups. J.K. Rowling is a hardcore feminist, so her doing this doesn't shock me. It's par for the course with feminism. The odd thing to me is feminists saying the most nasty, hateful crap about men for years. No one bats an eye. Feminists making a woman's only shelter in children that were victims of abuse, which is part of J.K. Rowling's past, so it makes sense she would do this. That's hateful. There you go. If you didn't know, that was one of J.K. Rowling's ultimate sins. I've had enough. Personally, if this keeps up, I'll be reaching out to Mr. Metacore for his doctor's information dealing with this level of cancer. You might think it's over, right? But it's not over. It's only just beginning. Things are about to go to a new stratosphere, stupid. We're gonna break the fourth dimension of moronicism. Now my accent's coming through. Hogwarts Legacy 2 has been teased. Yep, if you think Warner Brothers, who's hurting for money right now, won't ride this hate wave to the bank, you got another thing coming. Also, an HBO Max TV series is now in the works for Hogwarts Legacy. All the activists had to do on Twitter was be normal. That's it. You know, they're like, you can't play one game, and I'm like, you can't be normal. Instead of being normal, they went thermonuclear. They went full Streisand effect. And the rest of us normal human beings on the sidelines watching the world burn will get to see 2 tons of gasoline tossed on a gay forest fire in about a year or so, when the Hogwarts Legacy television show starts being produced and Twitter goes absolutely catatonic from the obvious evil of this show, because the true evil is J.K. Rowling will make money. And frankly, some of these people just hate J.K. Rowling because she didn't kiss any ass, she refused to apologize, and she made a lot of money. I saw some tweets where people were like they wanted to punch J.K. Rowling's grandkids in the head over money. ESPN.
Zoos. Don't you just love them? Honestly, one of my favorite things to do in life is enjoy a nice afternoon checking one out, seeing what kinds of animals they have and how they're treated, and maybe interacting with a couple if that's allowed. Perhaps I should look up zoos online. Surely that word hasn't been hijacked by the lowest of the low. Scum of the earth degenerates. Foolish me, I thought these kinds of people were in short supply, but apparently they're far from being under the threat of extinction. Though, in my opinion, they should be. The actual endangered species are whatever animals have the misfortune of attracting the attention of these humans, or, God forbid, having one of them as an owner, and I use the term humans loosely. Today's topic is Quantum Kitty, which makes me think that anyone with Kitty in their online handle needs to be relocated to an insane asylum as soon as possible. Of course, any video about this kind of person requires me to emphasize that viewer discretion is advised. Even though disgusting and degenerate material is the norm on this channel, the topics we're going to cover in this video are truly not safe for life. You have been warned. Today, I have a riddle for you. Where can you find amazing boss fights, epic arena battles, endless amounts of challenges to complete daily, and all that squeezed into your mobile phone? You've probably already guessed it, it's Raid Shadow Legends. Raid is actually a hit mobile game played by more than 80 million people worldwide, and is completely free to play, so there's no harm in downloading and trying it out. You can either take it easy by casually playing, or go competitive and try to be one of the best in the game. And if you're like me and enjoy PvP, then you'll love fighting in the arena. It's all about building your team of champions to make you look as stacked as possible before fighting other people's teams. Here's a few basic tips to get you started before you dive in. Moving fast is definitely key. Whoever makes the first move usually ends up the winner, so be as decisive as possible if you can. Having a good nuker helps too. A champion with a super powerful attack that can wipe out the other team before they can retaliate can be really useful. And don't forget about debuffs. This is really important. They help to reduce your opponent's defense, speed, and attack. They really add up in my experience. Raid actually has a St. Valentine's event going on right now. New players can join in a special themed adventure called Raid Love Quest. All you gotta do is download Raid Shadow Legends from my link below, copy your in-game player ID, and then go to raidlovequest.plarium.com. Enter your player ID to set out on a unique quest, running for 1 month from February 14th to March 14th. You could even play one of the Valentine's Day themed mini-games for a chance to win in-game and IRL prizes, including Valentine's Day themed champions and Amazon gift cards. These are worth up to $1,000. But there's more. New players use my link or scan the QR code right here and get a free starter pack with this cool in-game loot. So what are you waiting for? Download Raid Shadow Legends today. And of course, thanks so much to Raid for sponsoring today's video. Meet Sean Kreese, a U.S. Marine who, despite being in his early 20s, looks to be about 39 and have a problem with alcohol. I guess being into getting it on with your pets really takes its toll on your health and well-being. You might be asking why there's a mugshot of him in the first place, and that's what we'll be finding out in a moment. But let's rewind a little bit to before his eccentricities got him in trouble with the law. Among his many deleted instances of online presence, the earliest picture we have of Sean is the one that he has as his profile on Pinterest. I'll make a little caveat here to mention that his bio on Pinterest is, "Science, I like science." So you know the guy must be an intellectual heavyweight. The fact that the vest he's seen wearing isn't a genuine Marine Corps surplus vest, but an airsoft mag carrier, indicates that he wasn't in the Marines yet. This, added to the fact that he was settled into his position as a Marine around 2020, when he would have been 20 years old, suggests that he's either 19 or younger in the photo. That being said, how easy is it to get into the Marine Corps? Are they that hard-pressed to recruit that they're scraping the bottom of the barrel to pull in these kinds of people? I'll make sure to get a couple of Mandarin and Russian classes in, because frankly, with these kinds of people in the Marines, if World War III cracks off, we're definitely not making it. But how do we know that this guy is a zoophile? Well, it's a pretty safe guess when he trips over himself to take every opportunity to tell any living soul that he is one. You would expect that someone with an inclination this criminally disgusting and illegal in any minimally civilized part of the world would make some kind of effort to hide it, but it's quite the opposite. The more taboo something is, the more that some have the compulsion to talk about it and tell everyone within sight. On his Twitter account, he proclaimed his expressed love for bestiality from the rooftops. A few indelible truths. Animals can consent. Zoophilia is valid and beautiful. There is absolutely nothing even remotely wrong with loving an animal as one would a human. Don't like it? Ah ha ha ha. Too bad. Apparently, he couldn't keep his sickness to himself and had to debate others on the topic online. These deeply philosophical, ethical arguments even included him defending the act of violating an animal after death. A dead animal can't consent, just like a living animal can't consent either. Consent is inapplicable to the dead. Live animals can consent. Okay, see it from a point of respect. Imagine someone f***s the corpse of one of your dead relatives. Again, simply not applicable to animals. The animal's family isn't going to be offended or hurt from their family member being f***ed after death. They wouldn't even know about it. Welp, I think that's enough Twitter for today. His YouTube playlist of favorite videos, for example, besides the odd source filmmaker meme, is littered with My Little Pony clips, which is probably how he got into this stuff in the first place. And one particularly pernicious video titled Presentation, Sexual Ethics, Zoophilia, Necrophilia, Pedophilia. Though the combination of those elements are enough to raise suspicion, Sean leaves no room for speculation, as he has an account under the same handle on Zooville, a site centered around discussing zoophilia and bestiality. His bio reads, "Hello, I'm Quantum Kitty, Twitter's most infamous zoophile. Male, 20, equinophile, INTP, US Marine, lover of math and science. Meow?" The fact that he has his Myers-Briggs personality test results right next to the word equinophile is really something else. I'll say it right now, do not ever go on this website. It's exactly the kind of thing you'd think could only be hosted in the deep web or some insane Eastern European Telegram chat. However, it's not only up in public, but it's still active as we speak. I'd say this is a job for hackers if it weren't much more deserving of a specialized firing squad. In Minecraft, in Roblox. Meta irony, ladies and gentlemen. Speaking of displaying your most deranged peculiarities for all to see, and where it can be easily traced back to your real-life identity, this wasn't the only public forum that Sean participated in. Because of how few and far between English-speaking extremely online zoos happen to be, they tend to unite into little niches where everyone knows and defends each other. Birds of a feather flock together, I suppose. In early 2021, it was announced on Twitter that Quantum Kitty would be joining two others, Toggle the Rat and Lovecat, on the explicitly pro-zoophile podcast Zooier Than Thou. Yes, you heard me right, a zoo podcast. To me, it sounds absurd, but apparently there's a lot of them. Extremely online people love starting podcasts, after all. The ZTT podcast features episodes such as zoophilia and religion, mixed relationships, zoos and non-zoos, and women in the zoo community. You know what? I'm glad they're finally fixing their female representation problem. That was always the most glaringly obvious issue with zoos. They weren't diverse enough with women. I can't really think of anything else that's objectionable about them now that that's taken care of. Current year truly is progressive. I cannot for the life of me stress how absurd it is that a podcast exists where these guys sit down for an hour or so, openly talking about their lifestyle, with royalty-free smooth jazz playing in the background. The aberrant garbage is everywhere the eyes can see just from clicking on the website. And yes, there is a functioning website for it, available on the ClearNet. I can't even show you guys these people's character designs because they are always not safe for not being traumatized. Their online presence isn't contained in just their own site, though. They also have a Twitter account, so you can stay up to date on when new episodes are coming out, which I'm sure all of you are chomping at the bit for. Surprisingly enough, the podcast is even up on YouTube. People have tried and succeeded at getting it taken down before, but they just made a new channel and re-uploaded everything again. Welcome to YouTube, folks, where these guys can talk about R-wording animals out in the open, but if I talk about them talking about R-wording animals out in the open, I'll get hit with an age restriction. Awesome. To summarize as much as possible, the podcast currently has a handful of interchangeable hosts. There's Lovecat, real name Chad Grisham, who loves to spend time on Quora answering inquiries such as, "How do I have sex with a cow?" His answer was, "Passing this on from a friend with considerable years of cow sex experience." And that's where I'm going to stop reading. You also have Zooey, Kinophile, and Canis Gnosis. Kinophile has a couple of old Reddit posts doing zoo AMAs which were about as well received as you'd expect. And Canis Gnosis retweets new agey inspirational quotes. "There is no exercise better for the heart than reaching down and lifting someone else up. Growth is uncomfortable because you've never been here before. You've never seen this version of you. So give yourself a little grace and breathe through it." Nothing quite like putting live, laugh, love, and keep calm and carry on type quotes on your timeline right next to your arguments about why bestiality is ethical. The cognitive dissonance these people possess defies all logic and reasoning, and yet here we are. However, the founders of the podcast, Fosty and Toggle, take the cake for just how demented they are. Fosty, or Douglas Spink, wasn't just your run-of-the-mill zoophile. He owned a VPN company and used to be an international drug trafficker. At one point, he was arrested for nothing other than running a farm dedicated entirely to the purpose of bestiality. An article about this incident from 2010 in the Sydney Morning Herald does a good job of explaining Douglas Spink's backstory. Spink, 39, made a fortune in Oregon buying and selling small companies in the 1990s and was known as an adrenaline junkie, listing rock climbing and base jumping off cliffs, radio towers, and bridges among his hobbies. But by 2002, his wealth had evaporated. He filed for bankruptcy as creditors sought millions from him, and he began running cocaine and marijuana across the border for a local drug kingpin. Spink was arrested in 2005 after investigators pulled him over with a load of nearly 170 kilograms of cocaine, valued at $34 million. Authorities searched his farm after prosecutors received a tip from a public defender's office in Tennessee. Dozens of dogs, horses, and pet mice were seized, along with what investigators described as thousands of images of bestiality and apparent CP. There were mice that had their tails cut off, they were smothered in Vaseline, and had string tied around them. When agents searched Spink's home, they found a video of a man sexually abusing dogs, and that same man was still on the property wearing the same clothes as in the video. Apparently, this farm was part of some kind of program or operation Spink was running, which even had its own website, though he wasn't very subtle about what was really going on. Spink has a history of training and breeding dogs and horses. He calls his operation Exit Point Stallions Limited, and expounds at length on his website about his philosophy. Are we unconventional in our approach to stallion care? Absolutely, he writes. He later adds, we don't wall off sexual energy in our stallions as something dangerous or inappropriate, but rather channel that energy towards positive, safe, appropriate paths. There's a proper time and place for it, and we work towards those sort of skills rather than fighting unwinnable fights against deeply rooted instincts. It was at this same farm, by the way, where Kenneth Pinion, or as he's usually called online, Mr. Hands, died from injuries suffered while being mounted by a horse. And yes, I do mean mounted in that way. As for Spink, he ended up dying in 2020 after succumbing to cancer in his, behind region. These people would rather inflict internal bleeding upon themselves or contract cancer than refrain from engaging in these horrific proclivities. Let that sink in, truly. Take it in. Or don't. Feel free to relinquish all this information to some dark recess of your mind and never think about it ever again. I wish I could. Long before the formation of the Zooier Than Thou podcast, Spink was making other attempts at normalizing the twisted behavior of zoos. One was the Twitter account Cross Species Alliance, created in March 2013. Its bio reads, defending the historical role, community, and core legal rights of zoophiles via activism. Along with this was the hashtag LGBTZ, an attempt at putting zoophilia under the LGBT umbrella. The account's last bit of activity before it went silent, presumably due to Spink's death, was retweeting, "Why horse racing is cruel and needs to end." A classic tactic these people use is feigning compassion towards animals, as if they were even more sensitive to their sufferings than the average person. Then they turn around and argue for why it's okay to use their corpses, or end up being exposed for zoo sadism. Speaking of which, that brings me to the Zoo Sadism Leaks. In 2018, a Telegram channel sharing some of the most abhorrent animal abuse content known to man was exposed, along with the furries and zoos who were a part of it. Many of you are probably already aware of this event, and when it took place, the Cross Species Alliance account was very quick to come to the defense of those implicated. Nothing in your screenshots shows zoo sadism. That mega archive, from our search through it thus far, doesn't either. Conflating zoos with zoo sadism may be a neat PR trick, but it's f***ed up this entire effort to pin down real zoo sadist horrors. Clear and convincing evidence exists of intentional conflation of healthy zoophilia with the horrors of actual zoo sadism. Such conflation, again, only serves to distract focus from efforts to identify and respond to tangible, objective abuse of non-humans. That's a disgrace. Such conflation, it seems clear, is done by those deeply prejudiced towards zoophiles and our community in an attempt to score political points, and thus to further express their bigotry. That such petty politicking directly hinders work targeting real abuse is, again, a true disgrace. On the other hand, Toggle the Rat is much more of an amateur in comparison. Don't mistake this for me saying he's somehow not that bad. His likes, according to his Fur Affinity account, include age play, age differences, and underage characters, as well as grandfather/grandson, incest, and, obviously, zoophilia. With this in mind, it makes sense that he gets mad when people conflate pedophilia with cubs, which are furries interested in LARPing as young animals, often depicted as toddlers or babies. Like Spink, as well as many other zoos and furries, he tried to include zoophilia under the LGBT+ umbrella. His Twitter bio also says, minors do not interact, but given that he defends maps, it's the minors that need to be worried about the kind of interactions Toggle has in mind for them. Toggle has also been implicated in these zoosadism leaks, though no conclusive evidence has been found for him being a zoosadist, besides being associated with many. One of the people the leak was primarily about was Caro the Wolf, someone that has been covered previously by yours truly. Speaking of Caro, Quantum Kitty avidly stood up for him on Twitter, so he and Toggle definitely have a lot of shared interests. Zooier Than Thou also had hypnotist Sappho on the podcast, so their track record is truly astonishing when it comes to bringing together the worst of the worst. It's like every evil furry I've ever made a video about is just grabbing drinks together every night and catching up. The announcement for their episode with Quantum said that they would be discussing animal autonomy and the inherent value of experience.
Animals playing with balls is my favorite thing.
Yeah.
It's awesome. I love watching animals play with toy balls.
Yeah, all kinds of toys.
In practice, this meant equivocating the meat industry with breaking into barns and violating the animals inside. The twisted history of the Zooier Than Thou podcast is much more extensive than we have time to cover here, but hopefully, all of this is sufficient enough to give a good idea of what Quantum Kitty's moral character is, given the kind of people that he associates with. Thankfully, not every online acquaintance of Quantum's was as friendly to his endeavors as these people are. Typically, when I make these videos, the non-zoophile furries get bunched in with the rest since, let's face it, there are a lot of zoophiles that are also furries. However, on this occasion, despite my personal opinions about furries, I do have to mention that some of the first people to go after Quantum Kitty were people from the furry community, who didn't like how he, along with the other zoos, were slowly infiltrating their spaces. Two people in particular, Coyote Lovely and Relly, would engage directly with Quantum Kitty and actually confront him about certain things he's been doing online, such as sending bestiality porn to minors. Sean's bulletproof defense, which would certainly hold up in a court of law, was that he did it as an argument, as he had been debating these minors on whether dogs could consent or not. The video was supposedly to be proof of their capability to consent, according to him.
Because not only have you just admitted to watching zoophile bestiality, sending it to people, and even with the content you give them, scum of society. Literally, below that, you animals can't consent.
It's a fact, prove it.
Prove a negative. Prove a negative. Oh yeah, I'm so smart, I'm gonna tell you to prove a negative.
That's because they're animals. They have the minds of fucking toddlers. They're gonna they're other species, yeah? They're gonna other people.
You're equating fully developed animals who are fully developed to engage in sexual interaction to children who are absolutely not.
I have no idea what you said.
Mr. Zoophile, if you actually go pick up a puppy from the pound and then wait until it's old enough to have, does that make you an orbiter as well? Like, or were you a pedophile or groomer? Like, what is that? Like, what do we call you in that situation? Aside from sick.
Well, considering I don't have sex with underage animals, no, I'm not a...
Wait, all animals are underage, though.
Underage animals? Oh my god. What is the age of consent for an animal? Please tell me. Is it 2 barks for yes, 1 bark for no?
If we want to establish an age of consent for a dog, we could argue that it's when it's fully developed in every sense. Physically, mentally, and sexually, which tends to be...
I think we're done here, Relly.
No, you're done here because you don't have a valid argument.
I don't need an argument to make fun of you, you fucking dumbass.
Then get the fuck out of here.
This has been really, really fun. Real quick, I guess I'll leave us off as well. Go to your roof and just do a backflip.
But please stop fucking animals.
Not gonna happen.
God damn it.
One comment under the YouTube upload of this video reads as follows. He sent it to several minors, including me. The whole reason I created Quantum Crackhead, now Crackhead the Duck, a parody of Sean's original Twitter account, was to get back at him for sending me that disgusting shit. Of course, once that parody gained traction, he mass reported it, but since the account didn't break TOS, he did not get his way. And recently, he did something that crossed the line too far. He saved and posted a photo of me without my consent. So now, not only has he sent me bestiality, he saved a photo of me and posted it as his argument with someone else. First, sending minors bestiality, now saving and sharing pictures of them. Seems we're going in an appropriate direction. This discussion, wherein Sean admitted to doing these things, was just a clip from a larger video which is still up on YouTube if you want to go check it out for yourself. As it turns out, this spat over his online interactions with a minor would later reveal themselves to be just a drop in the ocean of Sean's misdeeds, if you can believe that. After having publicly vilified Sean, people began reaching out to Coyote Lovely to essentially give him more ammo to use against Quantum Kitty, who became paranoid about it. This led Sean to conduct an entire online crusade of gaslighting against Coyote, as this thread by Twitter account Zoophile Struggle Tweets, or Strugs, shows. The images attached were screenshots of Sean's conversations with people whom apparently considered him a friend, saying things like, "You should give me everything you have on Coyote. I can do my digging and hopefully come up with a full docs. When you give me the go-ahead, I can then release it." Coyote isn't really a good friend to anyone, it seems, only seems to care about using people. If your usefulness is run out, he'll toss you to the wayside. If you decide you don't like what he's doing, you're his new target. This was quite a case of projection, as Sean was evidently doing what he was accusing Coyote of. In his efforts to isolate Coyote from everyone else online, he would go around Struggs' back and talk to his friends, manipulating them into further pressing Struggs to the point where he had to talk to his psychologist. Another mutual acquaintance of theirs, who was unnamed, was suicidal according to Struggs, though the nature of Sean's coercion is unknown and unverified. Though a deleted but archived tweet from this same thread shows Sean suggesting a death threat to members of the Zoo community that betrayed his trust. To this day, he hasn't killed anyone that we know of, but a guy this demented, and a Marine with access to firearms and boots, certainly wouldn't have reservations about it if push came to shove. That was an exceptional move for him though. Most of the time, the common Quantum Kitty protocol limited itself to indiscriminately doxing anyone that posed a threat or obstacle to him, even strangers on Twitter who just had the misfortune of expressing they disagreed. Along with this, he mass reported them either through bots or his network of Zoo friends until they were banned. After all, Sean was very right to be paranoid about Coyote, as a later video of his included conversations sourced by Winter Green, another Zoo and former friend of Sean's, who also had decided some kind of ethical line was crossed. Imagine being such a degenerate that even other zoos can't put up with it anymore. Regardless, Winter Green said, "Quantum took a fawn's corpse, stuffed it in his fridge, and had sex with it for 3 days. He had Redacted try and look out for him whilst he put a fox corpse in his trunk and f***ed it. He's had consistent bloodstains left in his house from f***ing deer corpses, and his one regret, according to Redacted, was a rotting raccoon corpse he f***ed. Quantum is f***ed. He's even been looked into by the feds for sending pornographic to kids. Sucked a 40-year-old's for a job too. Also, Quantum struck the guy's dog. Redacted told him, "You do that again and I'll fucking kill you." Wanted to beat her like he does his puppy. Redacted told me once his puppy wet the bed or floor or something, and Quantum damn near threw him. Slapped him hard apparently. Quantum apparently has no firearms discipline either. Last time Redacted and Quantum got together, Quantum was acting like Billy Badass with his AR, had a loaded mag in, none chambered, and had the flash suppressor pointed at Redacted's dog's head. He's done it multiple times. The guy is a legit abuser and beyond degenerate, to use some of Yode's past words. The veracity of these claims, though initially dubious since they came from someone else in the Zoo community, would be confirmed by another set of screenshots of messages Quantum Kitty had sent another acquaintance of his through Telegram, Zerkalo, apparently addressing these stories, saying, "I was quite sadistic as a young teen, not just towards animals, but people too. I used to beat one of the family's dogs because I hated her for bullying my dog. One time I beat her so severely that she just dropped to the floor and stopped moving. I thought she was dead. Turns out she was just unconscious and woke up shortly after. She was f***ed up for days. When the parents got home and noticed she was acting strange, I just blamed it on illness. I also used to beat my disabled brother when I got mad, punching him harshly when he was minding his own business, just because I was mad at a game, a fucking mentally disabled person. Obviously, this was years ago and I feel horrible about these things. It fills me with shame and regret every time I think of it. Fortunately, I have a wonderful relationship with both of them nowadays, and I have become a better person. I know I will never do such things again, but will still never forgive myself." If you notice that he conspicuously failed to mention the claims about the dead deer and other roadkill, he would immediately follow that passage up with this whopper. "I used to f*** dead deer I found on the side of the road. Started back in 2018 and continued up until early this year. Managed it probably 24 times, dragging them into the woods or into my car, and 2 times into my house. It was terrible. Blood everywhere and smelled so bad. I invested in a good respirator to filter out the smell of rotting corpses. I reached my breaking point when I had a dead deer in my fridge for 2 days to fuck multiple times. That's when I broke and knew I had to stop. It was so fucking degenerate, I couldn't even look at myself. A cold, dead deer covered in blood laying on my kitchen floor, and I was done fucking it. That was it. I stopped and I haven't done it since. I'm done with that. It was only ever deer. The fox thing Redacted was talking about was for him. He wanted me to pick it up so we could take it back so he could chop off its head and tail to keep it. I did not f*** anything other than the deer. And yeah, I had sex with Redacted's dog behind his back, as if that nasty prick's consent is needed for the dog to do her own thing. What an interesting plot twist. From regretful necro-zoophile to proudly embracing having banged someone's dog behind their back because the dog did her own thing. As with all cases like this, any minimal sign of acknowledgement or repentance is immediately followed by becoming defensive and doubling down on the horrible things they've done. Apparently, he would only rarely tell these sob stories to people, and were lucky, or cursed, enough that these prints survived. Right now, I will make a caveat to expound on some information that can either cast suspicion over the source of this information, or further legitimize it. The person from whom these screenshots of Sean's confession came from, Zerkalo, wasn't just a zoophile, but a zoo sadist, who was into drawn gore and animal abuse. On top of that, he's also joined the alt furries, or Nazfurs, which if you don't know, are a group of furries who support National Socialism, Third Reich stuff. Not only that, but he was the administrator of the main alt for Telegram, while the brunt of the groomings and other shenanigans were taking place there. Again, this is tied to Kero the Wolf, who is practically omnipresent, though this time only indirectly, as part of what made the alt first disintegrate was a member of theirs, Foxler, publicly stating their support for Kero. While there is a plethora of other information on Zerkalo, I'll cap it here and let you decide whether this means the info he provided is unreliable, or if it's reliable precisely because he's enough of an insider to be in contact with people like Sean. Back to Quantum Kitty, despite his supposed disgust at what he'd done to those dead deer, 24 times, by the way, he would remain a pro-contact zoo, meaning he supported not only the destigmatization of zoophilia, but also the promotion of contact between zoos and animals. I, on the other hand, promote the contact of the nearest police force if someone ever tries to debate the ethics of banging animals. Almost 2 months before Coyote's vid came out, Sean's aforementioned paranoia about people connecting these dots and figuring out what kind of person he really was had him prepping for the hot water he was about to be doused with. He took it to Twitter to do some preemptive damage control. Attention fellow zoos, I'm leaving the community tonight. As of late, it's come to my attention some zoos who hate me are working to defame me by spreading rumors about me. This is far from the first time it's happened too. In light of this and numerous other things, I've decided it's time for me to head on out. My focus on this community and Twitter especially has caused me to neglect much more important things in my life. It was fun while it lasted, but it's time for me to check out. Later tonight, I shall delete this account, this time for good. I will not be coming back this time. The Quantum Kitty is now dead. I wish all of you good luck and happy times, and remember, stay defiant. Of course, he was lying and returned almost instantly, just as he had done many times before, and would do many times after. I won't mention every time he switches handles because it's pointless, just know that every once in a while, instead of making some variation of the Quantum Kitty name, he names himself some pretentious surface-level literary reference. I've been mentioning his Twitter for a while now, but we haven't yet had the displeasure of going over his tweets. For example, in this one, Sean appreciates one of his favorite Einstein quotes about being a man of value. It seems he's really into powerful quotes, such as this other one that says, "If you believe in yourself, you can be the reason why a horse gets pregnant," which he emphatically retweeted. Yeah, powerful stuff indeed, guys. This is so Though he had minors GTFO in his bio, and often did anti-pedophile lip service to try and prevent anyone from accusing him of it, the fact that he spent every hour of every day constantly fighting people on Twitter over the ethics of zoophilia made being consistent in his PR efforts very difficult. In one instance, he would tweet, "Here's a few facts. Animals are conscious, animals are sentient, animals experience pleasure, animals have emotions. That's it, that's the tweet." To which another user would reply with a copy-paste of his post, but with animals replaced with kids. This would be to no avail, as Sean would double down, saying those were also facts. When asked if being a pedophile was okay, he replied, "There's nothing wrong with being a pedo, only with acting on it. Don't see what this has to do with anything. Not that being a pro-contact zoo isn't bad enough, but this obviously adds a new layer of wretchedness on top of it. When the list of the people he was following was examined, it showed that he was following a number of zoos, including many that were minors, ranging anywhere from 17 all the way down to 13 years old. In another tweet, he would also weirdly brag about having sex with a 17-year-old. As a 20-year-old, I had sex with a 17-year-old too. Feel free to cry about it, Lamau. I'm Quantum Kitty, and I had sex with a 17-year-old. If you think a 20-year-old having sex with a 17-year-old is pedophilia, you're f***ing stupid, Lamau. Sean has a history of being in denial, as he also claims that, despite his entire online presence being under the name of Kitty, and him having his profile picture be some kind of furry commission, he is not a furry, which at this point seems like pretty small potatoes in comparison to the rest. In a couple of other tweets, which are now gone from the platform, thanks Elon, he made quite a specific claim, that not only are animals able to consent, but that sex with animals is actually safer than sex with humans. Risk of disease is significantly lower than with humans. Please provide evidence of harm. Animals can consent. Nice bandwagon. Anything else? Care to speak about human STDs? I'll wait. When confronted with resources from this absolute miserable fool who was taking the time out of his day to engage with him, he would pivot to another prepared point. Most STIs don't come from animals, are far deadlier and more prevalent. Even more proof that sex with humans isn't good. It's causing a bunch of harm, right? Call me crazy, but I suspect that most STIs don't come from animals due to the fact that banging animals isn't exactly the most popular practice. When the person he was replying to wouldn't concede, he would terminate the discussion with these statements. "It's clear you are utterly clueless and completely ignorant of immunology and microbiology, as well as psychology." It's interesting that he's accusing someone of not being savvy about psychology when, in another tweet, he alleged that he was seeing a therapist who agreed with him that zoophilia was not an issue. Not sure how trustworthy that psychological know-how can actually be. If that's actually the case and he wasn't just lying to give himself credence. He eventually turned on his psychologist once he told him that masturbating once a day qualified him as hypersexual. Besides using his Twitter to like furry not safe for work and retweet vile things I don't dare utter, he would occasionally post videos of the stray dog he had adopted. If this wasn't enough of a red flag, there's even one where he looks to be nude. Thankfully, it seems that he lost custody, if that's what you call it, of the dog in question. Hopefully, he didn't do it any harm, but given his history, I wouldn't count on it. Even if this particular dog got away unscathed, it does seem that Sean relapsed into zoophilic contact and was hinting that he'd filmed it and was willing to share it. In one instance, he even posted a picture of his genitalia, to which the first reply was someone suggesting that it looked disease-ridden, which is par for the course considering where that thing has been. With the attention on Quantum Kitty reaching its boiling point during late 2021, it began dwindling almost immediately after. This was demoralizing for the people who wanted justice done against him, and satisfactory for Sean, who noticed the unwanted attention he had on him slowly left to go attach itself onto some other degenerate. After it had died down enough, returned to his usually scheduled programming, bold as ever, knowing he had gotten away with it. By early February 2022, Winter Green, one of the people who gave Coyote lovely information, made a thread on Twitter saying, "Just got a bit of bad news, folks. We have a certain quantum level problem. Apparently, Quantum Kitty is back in action, and doxing." After attempting to ruin Coyote Lovely and a few others, Sean is trying to dox anti-zoos. There are people trying to release information about someone who's a good person for both communities, zoo and anti. I highly advise you stay away from Quantum, do not interact, and report Sean to the proper authorities. If you have anything verifiable on him, report it to his platoon commander, report it to the FBI, yes, by UCMJ standards, he is committing a federal crime, report it to his local authorities if you know his locale. This is a dangerous individual, and he's willing to ruin lives. For his own gain, for revenge, he's willing to hurt people, and he doesn't care who. Let's get this person the consequence he deserves for actions, including beating his disabled brother and a family dog. Despite being a motivating war cry, especially with the information that Sean's bestiality qualified as a crime, and to get into trouble in the military, Sean's situation continued to languish in obscurity for a while. If the appropriate authorities were notified, they either didn't care or couldn't do anything. At least, that's what everyone was thinking until about 9 months later, when a shocking news article would surface. Local news reported that Sean had been charged with 1 count of aggravated animal cruelty and that he was arrested, though he was released on a bond of $1,500. According to the article, investigations began in June of that year, and the detective suspected Sean was potentially torturing and having sex with animals at his house, a story corroborated by multiple of Sean's neighbors. With a couple weeks of investigations, search and seizure warrants were executed, and a significant amount of evidence was found of Sean engaging in animal cruelty as well as, you guessed it, bestiality. On his phone, a video was uncovered of Sean masturbating his dog, which was shared with someone he was talking to over a messaging app, presumably Telegram. He also offered this person he was talking to the opportunity to have sex with his dog. The article closed with the mention that it was expected that other charges would soon follow. While other people took this to mean Quantum Kitty's days of being a zoo online were done for, he was still extremely online and trying to act like this was business as usual for him. In one particular exchange, just a couple of days after his arrest and bond release, he said, "I'm still here, don't hold your breath, sweetheart," followed by an admission to being a necro-zoo sadist. Additionally, he would make the following statements. "I don't know what antis are celebrating. I'm not going anywhere, Lamau. By the way, I turned myself in and was there for 5 hours and got out without paying a dime." The bravado he was putting up to people on Twitter wouldn't last long, as just a few days later, he created a GoFundMe page for himself. The description read, "Hi, Sean here, though you probably know me as Quantum Kitty. Recently, law enforcement launched a bogus crusade against me and charged me with aggravated animal cruelty for supposedly giving my dog a handjob. Now, legal expenses are quite high as you can imagine. Donate to help me, my dog, and the community as a whole to fight this in court." As you can imagine, this pitch wasn't very attractive, and coupled with his demeanor on Twitter, he wasn't able to muster anyone's support. As a consequence, his tune slowly changed as time went by, and he noticed that the walls were closing in on him. Eventually, his entire online presence would be wiped, probably in an effort to stop law enforcement from finding more things to charge him with. Well, all online presence except for one remnant, which would not only stay up, but stay active. One of his many alternate accounts, Valence the Deer, not only continued to post, but also got him in even more trouble. Other than the drawn zoophilia he posted indiscriminately, he also routinely tweeted out pieces of poetry he wrote, which are as enthralling as you would expect, along with the update on his court situation. He also wrote poetry about the court situation to express how the world unfairly persecutes him for being a kind, lovely human being. Prodigal son of the darkness, how forthwith you have returned. Dejected seeker of love, you once again have been burned. Far too late did you realize all the faults that you had amassed. An unbearable price you now pay, you'll never escape your past. Too soon the mask slipped, and a monster is all I could see. You sorrowful martyr of misery, now you will never be free. And now they will discern what truly lies inside, the passion I so long to share, the love I wish no longer to hide. The scarlet letter that stains me, to hate me is their duty. To them I see a beast, but secretly dreams of beauty. No second chances for I, just a lamentable waste of benevolence. Too late I was to discover the compassion I had in such prevalence. Verily, it was a fantastical thinking, contrived by my tired mind. There is heaven for the cruel, but the devil waits for the kind. It's time I've stopped dreaming and recall the lessons of old. Any hope that I have will forever and always be merely fool's gold. So pretentious, it almost makes you forget that this is about him getting arrested for masturbating his dog. Other than these horrors, one thing that stood out on his Twitter account is that he routinely retweeted and added the account of another furry he was attempting to establish contact with, Rorek, a prominent figure in the furry community. Some have speculated that the reason behind Sean's only remaining account being the one where he roleplays as a deer is due to the fact that he wanted to get with Rorek, whose persona is a reindeer. The details behind it are murky and haven't been disclosed as of yet, but on the 27th of December 2022, Rorek filed a lawsuit against Sean for stalking, which resulted in him being arrested once again on January 7th, from what I understand of this legalese. Concurrently with this, another 5 charges were added to his animal abuse case from mid-2022, and as of February 6, 2023, Sean has been criminally convicted, accompanied by his online radio silence. Hopefully, this pans out with Sean being behind bars and on a registry that prevents him from ever coming near an animal again in his life. However, we should always prepare for the worst, given how unequipped certain jurisdictions are to deal with these kinds of cases. Whenever I decide to make the masochistic decision of investigating a zoophile, I never leave unscathed. Partially because their crimes are so heinous, but also because the research goes from just being a rabbit hole to a spider's web of connections to other equally disturbing individuals, with their own unique villain origin stories. For whatever reason, perverts of all kinds seem to have a compulsive need to expound upon each and every one of their nightmare-inducing thoughts to other people, and zoophiles are no exception. This means that, inevitably, they band together into enclaves of interwoven Twitter accounts and social media presences. They spend their days affirming one another's mental illnesses in an echo chamber of depravity. They often create lists to block en masse anyone who objects to their crimes, so they can tune out any semblance of a consequence for their actions. At the end of the day, the only thing that could possibly nag them is their conscience, if they still have one. I've been Turkey Tom, thanks for watching, and until next time, leave me alone.
How's it going, boys? Welcome back to Mogul Mail. In this video, we're going to talk about women. Stick around to the end because we're going to solve sexism in this video. Now, I haven't posted in a couple weeks because nothing's inspired me, but I saw a tweet from It's Timmy, the Apex Legends god and good friend of the stream, that said my clips were taken out of context in a video that invalidates and diminishes the experiences of women. And, you know, I was curious, so I clicked on the video and I watched what I can only call the Ocean's 8 of YouTube videos. Just a hot, stinking pile of garbage. And it is titled, How Feminist Ideas Make Everyone Weak.
I appreciate the compliments. Thanks. Also, did anyone notice that he crapped on the all-female Ocean's 11 as a way of insulting me? Be careful, you wouldn't want to be labeled as a misogynist. So recently, a lot of creators who disagree with me have been reacting to my content. Normally, I just kind of ignore this stuff because going back and forth between reactions like that movie Inception is annoying, and I don't find that kind of stuff entertaining. Particularly if there's no bigger narrative that's not just, this guy disagreed with me, let me tell you all the ways he's wrong. It just creates drama, and nobody really learns anything from it. But on this channel, I talk a lot about the most important thing not being who is right politically. The most important thing is de-radicalizing people and trying to create bridges that help everyone get along. And that's the common problem that I see with all these reactions. Whether or not these people have the correct opinion, they're exhibiting tons of behaviors that will radicalize their audience and divide people. I'll start with a little backstory. Over a month ago, Vosh reacted to my channel.
Yeah, probably. This channel's gonna get big. Well, it's already big.
Thanks for having faith in me, Vosh. Then Hassan reacted to me and said my content was awesome.
Dude, this is awesome. Okay, this guy's great.
Thanks, Hassan. I appreciate that. Then this guy reacted to me, whoever he is. And last, Ludwig reacted with the video that you saw in the intro clip. These creators reacted to a couple of videos of mine, but the most interesting reactions were to my video on the 2 documentaries from Vice and the BBC, which were basically plausible deniability pieces asking why women don't do well in esports, that were a lot more about promoting censorship and sexist affirmative action programs than they were about honestly investigating why women don't do as well as men in esports. You can tell that was the case because instead of asking very obvious questions of player demographics and competition, time invested in the skill, and realistically assessing the skills of the people involved, or talking about competitive trends like the Pareto distribution, they immediately go to the patriarchy and to pushing for women to get competition spots they didn't earn because they happen to be born female. Without wasting any more time, let's get into the behavior that I think radicalizes people.
Now, we're going to go through a lot of this. You can see all the notes at the top and really dissect this video and why it has zero information.
Really? There's no information that I got right? Now, I can understand if you don't agree with the theme of the video, but I spent a lot of time talking about skill building. Work really hard, try to find a mentor who is already successful, and network with friends who have similar goals. This advice is the main reason why I made that video, and it's also a big reason why people watch my channel. You agree with none of that? I have a hard time believing that because you wouldn't have the success that you have if you didn't do at least one of those things. It's important to note that stuff because people are nuanced, and when you say your opponent can do nothing right by starting your video out with the energy of, there's no information here and I agree with nothing, you are vilifying that person to your audience, which will lead to extreme reactions and behaviors from the people who follow you because they believe they are righteously attacking someone who is evil and irredeemable. This is why when you write pinned comments like this one, tons of your followers disagree with you and go and do the behavior that you're telling them not to do. If you want to keep things peaceful, how you say things matters. We all have to be careful about how we say things when it comes to disagreements. That being said, here's professional Apex Legends player It's Timmy doing the same thing Ludwig did in this tweet right here. My clips were taken out of context. I do not agree with any of the ideals portrayed in this video at all. None of them? No ideal in my video was good? If you don't agree that hard work pays off, then why do you work so much?
My entire life is literally online. I literally wake up, hit the live button, go to turn off the stream, go to bed.
Again, I understand if you don't like the main premise of the video, but there is no way that I said absolutely nothing that you agreed with. And personally, I am very careful to not portray people as 100% bad, even if I just give them one tiny point that's good. Simply saying I don't agree with the video instead of I don't agree at all is enough to let people know your position without suggesting that your opponent is incapable of good. The second part of Timmy's statement is something that people who disagree with me love to accuse me of. Timmy said that I took his clips out of context. That's not true. His clips were fully in context, I described the events, and I put the source material in the description so people could fact check it. I don't know how I could have been any more honest, though I will admit that I messed up the interpretation of this particular clip.
I killed one. He's low. Both on me. Bud's one. He's trying to thirst armor. Nice.
said the bitch comment was directed at Timmy as an example of banter, people who reacted to it said it was directed at the other player, not Timmy. So I rewatched the clip to verify, and I do admit they were correct. I was flat out wrong there. It happens. Sometimes creators get things wrong, and the most difficult part about this job is that people really do expect you to get everything right. Seriously, you better not make a mistake, and even Ludwig agrees with that.
But let's be real. One bad analogy, throw the whole video away. It's just how it works, okay?
He's right. If you screw up an analogy or a metaphor, it will kill the video because people will hyper-focus on that mistake and ignore everything else. You'd be surprised how much one mistake can screw up an entire video. So my bad. If I had caught that mistake before the video released, I would have used a different example. That being said, let's talk about the stuff I think Ludwig got wrong. And a key feature of many of these bad takes or interpretations is that the people reacting didn't let me finish my point.
But it turns out that 50% of the people who play the esports aren't women. 50% of the people who play Dota aren't women. And he even goes into this.
Earlier they said Dota 2, right? What percentage of women play that game? 20%. What about another popular competitive game like Fortnite? 27%. Higher than Dota, but you can still see that there are way more male players than females, so it statistically makes sense for almost all the top players to be male.
Okay, going through that logic for a moment, let's just draw on that string. 20% of the players are female, then through his logic, 20% of the top players should be female, or at least a close enough number.
Yeah, except you left out my explanation on why the number of female winners isn't reflective of the total number of women who play the game. First of all, it might be the case that not all 20% of women playing the game are competitive. So it might be 80-20 for total players, but maybe it's more like 90-10 male to female for competitors. I don't have the stats on that, but if that's the case, then it would explain some of the disparity. But more importantly, the way competition works is that the same people always win. It's called a Pareto distribution. That trend is repeated in a ton of areas, and yes, it will be a super tiny fraction of participants who get everything. So when you have a competitive space that's 80% male, it's more likely that those guys will win, and once they do win, they are very much set in stone as the top competitors. That's the important nuance that Ludwig just skipped over. You can agree or disagree with that, but if you're trying to keep me in context, let me finish my point or at least describe it in your own words. Otherwise, you aren't giving the audience a fair interpretation. Especially when you're in an environment where it's winner take all.
And that doesn't even make any damn sense. You think the International's winner take all? Have you ever seen an esports tournament in your damn life? That'd be insane. You walk away with $40 million, and second place walks away with a thumb in their ass? It's usually like a 45%, 40%, maybe 50% if you're generous towards first place, and then the other 50% spread over to like the next usually 7 spots. That's how a tournament goes. So I don't think you've ever seen a damn esports tournament in your life, but
to clarify, when I said winner take all, I didn't mean that only first place gets the prize money. I know how competition works, and I know that people who don't get first still get prize money. What I meant by winner take all is that a couple people make all the money, and everyone else makes nothing. That's typically something that describes creative fields, like YouTube. Tons of people try to be successful at YouTube, only a handful of people make a living. Compared to a welder, where if you take the classes and apply for the job, you're most likely going to leave with money in your pocket. As for the rest of these arguments, obviously I can't respond to everything. Otherwise this video would never get finished. So if I don't pick your favorite comeback from someone who reacted to me, I'm sorry. What I will try to do is pick out the arguments that were strongest from them, and a lot of that's going to be based off of what I saw their audience saying the strongest arguments were. Here is one of them.
And he goes on to quote a Pew Research article from 2014 and talks about how men actually deal with more harassment online.
They mean to you. Everybody raised their hand, right? This is not exclusive to women. Here's data from Pew Research about online harassment from 2015. Most of the categories are even. Look, it says here that men are 7% more likely to be harassed online than women are when you look at all types of harassment.
Okay, that's a 2014 article from Pew Research. Pew Research does this article often. I don't know why he went back to 2014. Again, this video was posted literally a couple months ago. They did a 2017 version and then a 2021 version. I looked it up, and it turns out that if you do the more recent one, the numbers have changed a bit, interestingly enough.
I know this was everyone's favorite point. It was also my favorite point, and I'll tell you why. For one, understand that Ludwig has a staff to help him with this kind of stuff, or save him time in other areas.
I can't do that now because I have 15 employees.
Outside of the guy who makes my thumbnails, I don't have a staff. I do all of this by myself, which means I only have so much time before people start saying, "Oh my god, where's the next video? You take forever." So I have to use certain time-saving techniques. I already had this study on hand, and I had already read all 8 pages of it, so I reused it. Yes, it's old. I wasn't trying to hide that. I mentioned how old it was in the video. For those of you who don't know, research for sociological studies are typically considered out of date after 5 years. But you don't always have people studying the same topics every year, so if a study is older, you have to ask, why would this change? My suspicion was the numbers wouldn't be significantly different because there isn't really a reason for that abusive tendency to have changed. Domestic violence is a similar category, and that's been perpetrated pretty evenly by men and women for a long time. A family member of mine was a researcher on it, and those numbers have been stable since like the 70s. So my thought was, this video is taking forever, the numbers probably aren't different, therefore I don't need to spend time looking for more recent data. It's not as simple as, well obviously Pew has done this study multiple times over the years. Again, I don't have employees like Ludwig does to look this stuff up for me, so I didn't know that Pew updated the study, and typically it takes lots of hours spent reading irrelevant crap just to find research that is talking about the subject that you're discussing. Anyway, here's the great part. The 2014 numbers I cited from Pew are almost exactly the same as the numbers from 2021. I was right. They were consistent. Now, there's not a huge difference between the total harassment that men receive versus women, so I will still say that men and women get harassed at a pretty similar rate, with men being harassed slightly more. But then Ludwig goes for the killing blow.
They did a 2017 version and then a 2021 version. I looked it up, and it turns out that if you do the more recent one, the numbers have changed a bit, interestingly enough, and the amount of gendered harassment has increased from 20% to 33% among those who were harassed from 2017 to 2020. So it turns out that this is becoming more of a problem. Maybe we should look at newer stats.
Great, except that's not what I was talking about. I understand that's what you guys were talking about, but since we're talking about what I was saying, my point in the video was about the erasure of harm that happens to men. I watched 2 different news reports about harassment, and neither of them made any mention of men going through similar experiences. Because the reality is that men do go through those experiences in video games. Now, I don't think this talking point has to be their whole video, but you could have at least said something. I mean, I said something. I said that harassment is bad on both sides. And I'll add, particularly things like physical threats, stalking, or doxing, which I can imagine are incredibly scary for women. That's all I was asking for, and that's why I brought up the total harassment numbers and not just specific types. So stop saying this only happens on one side. And certainly Ludwig shouldn't be accusing me of being dishonest when he ignored the numbers that I brought up in the original video, which were right on page 1 and come before the graph on gendered harassment that he brought up. I mean, you couldn't have missed it unless you didn't actually read the study. I also don't appreciate Ludwig mischaracterizing me by saying that I hate women merely for disagreeing with him. Oh wait, he changed the title. I'll give him points for that. That's more courteous than the other creators were towards me. But anyway, despite Ludwig framing me as one-sided and sexist, he completely is one-sided in this video with harassment issues. First, let's go to the top of the Pew Research article. Oh, another point here for Ludwig. He actually cited his resources in the description. This is something that I swear that he didn't do when I first watched the video, but I'll accept it. Now, because I'm 90% sure that he did not have his sources cited until well after the video was released, I checked the description of every single video on his Mogul Mail channel to see if this is something that he normally does. The only video that had source citations on it was his response to me. My suspicion is that he or one of his team saw that I cite all of my sources and didn't want to look bad, so he added them to the video. But look at that, guys. We are influencing positive change and causing people to adopt more honest behavior. That's probably the best thing to come out of this reaction. Though I do have to point out that he didn't source the entire Pew study. The link just leads to a graph from the article, but I'm going to assume that was an honest mistake. Sorry that was kind of a tangent, but if I don't take the time to point out good things, it will radicalize the people who watch my videos. Anyway, let's read the top of the article. The subtitle specifically points out that political harassment is really high, and look at that, it is way higher than gendered harassment. Political harassment affects men more. Do you see how it's unfair to suggest that I'm a sexist when you yourself don't bring up the other side of the argument as a problem? I understand that you guys were talking about gender, but what I was trying to do in that video was to include other people in the conversation so it doesn't become a divide and conquer gambit where only women's issues are addressed. So on that note, you say that gendered harassment has gone up. I agree, and I will say that harassing women is bad. I think very few people would disagree with that. But here's what you're ignoring. Political harassment is super high. Political harassment affects men more than women. Personally, I think if someone says go F yourself because of your political beliefs, that's bad. It's also bad if someone says that to you because of your gender. But why does it only matter when it's gendered harassment? Is bullying suddenly okay as long as you don't make fun of someone's gender? It sounds like that's what you were suggesting.
You can look right here that men are more likely to be harassed based on their political views, and women are more likely to be harassed based on their gender. That's the problem. That's what we're talking about. That's what the BBC is trying to know. Not just, oh, raise your hand if someone said something mean to you once.
Holy crap, Ludwig, do you know how bad political harassment is? This is a little old, but here's feminist Jessica Valenti writing on a major news publication telling people to harass, bully, and ostracize their family members who voted for Trump. I point this out because that Pew study said that political harassment has gone up a ton in recent years, and I think that it's articles like this that caused it, along with the insanity from mainstream news outlets such as Vice and the BBC. Oh hey, here's a girl from last year yelling at a guy who was quietly studying because he had a Police Lives Matter sticker on his laptop. People have lost friends and family over political harassment. People have been assaulted over political beliefs. I mean, political harassment is such a big deal that it's in the header of the article. Why is that not also an important issue? Why is it better to sit here and play a game of whack-a-mole with specific areas instead of trying to fix the problem in general, which has a lot more to do with reintroducing two-parent homes into the culture and promotion of mental health than it does to do with shouting the patriarchy everywhere you go? Honestly, I don't get how I'm the closed-minded one when I'm saying that all of the categories of harassment matter, including gendered harassment, and you're saying that only a specific type of harassment matters. That's what I was saying, and that's why I brought the Pew research up. I don't like how there's millions of news reports done by big corporations that exclusively talk about women's issues, act like men are always the aggressors, and very rarely address men's problems, which is exactly what Vice and the BBC did in those reports. I mean, this stuff is everywhere. Like how there's tons of promotion for International Women's Day from all the big companies, but for the past 3 years, I haven't so much as seen a tiny banner on Google for International Men's Day. Worse, Amazon and some other companies are trying to reappropriate that day to Women's Entrepreneurship Day. The constant crapping on men from these major outlets is why I made this channel to discuss it. One more thing on the Pew study and I'll move on. I made a point in the original video saying that men and women experience things differently. Here's data that says that despite that men get harassed more, women complain more and are more upset about it. The point of that segment of my video is that the media is trying to use that proclivity in women to enact censorship because that's what mainstream news does. They take a problem people are complaining about and they use that as a mechanism to make an authoritarian policy the solution to that problem. They did that with hate speech, which begs the question, who defines hate speech?
The problem with restraining speech is who gets to set the rules. If it's only okay in a certain time or place, who gets to say what time and what place?
This is from a character from the Boondocks who describes himself as a leftist. Back in 2005, the left used to be the cool anti-establishment party. Now they are just shilling for the same censorship that the establishment tried to use conservatives to implement back in the 2000s. The problem is not the right or the left. It's establishment forces such as Vice and the BBC trying to set narratives to control everything. Look at this. Remember when the left used to be cool?
That's when it wasn't like these miserable. Can't enjoy nothing. All they want to talk about is the Build-A-Bear, poop, Federal Reserve, and all that bullshit.
I can't believe that the party that used to contain all the edgelords when I was a kid is now avidly in favor of censorship. But it's not the reason for the censorship that matters. It's the fact that they can take a random issue and 10 years later use that as an excuse to censor political ideas they don't like as the culture accepts the censorship. Much like what Huey from the Boondocks was referring to in that prior scene. Speaking of that, the next major point that Ludwig makes is about a streamer who goes by Spontaneous. Let's watch.
In fact, you can see this entire series, which is funny in a terrible way, from a creator named Spontaneous, where she documents all the harassment she receives while playing a game.
That's inaccurate framing. If you actually watch the series, it also contains weird or funny moments, and many moments of people just asking if she's a girl instead of a 12-year-old boy, which is not harassment, it's asking for clarification. But go on.
She started the series in 2018 and is still ongoing 4 years later. Let's just watch this clip.
Oh my god, you're terrible. Yeah, we didn't ask. We really didn't.
I want you guys to know, this is round 1.
Yeah, it sounds like those guys are being assholes there. But here's something I noticed because I actually watched the entire video with Spontaneous, as well as several other videos in this series. Many, and I mean many, of the times she talks to people, she is doing exactly what I said these women were doing in the original video about Vice and the BBC, which is that these women are actually instigating the negative treatment they complain about.
Are you a female?
Are you an idiot? I can ask stupid questions too.
What? Why was that response warranted? He's just asking a question. What's the context of this situation? Now, he said something very slightly rude after this that I'm sure she considers to be harassment, but of course he did that because she was mean to him from the start. If you want people to be nice to you, then you need to be nice. And I didn't have to, like, search her entire internet history to find this. This was the same video that Ludwig cited. By the way, why did that guy ask that question? We don't know, but maybe it's because it's unusual for women to play tactical shooters. Look at this chart. Tactical shooters have some of the lowest participation from women, so it's rare and interesting to have a woman on your team. The crazy thing is that she knows very few women play this game, but then she belittles men for saying, oh my god, it's a girl.
Thunderbird, can you not put your healing station on the hatch? Can you put it somewhere else?
Oh my god, is that a girl? Oh my god. Oh my god.
Surveillance on bomb.
But when she finally sees another girl player, she does the same thing that she belittles the guys for doing.
Skylight? Ash?
It's a girl! Hello, fellow girl.
Hello.
How many times do you get mistaken for a little boy?
God damn it.
Pretty often.
Oh, I'm not the only one.
Spontaneous, just because you're annoyed by the question doesn't mean you get to be mean. These are different people. They don't know who you are. Hell, I was a vegan for 7 years and I constantly got asked the same questions every time I was around food. I always politely answered them and never made faces or responded rudely like she did. I mean, listen to her. She's having a literal meltdown from being asked a simple question.
Oh my god, he's being cringy. Please ignore him.
I'm joking, man.
It's not funny. I hope you know it's like not a funny joke. It's just annoying. I hear it every game. It's not a joke. It's just because I'm tired of hearing it every time I speak. Because it's the dumbest shit I've ever heard.
What have you been hearing?
Is there a woman? What do you mean? What the f do you expect? I'm a literal human being, just like everyone else playing the game. Why are people so shocked?
All that guy was trying to do was lighten the mood. If it's not funny, just don't laugh. You don't have to have a tantrum over it. Look, she does it again. The same guy asked a simple question and she is super rude.
Do you happen to stream?
No.
I'm just curious. So hostile.
Because anytime a girl plays the game, are you streaming? You must be streaming. You can't play games without streaming.
You are so offended by everything I said. God
Yeah,
damn,
because
chill out.
it's all stereotypical bullshit that women have to hear
I
every
literally
day.
just asked if you stream. Anybody can stream. Are you? I stream.
Yeah, but you are a streamer, so he's right. Streaming is like a normal thing now that lots of regular men and women do, so it's not a strange thing to ask. Can we all not see how she turned a simple question into a shouting match? Like, what is this? Imagine if a person I don't know asked me, hey, are you a YouTuber? And I say, hell no, why would you ask that? Are all men supposed to be YouTubers? That's so stereotypical. As it was shown in an earlier clip, this whole interaction started because he asked if she was a girl. Come on, you've been playing this game for like 4 years. At this point, you know what you're walking into. You don't have to be so rude when people ask you questions or make a small joke because you hear it a lot. It's called a conversation. Actually, you know what? Here's what annoys me. Every time, and I swear every single time I talk to someone, they always start the conversation with, how are you? I am so damn tired of answering that same question every day and multiple times a day. Do you see how ridiculous she's being? There are tons of examples of her behaving like this. Here's another one from the same video that Ludwig cited. I didn't even have to look very hard to find this.
Hold on.
Whoa.
Do we have an e-girl in this lobby?
Oh, we have an idiot in this lobby, I can tell you that.
Oh, I was gonna compliment you.
E-girl's not a compliment. Sorry.
I understand that e-girl has a negative connotation to it, but it can also, to some people, just mean a girl who streams. Instead of waiting for him to clarify which definition he was using, she immediately assumes it's the negative one, goes off on him, and ends up being wrong. Which means she's the bully here. Even still, like I suggested people should do in my original video, the guy disregards her rudeness and makes a joke.
Well, that's just what you are.
No, I'm not.
I'm sorry. You're right. You're not a user.
Alright, I'll accept that. It's better than what I usually hear. You didn't tell me to go to the kitchen, so I'll take it.
What did he call you?
Call me an eye lady.
Eye lady, that's in your face. Oh! You got him. She's in bathroom.
She's in bathroom.
It was a little unclear that she was laughing at that joke, so just so I don't get accused of taking anyone out of context by the people who disagree with me, here is her saying that she thought it was funny in the comment section. So she laughs, and the situation was diffused. This is how you handle this stuff. Use comedy. It results in way more positivity than being rude or mean. Speaking of her behavior, here's something interesting that I heard in a different video of hers.
I swear you're like a magnet. This is the more weird. This is like more weird stuff than I hear in like an entire month.
Yeah, because as you can see, she's instigating a lot of the fights and making these situations way more negative than they should be. She also has a really unpleasant personality, which makes people want to poke fun at her more. There's a reason she gets loads of bad interactions and her friend doesn't. That has everything to do with the way she speaks to people. Now, there were situations that were inappropriate, but if she was just pleasant when people ask if she's a girl or not instead of being rude, it would massively cut back on the negativity she experiences. And for the other stuff where people aren't truly being cruel, just do this.
You know, I made a tweet not long ago saying, hey, you know, as women, maybe we should stop being victims here and stop calling everyone a misogynist because they make a get in the kitchen joke on Xbox Live. It ain't that deep. It's a joke. Just toss it right back at them.
That's how you do it. I love how Ludwig calls me a misogynist in the original title and leaves out the clip I included of a female gamer agreeing with me. Guess what? A lot of women agree with what I'm saying on this topic. Again, I'll take it back to me being formerly vegan for a bunch of years. Not only was I asked the same questions at every event, I was also made fun of at every event for being vegan. And I mean I was made fun of constantly. I never got mad. One of the ways you keep these interactions lighthearted and positive is to play into the stereotype and make fun of it. I said I was a soy boy, I virtue signaled about everything. Every so often a family member or a friend of mine would try to go vegan or vegetarian, and I would ask, how does it feel now that you're better than everyone else? Because of this, I would constantly get positive feedback from people, and they would compliment me for not being a total zealot like some of the vegans are. Making fun of yourself changes the interaction to something friendly. Getting offended all the time is not the most effective solution. Certainly, it's a great way to make people hate you. So if you want respect from these people, then start the game out by saying, go easy on me, I'm a girl, and then proceed to carry the match. Ludwig said she was good, right?
I'm literally the reason we're winning this game right now. You're giving me so much shit at the beginning. They shut their mouth real quick when you start carrying their ass.
I mean, this is so easy. They are playing a tactical shooter that is staged in the house. If she makes a joke saying, I'm going to defend the kitchen, they're gonna think that's funny and respect that. Guys are so tired of feminists getting offended by everything that they will treat you like a champ if you do that. This is what works. Being pleasant and playing along with the joke. What doesn't work is this thing that Ludwig suggested to Dr. K.
Is toxic towards a woman. You don't have to attack them, you don't have to defend, you gotta say, hey man, you think you could cool it a little bit? Like, do you really think what you're doing is decent? And then what do? They start calling you a simp. Fine, you let them. You don't have to fight them, you don't have to convince them, you don't have to do any of that shit. You don't have to show them you're right. That's all you say, like, hey man, can you lay off? And then if he keeps going, you can apologize to him and say, hey, I'm sorry you have to deal with this. It sucks. If there's something I can do, let me know. That's all you gotta say. 30 seconds of speech. And he can get mad at you. Why does he get mad at you? Does that solve the problem? No. In the next game, there needs to be someone else. And in the next game, there needs to be someone else. And I guarantee that if that person plays 10 games in a row where there's a single person that's like, hey man, why don't you lay off? They're gonna shut the fuck up on game 11. They're not even gonna do it. You're not gonna convince them of anything.
I respect a lot of things that Dr. K says, but this does not work. And there's a ton of evidence in Spontaneous's videos that it doesn't work. All it does is make the guys madder or push them to do more of what she wants them to stop doing. Even if the guy is told to stop during a bunch of games, he would never get that 10 games in a row, especially because these kinds of ideas are losing the cultural narrative. Also, not only that, but you're infantilizing women by saying that some other guy should solve the problem for them.
And I mean, this is why it actually hurts women. I mean, on the surface of it, it looks like, oh, look, you know, when women are wielding this incredible power, you know, but the truth is that it actually hurts women. It infantilizes women.
She was talking about Title IX here, but this infantilization applies in a lot of places. Women are strong enough to handle these situations on their own. That's my whole argument, and that's why I'm talking about how to be respected in male-dominated spaces. I honestly don't see how all the people who are saying that women aren't strong enough to handle this themselves are the ones who are considered to be not sexist. You are calling women weak by constantly solving their problems for them. And what I also don't like is when they pretend that these people are 100% the victim and have never engaged in bad behavior themselves. I already showed you some of that, but here's Spontaneous bullying a kid.
Wait, are you a girl?
Can't talk right now.
Oh, girls that kill people. Hot. You're not gonna call bully on Nirvanas, are you? Yeah.
How about you toxic guys shut up?
Hey, we're trying to be nice to a lady. Jeff can't get a lady. It's Jago's to
Shut up.
I want to watch the video. I want to reflect my choices as a 15-year-old man.
One of the many examples of the Dr. K strategy not working. But geez, that kid is 15. You recorded this when you were 25. You're like a full-on decade older than him, and you're pulling this crap? What are you doing? There's a lot of missing context here, but what she did end up showing in her video wasn't even harassment. It was just a joke he said that wasn't funny. And I don't care if he said some of the worst things to you. He's a child, and everyone says dumb stuff when they're teenagers. Don't put him on blast on your YouTube channel with his username for everyone to see. Grow up. It would be one thing if he was an adult, but like I said, you are straight up a decade older than this kid, and you are putting a minor in a video to be publicly shamed. This is not the only time she's done this. Here's her bullying a kid again.
Glass, you gotta hit those. Oh, Hibana hits me. On your left, on your left. Lay down, come on.
Shut your mouth, kid, please!
Hey, on the left, laying down.
Remember, this is a 25-year-old yelling at a kid who sounds like he hasn't even finished puberty yet and probably doesn't know any better. So she yells at him instead of politely asking him to not speak so much, which is the behavior that she wants from male players. Now these videos are a few years old, so I considered giving her some leeway, but she pretty much pulls this stuff in newer videos too. Honestly though, Ludwig, this is your model citizen? Where's the girl version of It's Timmy who is never rude to anyone, going along her merry way, and unfairly gets attacked by misogynists? That's what these people are suggesting is what happens, yet I have never seen it. In every example they have given, if you watch these people long enough, they are initiating and engaging in toxic behavior too. And like, frequently. Oh, and here's something interesting.
You know, it's a similar thing that kids deal with. I had a problem when I was young where I had a squeaker voice, and I would talk and I would get roasted because of my squeaker voice. It's like an intrinsic quality about me, not because I am dog shit at the video game. I'm cool with people being mean because I am bad or do something dumb. I'm not cool with people being mean because I have a trait that I cannot change about me.
Here's Spontaneous making fun of someone's voice.
Alibi, you're booty, bro. Oh my god.
This is your voice.
What? That is not nice. That was uncalled for in so many ways.
As you can see, we have a guy here who is engaging in accessible commentary about her bad gameplay, and she retaliates by making fun of his voice, which Ludwig said was not okay. As I said, this stuff wasn't that hard to find. It was in the video that comes immediately before the one that Ludwig used for his video on me. So this was recent. Now I'm sure she will say, well, that guy said some rude stuff too. I was taken out of context. Yeah, but he said that stuff after she made fun of his voice. She started it. You can't complain that your house burnt down when you threw gasoline on the fire. Seriously, Ludwig, this girl is a terrible representation of your values. Also, do you guys remember how Ludwig said it was not okay to make gendered insults?
And the amount of gendered harassment has increased from 20% to 33% among those who were harassed from 2017 to 2020. So it turns out that this is becoming more of a problem.
Well, here's Spontaneous throwing a gendered insult at a male player.
Did you hear my question?
Do you want me to compare them to your tiny or what?
I had to remove context from that clip because of the wonderful unintended consequences of YouTube censorship, but she said that in response to someone asking about the size of a body part of hers. Certainly, I think that question from that guy was inappropriate, and you might say, well, she's just reacting, so it's fair game. No, it's not fair game. You said those kinds of insults were not okay. That was your moral standard. Personally, for me, my moral standard is that in public conversation where you're arguing against someone who disagrees with you, it is inappropriate to name call. That's not everyone's moral standard, but it is mine. During these reactions over the past month and a half, I got called all kinds of names. Do you see me calling anyone stupid? Do you see me telling people that my opponents have a mental disability like Down syndrome or autism? Have I made fun of anyone for appearance factors they can't change in this video? No, but these were all things that were done to me by other YouTubers and their followers. Followers as in, the people they are trying to convince to not harass anyone. So there's a communication fail from those creators. The reason I don't do that stuff in retaliation is because I want people to uphold my moral standards. People don't listen to what you say. They watch what you do, and by retaliating with the behavior that you said was wrong, you're approving of it. Oh, and by the way, speaking of framing, I just want to clarify a situation because when I heard this, I got the impression that it happens all the time.
Insane to say I'm surprised. They go on to say some sexist shit, but look at the leaderboard real quick. Fucking hard carried 4 kills in the first round.
As a viewer, I had no idea who Spontaneous was, so I thought she was this top-ranked badass who was kicking ass and taking names, but still being belittled by male players. But after further investigation, I found that Ludwig did the same exact thing that Vice and the BBC did, which was remove nuance from the situation, which gives the impression that this was a much better player than she actually is. It turns out that Spontaneous is an average player and gets carried all the time. Carried here, carried here, carried here, and carried here. This is a website that tracks ranked gameplay, and it says her overall rank is Platinum. I don't play Rainbow Six Siege, but I do play Apex Legends. I'm ranked Platinum. As someone who is a similar rank to Spontaneous at a different game, I have to say, I'm not that good. Ludwig implies that I'm not that good.
Now the guy who made this video is like gold in Apex Legends.
Seriously, if Ludwig did more than 5 seconds of research for this video and just checked my community tab, he would see that 4 posts down I said I hit Platinum last season. So why does she get to be made to look like one of the best players, yet you make me look like I'm not that good by saying I'm gold, which is very much a normie rank. We are basically the same rank, and she's been playing her game for like twice as long as I've been playing Apex. I haven't even been playing Apex or Battle Royales for 2 years. She has like 4 years of experience at Rainbow Six. She should be ranked way higher, particularly considering that she plays games professionally as a streamer. Oh, and here's essentially why Ludwig brought her up.
Just to note, this is round 1. Round 1 of a competitive game where muting obviously makes you less effective and less able to win a game. Communicating is the main function of winning any 5v5 tactical shooter.
Also, I'm not sure if this was a coincidence or if Ludwig brought her up for this reason, but one of Spontaneous's clips was in the Vice video. I can't play it because this is 2022 YouTube and I'll get in trouble for playing a clip of something that someone else said, but on screen are the appropriate videos and timestamps. I thought that was an interesting Snapple fact. Anyway, that was their big argument. It's a team game, so you can't mute people. Otherwise, you are way less effective, implying that it's bad to the point where solo queuing is unplayable with teammates on mute. I will admit that I don't know that much about tactical shooters, and I don't know anyone who plays tactical shooters. But it does seem like that particular game set would be hard to play with teammates on mute, so I'll concede that point on tactical shooters. However, I do know Apex Legends, and you 100% can hit her rank, which is Platinum, with everyone muted in solo queue. I know that because I did it. You can probably hit Diamond that way too. Apex has communications and pinging down so well that playing with people who don't even speak the same language as you is not that much of a problem. Yes, you have to be a lot better at the game, but it's not impossible to play with your teammates muted. And if you still have trouble, go find 2 friends so you don't have to play with randoms. It's not impossible to find people to play with regularly. Another game that was mentioned was Fortnite. That's also a Battle Royale, so I'm sure it's not that much different, and I believe that Maddie from the documentary was playing by herself. Racing games were mentioned. That's an individual game. Arena shooters like Call of Duty are difficult with muted teammates, but it is possible to rank high in those games if you're good. Last was MOBAs like League of Legends, which you can also play with muted teammates and still do well in ranked. Let me just remind you that tactical shooters have the 2nd lowest participation from women. So I'm asking, are you trying to take the one exception to the muting rule and make it seem like it accounts for the entire conversation? Because if that's what you're doing, then that sounds really dishonest. And let me remind you that the purpose of the Vice and the BBC documentaries was to call for censorship. Those are very pro-censorship organizations. Censorship has all kinds of unintended consequences, which is why you have to be extremely careful about its implementation and why I would rather opt for teaching players how to deal with these situations without censorship. Because if we keep going down this route, eventually everything will get censored and eventually we won't be able to say anything. Case in point, let's go back to this line.
I'm cool with people being mean because I am bad or do something dumb. I'm not cool with people being mean because I have a trait that I cannot change about myself.
Okay, so we've established that it's fine to insult someone if they're bad at the game. Hassan also said something similar in his Twitch reaction to me.
When I, as a dude, get fucking harassed on the internet, okay? People are calling me an idiot, calling me, I don't know, fucking... They're calling me names, okay? That's entirely different than someone fundamentally undermining your existence by one of your intrinsic characteristics, okay?
So we all agree here They say it's okay to make fun of bad players. I think it's okay to do that as well. Now let's take a look at this. This is a notice that I got from EA Games Customer Experience Team. I have been playing online games my entire life, and this is certainly a first for me. I received a 3-day ban for saying that my teammate was bad at the game. Remember how we all agreed that it was okay to do that? Well, they are still censoring it. And he was bad at the game. In a ranked game, he ran like a mile away from his teammates and let us get jumped by an entire squad, which resulted in us losing a squad member. Should I have communicated that more nicely? Maybe, but does everything have to be sunshine and rainbows all the time? I don't think so, and I know Ludwig's followers don't think so because they have said a lot of mean things about me over the past month. By the way, they should be allowed to say those things because I believe in free speech. Free speech isn't for the speech you like, it's for the speech that you find offensive. So I would much rather resolve this with communication skills instead of censorship. Then we can spend time focusing on the real harassment issues like stalking, physical threats, and doxing. Alright, sorry that was a long segment, but I so often hear, I'm being oppressed, where the person complaining is also abusive. Next point.
Because there's no existing support there, a lot of female gamers don't want to go pro. Gen.G has been making strong efforts towards building a program of female gamers. You know, develop them, find coaches, you know, coach up these female talent, scout them out, and then really just make it worth their while to be the nail that sticks out.
Why does it need to be a program of female gamers? Why can't it just be a program of the best players?
They have that. What a useless point. They have both.
What I don't like here is that I made multiple arguments on affirmative action, and he goes for the weaker argument about Gen.G. But do you understand how that framing from the Gen.G guy is sexist? He said we have a team of the top 5 players that can be mixed sex, and then we have a team that's only women. Equality would be a male team, a female team, and a team of the best players. Now, it may be the case that all of their top players are male, so they can say, all of our top players are male, so we wanted to try out a team that's just women. That's a good argument. But that's not how it was framed in the news report, and that's the problem I have with it. It was framed, everything is sexist, so we need a women's team. This framing causes division between the sexes, which I honestly think was the purpose of the documentary because mainstream media does that constantly. Though Ludwig does kind of prove my point that affirmative action doesn't actually help people, which I thought was funny.
Gen.G has a Valorant team, the normal Valorant team with the best 5 players, nothing special. And it turns out they're kind of dog shit. And they also have a women's Valorant team that's totally separate, that tries to support women to make it more normalized in the space. They're also fucking dog shit. Shout out to Gen.G, both teams suck.
I love it when people make my point for me. Maybe Gen.G should stick to a narrative that is about merit instead of virtue signaling. By the way, I've used the word framing a lot, which is a media term. If you don't know what that means, framing is basically the way you present an idea. Ideas can be explained or described in lots of ways. Framing is how you choose to do that. Anyway, here's my stronger argument on the affirmative action thing being sexist.
There's mixed views about how to encourage more women into esports. One idea that's been trialled by Formula 1 esports this year is to guarantee a female player a spot in high-profile tournaments.
That is straight up sexism. Giving someone a spot not because of their skill, but because they were born a certain gender is sexist and it causes division. So by doing this, you are actually going to create more players who are less welcoming to women because you have made the environment unfair. Last argument is Ludwig.
Maddie even saw this and posted, I'm dying rewatching the video. There's no way this dude takes my portion of a documentary out of context. Who the wouldn't be pissed by not being able to play all 10 of their games because of power outage? Bro, what the I was 2 points away. Yeah, she was basically 2 points away from qualifying. Her row of TVs and monitors shut off, so she couldn't play out her game and then didn't qualify. And his logic to that was try harder and be more like Mr. Beast.
Again, they love to say this when they disagree, despite the validity of their claim. Maddie, you were completely in context. There was a power outage, which I did bring up, so how did I take you out of context? But you still had a chance to qualify. You even said that you had a second chance the next day.
I'm pretty devastated. There was a power outage, and I was 8 points away from qualifying. Top 200, but they didn't give us an extra 30 minutes so I could play my last game, so I guess I'm just ready for tomorrow because I know what to expect and I know I'll qualify if nothing else goes wrong.
Yeah, that situation was unfortunate, but the documentary was about getting women to place. My whole point was that if you couldn't make it easily to the top 200, then you probably weren't going to place.
And his logic to that was try harder and be more like Mr. Beast. which has about as much value as me saying, Jimmy Butler, you should maybe just shoot more three-pointers in practice and try a little bit harder and maybe spend a few more hours, and then maybe you wouldn't have missed this shot in Game 7 against the Celtics. You just didn't want it enough, unlike Mr. Beast, who does want it enough. Maybe next year, who knows?
There is no way you actually agree with this take in its full context. I'll explain what I mean by that, and I'll address the basketball game afterward. Maddie only practices 6 to 8 hours a day. That is not enough, and you have to know that being in the position that you're in as one of the top streamers and a millionaire. And you're also in the competitive Smash community. You don't get to these top positions unless you work all day, not just an 8-hour shift. Here's a little insider information on YouTube. If you want the kind of subscriber count that I have, then you need to make everything about YouTube. YouTube is your entire day. Ludwig, your friend Timmy does that, and I know your friend Hassan does that too.
I'm just a normal dude, okay? As normal as one can be while spending 8 to 12 hours every day on the internet by myself in a room.
And then he goes and exercises, which also counts as work because his appearance has an effect on his viewership. So I have a really hard time imagining that Ludwig thinks that he would be where he is pulling a 6 to 8 hour work day. Let me remind you that even the Cloud9 girls Valorant team says they practice all day.
It could be like a 10 to 14 hour job daily.
As I said in the original video, this sounds like the appropriate amount of practice to win at esports, and by comparison to the other all-female teams, Cloud9 White seems to do pretty well. So please, no one was taken out of context here. It is not unreasonable to say that if you aren't getting what you want, then put in more effort and find better mentors. This is not a basketball game with a score of 98 to 96 where it was close in the fourth quarter and she messed up at the last moment. She may have been close to the top 200, but she was nowhere near placing in that tournament. And if you want to use a cop-out and say that Fortnite wins are just RNG or random luck, well then why are you trying to make a career out of luck when there are so many other competitive games that aren't luck-based? It seems like a bad decision. Whether or not they agree with my point, it's the framing that I have a problem with. They said I was taking them out of context when I made every effort to not do that, like I always do in my videos, and I linked to the source material in the description so people could fact check it, which by the way, almost no other YouTubers do. There's a strong culture of not citing any sources on this website, and it's disgusting. Also, saying that there's no information in my video is bad faith framing. Last, I have a problem with him not showing the updated Pew data that I was referring to, and not trying to make his argument stand, even with that inconvenient information. I mean, you couldn't have missed it. It was on page 1. Unless, of course, you didn't actually read the full study.
I'm trying to actually heal the world.
I think he's saying this as a joke towards something else, but I also think he does want to make the world better. I've seen his actions outside of the video that he did on me, and I do think he's doing his best to be a good person. But I think the problem here is that he is unaware of the strategies that lead to a more cohesive group when faced with strong disagreement. It's kind of a major problem in today's world, especially in young people. When you don't take the time to notice the other side of the argument, that divides people. When you say a person can get nothing right or don't make a strong effort to point out good behaviors, you'll radicalize your audience against that person and people like that person. When you attribute malice to someone like saying they hate women because they disagree with your argument, you are radicalizing your audience. That's what cult leaders do to dissenters. That's what warmongers do when they want people to go to war. They always vastly mischaracterize the other side to make their followers believe that their opponent is evil. Speaking of Attack on Titan, because I know Ludwig is a fan of that show.
And I will say, the only other thing that got me through it, Attack on Titan. Attack on Titan is my savior in grace.
That's the metaphor of that show. It shows the evil of mischaracterizing the people you disagree with instead of making a strong effort to understand them and how that leads people to violence. That's all that show is. That's why a guy made a cartoon about a bunch of people with anime Spider-Man gear who kill giants. It's to teach people that lesson. So if you're moved by that show, then pay attention to what it's trying to say.
By the way, I'm like emotionally vulnerable. I cried every episode. I'm not even ashamed to say it. I literally cried every episode of season 2.
The things I mentioned earlier will toxify your audience. Clearly, Ludwig did not convince his audience against harassment. I got constant harassment from them for over a week after his video was made, and even now it hasn't fully died down. They called me all sorts of names, match-flagged my video, and dislike-bombed my channel. By the way, side note, one of the more interesting things to come out of this is that your followers are on the left, and even they hate the removal of the dislike button. So many people against me in the comments of that video have said, man, I wish I could see the dislikes. I'm the one who got dislike bombed, and I wish they could see the dislikes too. Here they are. I don't have a screenshot of it, but it was over 95% before Ludwig's reaction. So the next time you interview Susan Wojcicki, please tell her for me that everyone, left, right, and center, creators and viewers, hate the removal of the dislike button, including someone like me who was the victim of dislike bombing. By the way, if we're talking about the mental health of the creators, I've been reacted to a number of times over the years. I have never paid attention to the dislikes. All of my focus goes to the comments. So to me, what seems like a much better mental health choice for creators is to just allow them to mute all the comments from their view from the people who are subscribed to or were recently subscribed to a creator of their choice. That way, if someone who disagrees reacts to a video, people still get to say what they want to say in the comment section, free speech is maintained, but the creator doesn't have to see it. That's a much less authoritarian solution than removing all the comments or disabling important features like the dislikes. Alright, Ludwig segment over. Now let's get to the other people who reacted to my content, who all fall under the same category, which I call first impressions reactions, meaning they have never seen the video before reacting to it in front of their audience. Personally, I have a certain amount of respect for Ludwig because he actually watched the full video before reacting. None of these other people did that, which leads to all sorts of bad arguments when you're faced with a person that you disagree with. Usually, to create a fair argument, I have to watch the source material multiple times. You'll miss a lot of nuance on the first run. So if you were to watch Ludwig's video and then watch the other reactions, you'll notice that Ludwig is way fairer than everyone else, and I believe that is largely due to the simple fact that he watched the entire video before he responded to it. When you don't watch the whole video first, you'll screw up like this. Earlier they said Dota 2, right? What percentage of women play that game? 20%. What about another popular competitive game like Fortnite? 27%. Higher than Dota, but you can still—
Wait, 27% only? That's surprising.
See that there are way more male—
Also, why is he fucking mentioning Fortnite? If you're trying to make an argument about like competitive games, why don't you like look for Call of Duty or CSGO shit? What is the competitive aspect? Like Fortnite itself is just a popular fucking shooting game. But what? It's not like not exactly like a poppin'. Look at League.
Well, Hassan, the reason I brought that up is because the second half of the video talks about a Fortnite player. Also, I do mention League of Legends. If you pre-watched the video, you would have known why I brought up Fortnite. It's called setup and foreshadowing, which is a basic principle of writing. For example, Season 4 of Stranger Things. Spoiler warning, if you have not seen up to the end of Episode 4 of Season 4 Part 1, there's a timestamp on screen that indicates when I stop talking about it. Anyway, in Season 4 Part 1, a character named Max is shown wearing headphones and listening to music a lot in Episode 1. That does two things. One, it sets up that she's cutting herself off from her friends
Welcome
because of the
to my
trauma that
channel.
she experienced in Season 3. Two, later in that season there is a demon who attacks Max. The way to escape that demon is by listening to music. The heroes figure that information out at the last minute, so the writers had to explain why Max would just so happen to have the one thing that would let her escape the demon right when she needed it. If they didn't show her wearing headphones in Episode 1, then people would say that scene was stupid and not believable. So that's why I brought up the Fortnite stats. It's relevant later in the video. I swear, a lot of these big creators know so little about storytelling that it scares me. Maybe spend a little less time stealing money from the makers of MasterChef and learn how to create a narrative that is actually transformative.
He doesn't seem to be a fan of Twitch. Why? Because there's thoughts on there, and also people steal content probably in his mind.
Yeah, people do steal content on Twitch. A lot. You steal content on Twitch. Didn't you, Pokemon, and Misgift get in trouble recently for copyright violations?
You watch Avatar on Twitch? See, that's another lie. No one would be dumb enough to do that.
This right here is not transformative.
We say your food is good, bad, we're right.
Is this like Squid Game?
What this is.
So these aren't like professional chefs that they have? Oh my god, they have amateurs operating in like chefing environments, dude. This is gonna be so silly.
You asking, is this Squid Game and going bro a bunch of times is not adding value or changing the source material. So it's not fair use of copyrighted material. 100% of the value of you putting MasterChef on your stream is coming from MasterChef, not your ability to create a narrative from the source material. Also, there are quite a number of women engaged in inappropriate behavior right in front of children on Twitch. Go do that shit on an adult website, not while you're playing Mario Kart. So way to deny the issues of the website that you're on, Hassan. Probably because you're directly benefiting from copyright infringement, which is going to cause companies to crack down more, which will result in an overcorrection that further destroys fair use material. Do we not already have enough people abusing Content ID on YouTube? Do you really want to expand that to other areas?
It's crazy, like watching stuff like the Totally Not Mark, right? Like
Yeah.
Toei.
Yeah.
It's like nuking his channel.
Yeah.
Like talking about One Piece.
Yeah, for not even breaking DMCA.
Yeah. And then the Twitch streamers just go and watch the entirety of Hunter x Hunter. It's so dumb. And the
It's
fact that
really
people are trying
dumb.
to argue it's fair use or anything is just so stupid. I don't know. It just seems selfish to me.
It is.
And the fact that everyone's trying to call it a meta and play a joke with it and stuff is really frustrating.
And this is where I move on from my good opinion of Ludwig as a person to my not so good opinion of Hassan as a person. Not everything is bad about Hassan though. I watched him give advice on achieving goals. That was pretty good.
You know, you can build healthy habits, build short-term goals, and achieve them, and achieve mid-term goals, and ultimately achieve long-term goals. And the more you, it's like a video game. The more you can unlock quests and finish them, the better you do. So, and the more confident you become as a consequence of that, because no matter what happens, no matter what happens, you're like, well, dude, I did all this. I did all this shit. You know, this is me. I'm able to do this.
Very nice. He also tells people to leave creators that he criticizes alone.
Here's what we're not gonna do. We're not gonna fucking poke. Okay? I was thinking about this a lot. Here's one thing that we always in this community pick up on. We can stand from the sidelines and watch cringe shit together, but never tap the glass. You always tap the fucking glass. You need to stop it because that's the quickest way. That's the quickest way to stop the shit dead in its tracks. Never tap, unless I tell you to, okay?
I'm going to forget that last part where he says it's okay to attack other creators if he says so, and just take the argument in the spirit it was intended. Jeez, Hassan, I had this timestamp from over a month ago to make you look good, and I go back and watch it and realize that you screwed it up. Let's forgive him though. He's trying to say something good here. Anyway, I agree. When I make a video on someone, do not blow up their comment section with negative posts or dislike bomb their videos or send them nasty emails. That's very low class. So I appreciate that he said some good stuff, but man, when Hassan is going against someone he doesn't like, he turns into a demon. This guy constantly doesn't pay attention to the video and then accuses me of saying something completely horrendous that I didn't say. Here's an example of that.
I never understand this argument because, like, what's the take? Is it that, like, women are incapable of being good at video games? Like, are you 12? Like, what, you think their brains are stupid or dumber or something? I don't get it.
How in the hell do you get that from this video? Maybe watch more than 1 minute and 40 seconds of a 38-minute video before you make horrendous claims like that about the person you're criticizing. Because in reality, I fully believe that women are capable of being competitive in these spaces. That's why I said they don't need to be held up by sexist affirmative action practices, and it's why I spent time talking about the kind of work required to be successful in a very competitive field. You are radicalizing your audience by accusing me of things that I obviously don't believe. If you don't want your audience to tap the glass, then stop wildly mischaracterizing your opponents. Because when you make those kinds of comments, you are gearing them up to attack people because they think they are going after someone who is evil. The left and the mainstream media constantly do that by calling everyone alt-right. Even to the point where they call Ben Shapiro alt-right. Are you kidding me? He's Jewish. Do you not know the beliefs of the alt-right? But remember, the goal of all these reactions is to stop harassment. Way to lead by example, Hassan. You spent the entire video harassing me by your definition, and you made fun of my skin color, which communicates to your audience that this is desirable behavior.
When I make fun of, like, pasty little shit-skin incels, how are you, like, a 14-year-old pasty little incel on the internet? Shut the fuck up, you stupid, cringy, weirdo nerd, dude. You are just a pussy, dude.
You're a millionaire streamer with a huge following. Do you think people aren't looking up to you and copying your behavior? If you make arguments against people by mudslinging and calling your opponents names, then your audience is going to repeat that behavior. I mean, he is so bad with this stuff that one of his followers even called him out on it.
Hassan, I look up to you, but relax with these personally attacking people that have different opinions with you. It only makes people that have these ideas to turn off and reject your opinion, even if your opinion's right. Again, I respect and I know you mean the best, but, and you do get hate for bringing up these huge issues for change. We must keep them open-minded. Okay, guys, don't bully this person, okay? I think this is productive and constructive commentary. I don't think this person is criticizing me out of a malicious reason. I think he's saying that when I make fun of, like, pasty little shit-skin incels, I am going to less likely to turn... I'm going to be less likely at turning them around and having them recognize the error in their ways. I do think you're right. I admit, I do think you're right. It's something that I'm aware of, okay? It's something that I am aware of. But honestly, if you're this much of a fucking horrid, misogynistic weirdo, then, you know, making fun of you is fine. It's entertaining. You know what I mean?
Yeah, except I'm not a misogynist. I say good things about women all the time, and I've never taken the position of women are lesser than men, nor did I say women should not be allowed in the competitive space like you falsely accuse me of saying. For fuck's sake, you people are ridiculous. I mean, this logo you see here on my channel was drawn by a woman. If I had a terrible opinion of women, then why would I pay one to do art for my channel? And yes, she watches my videos. The only reason Hassan called me a misogynist is because he doesn't like my opinion, which is kind of a shitty thing to do. Then you called Melanie Mack a pick-me for agreeing with me and voicing an opinion that tons of women have.
And stop calling everyone a misogynist because they make a get in the kitchen joke on Xbox Live. It ain't that deep. It's a joke.
This is awesome, bro. He went and found the one pick-me argument, dude. That's great.
This is arguably quite sexist because it's like saying that as a woman, she's not allowed to have a different opinion from yours unless she has it for a bad reason. But in reality, it turns out that lots of women disagree with Hassan. Are all of them pick-me's?
You know, liberals don't even like Vosh.
Yeah,
Liberals
exactly.
Don't
I'm
even
like,
like Hassan. No. There are liberals who prefer to listen to Tim Pool all day than Hassan Piker and Vosh.
I'm not saying that I agree with Ashton's characterization, but take that as an example that there are tons of women who disagree with your viewpoints. Anyway, after seeing Hassan's air quote self-critique talking about his name-calling behavior, I watched his followers say, see, he admits to mistakes and is working on his behavior. True, he did admit to bad behavior, but that's not what counts. What counts is that right after he admitted to it, he immediately went back to the bad behavior and then tried to justify it. The self-critique doesn't matter if there's no changed behavior. Hassan is like the abusive boyfriend who promises he won't hit his girlfriend again, and then does it the next day while saying, well, you deserved it because you said something I didn't like. Like, holy crap, this guy has a lot of abuser patterns, and that's outside of all the messed up stuff he said in the past, like America deserved the attack on the Twin Towers, or laughing at the death of Herman Cain because he disagreed with his political views. But remember, this is all about harassment. So how does Hassan define harassment?
Obviously, there's harassment and toxicity against everyone. Come on, we've all fucking played video games. There's psychos no matter what. But that gets way worse when they're hitting you on the virtue of being a woman. That's a little bit more, that's a little different. It's not just like you're getting abused. You're not just getting harassed. You're getting like additionally harassed automatically.
So it's not okay to aim an insult at a woman on the basis of her being a woman. He is essentially saying what Ludwig said, which is that gendered insults are not appropriate. But let me ask you this. How many times did he call me an incel during this video? There's an archive of it on YouTube that I'll link in the description, but it's edited so it might not have every instance. However, he calls me that at least dozens of times. That's a gendered insult that is attacking someone on the basis of them being a man, because women don't get called incels. Here's Hassan admitting that incel is a gendered insult towards men.
Okay, to be fair, no one is fucking shitting on women and by telling them like, oh, I bet you never fuck. You know what I mean?
Geez, this guy is like doing a speed run to step all over his principles. And look, here he is doing it again. I wasn't even looking for this. Just like with Spontaneous, I didn't have to go through his entire internet history to find the one example of him breaking his principles. I found this randomly, which means he probably breaks this principle a lot.
I'm not crazy, right? Like, she looks too much like Ben Shapiro. Because when I first was made aware of this woman, whose name is Brett Cooper, I guess, I literally thought, like, she works for the Daily Wire, and I literally thought, like, oh, this is Ben Shapiro on, like, one of those, like, gender swap apps or something. Like, deep fake. Or, like, just a deep fake. Like, they put, like, a, Ben Shapiro's face on a woman's body. So, let's talk about Brenda Shapiro. Like, it's fucking freaking me out. I can't look at this anymore. It's hurting my fucking brain. Seeing how much she looks like Ben Shapiro, it's weird.
Let me ask, is that an appearance factor that she can change? Well, that's rhetorical because the answer is no. So why is Hassan making fun of her appearance, saying that she looks like a man, and saying that her appearance is causing him a disgust response? Gee, that sounds super empathetic of you.
Part of my content straight up is to try and show you that, like, no, I am, you can be a cool person and be empathetic. And
I think it's a crime to associate Hassan with the word empathy. You obviously don't care about the use of these insults because you use them all the time against people who disagree with you. All you've done here is say, it's wrong if you guys use these insults against me, but I can go ahead and use them against you whenever I want, and that's incredibly hypocritical. Hassan also has that same issue that I mentioned before, which is that no matter what I say, I'm always wrong. Even when we agree on stuff, he always has to make me look like trash. Like be a nurse. That's a pretty lateral move from fitness. Nurses also make a ton of money, and they have a lot of flexibility in their schedule.
He's like so condescendingly like offering her career advice. I don't even think she's gonna be successful in whatever she's doing either, but like, Jesus Christ, dude.
He did that a bunch in this stream. For context, there was a girl from a video I did who wanted to be a successful social media influencer, and it was very clear that she was not going to be successful based on her personality. For the record, I'm not stupid. I expect zero of the people who I make videos on to take any advice that I offer them. The advice is not for them. It's for people who are having similar issues. I am being super critical of people because that's the type of critique that is required to make people successful. Almost everyone who that criticism is aimed at will get offended and reject everything you say, especially the people I cover who are constantly in denial about everything. Again, it's weird that a creator who is as popular as Hasan is doesn't know something like this. I mean, we are talking about basic influencing techniques. Read a book on psychology. All of the advice I give is aimed at people watching the video with an example they can disassociate from, so they don't instantly reject what I'm saying because the commentary is not directed at them. Here's the funny part though. The guy who makes money off streaming full uncut episodes of MasterChef says bruh a bunch of times and then calls that work, calls my content lazy.
It literally is like, it's so lazy. This kind of argument is so lazy because you already have a built-in audience for it, okay? It's my least favorite type of fucking content. You're trafficking this argument to an audience that is already receptive to it, that already has that fucking attitude. So you're not even fucking trying.
Dude, you're doing a first impressions reaction. Tons of my videos take longer just to timestamp than it took you to react to 2 of my videos. Not to mention outlining, writing, assembling all the video clips, fact-checking and proofreading, recording, editing, fact-checking again, and watching the video at least twice before the upload to check for errors. These videos are a shitload of work. This is also super ironic coming from Hasan because the way he frames his arguments leads to the kind of audience that he's talking about. The minute you start name-calling, no one on the opposing side is going to listen to you. I mean, you are even pissing off your own following by doing that. This kind of content is not welcoming to people who disagree with you, so they aren't going to watch your stream. Because of the terrible way you treat your
Looking
opponents,
for fun
it's only going to appeal to
_bot_master.
people who already like what you have to say,
Welcome to my
or
channel.
people who are too young to have formed an opinion. And holy crap, there were so many points where Hasan was like, oh my god, I got this sick burn on him. I bet he would be so mad about this. For example,
why are you so scared? Are you scared that women are gonna fucking own you? Or they're gonna teabag you? That's gonna hurt your fucking soul. It's gonna hurt your feelings, break your soul, crush you. Is that what it is? It's all good, brother. For the record, I 100% stand by this. Every single girl in that fucking video would wreck this dude. 1,000,000%.
no shit, they're professionals. If you're a professional and you can't absolutely wreck an average player, then quit. A professional getting wrecked by a normie would be like me getting wrecked by someone in views who does YouTube as a hobby. I mean, what kind of argument is this? I never said I was good enough to compete against professional competitors. Also, teabagging is hilarious. If a girl got a sweet kill on me and then teabagged right after, I would laugh my ass off. Look, Spontaneous from earlier did some teabagging in this video here. That was funny. She actually earned some respect from me for doing that. Okay, final point for Hasan, then we'll transition to Vosh. I feel like I have to mention it because both Hasan and Ludwig seem to think that this was an amazing burn. This is in reference to It's Timmy, the Apex Legends player.
He clearly likes Timmy too. I'm assuming this dude likes Apex Legends and watches his Timmy. That's why he posted this. That's why he put it in here. Luckily, I know who Timmy is. He's a sweetheart. I love him. Let me just say real quick that Timmy would fucking despise this dude. Okay, so that's number one. You know, he's a wonderful person. I'm just gonna point that out. He fucking literally, absolutely fucking hate this person.
What's apparent about a lot of these creators is that they have zero respect for the intelligence of their opponent. I know that Timmy's beliefs are different than mine. He's on Twitch. Twitch is a giant echo chamber for the left. In terms of people who are popular on Twitch, probably the closest thing you'll get to a conservative is Charlie White, and he's a centrist. Right-wing people aren't big on Twitch, so I know Timmy disagrees with me politically. That's why I put him in the video. But Hasan makes it seem like I've built an altar to Timmy in my mother's basement, and I was thinking that if I just put Timmy in a video, Senpai would notice me and we could finally be best friends and play Apex together. Come on, this is my profession. I know how this business works. Because of a bunch of assholes polarizing everyone politically, I know there are tons of people who I watch that I will never be able to talk to because we have different political beliefs. Things weren't always like that, by the way. People who had different beliefs used to be able to get along. Do you know what ruined that? It's statements like this.
Now, the guy who made this video is like gold in Apex Legends and looks up to Timmy because he went from bronze to predator. And I want you to know, man, Timmy doesn't give a fuck about you and probably thinks you're a piece of shit for your ideas. I wouldn't use him as examples because I don't think he's on your side, brother.
What kind of messed up statement is that? I used Timmy in that video on purpose because I knew he was on the opposing ideological side. Are you saying that I can't say good things about people because they don't have the same beliefs as me? Clearly that's something that you think because you said nothing good about me. Neither did Hassan unless he was joking. Meanwhile, I've said something good about every person in this video. Oh wait, I forgot Maddie. That's more difficult because there's not as much information on her, but she does have a little bit of a Twitch and a YouTube following, and for her size, a lot of her graphics like her intro clips, banners, and thumbnails are really good. Speaking of Maddie, the only slight point that Ludwig gave me was agreeing that Maddie's coach sucked. No, that's not your job, and if you think it is, then you're an assistant, not a coach.
Fair enough.
This point was quite subtle, and he insults me immediately after saying it, so I'm not sure whether to count it or not. But do you not see how your statement about Timmy is a problem? We don't agree on certain issues, but I very much want to bring this world back to a place where people who disagree can still talk to each other. For that to occur, there needs to be some sort of mutual respect. The Zoomers might not remember this because it happened a while ago, but I want the world to go back to a place where Ben Shapiro can have a fervent disagreement with Piers Morgan about weapons, but then shake hands on the Sunday special when it comes to free speech.
The most important thing is to maintain the ability to have a democratic debate with people, and to be able to sit with people that you fundamentally don't agree with, and to listen to things that you find fundamentally offensive, but actually respect someone's right to think differently to you.
That's how things used to be not a decade ago. A part of restoring that is saying, hey, you see this guy Timmy? He's on the left, but he did this really cool thing right here and handled this abusive player pretty well. Do you think a better world is one where I don't say good things about people simply because we don't have the same ideas? Honestly, I was unhappy about Hassan saying things I didn't actually say and for mischaracterizing me, but the most offensive comment I heard was from Ludwig saying that I shouldn't use people on the opposing side as a good example of moral behavior. And after reading a lot of comments around this, I think a pretty sizable amount of people agree with Ludwig's sentiment. That was a strong black pill moment, and I'm spending so much time on this video because I don't want to live in a world where people are only around people they agree with. And here's the big issue with all these reactions. None of these people have really watched any of my content, and it's very apparent. This is compared to how much of people's content that I watch before I make a video on them. Because before I make a depiction on who that person is, I want to make damn sure that I don't just feel that way simply because I watched a bad video of theirs, or a viewer of mine said, hey, watch this one video from this creator, it's super offensive and I know you won't like it. Can you see how unfair that is? Well, that is essentially every one of these reactions. You were specifically sent that video because the person who sent it to you knew you would think it was bad, so if you only watch that one video, you're going to have a very negative opinion of the person that you're reacting to. Which is why I didn't only watch one video from any of the people in this reaction. I watched like 20 of Ludwig's videos, I watched about 10 of Spontaneous's videos, and I watched like 5 of Maddie's videos. Hassan and Vosh are a little more difficult to count by videos because one video can be hours long, but I've watched at least 10 hours of Hassan's content, and I've probably watched about 15 hours of Vosh's content. None of these people did that for me. They want to talk about compassion, fairness, and morality when they haven't even done the bare minimum to interpret their opponents fairly. I mean, people in Timmy's comments on Twitter were bragging about how little of my video they watched before they created a negative opinion on me. Do you think maybe your lack of research and investigation might be affecting your followers' actions? There was even a creator who ran a contest to see how little of my video he could make it through before calling me a bad person and quitting.
Austin showed me this channel that some streamers have been watching called Think Before You Sleep, and he said he doesn't think I'll make it past 3 minutes.
Spoilers, he didn't finish the video. Hassan didn't watch the full video either on both occasions, and in fact, during the cut video he reacted to, he pressed play and just walked out of the room to do something else.
First I gotta go pee while this plays, but I can't wait to hear this. This is Zoomer insult shit apparently.
Like, I was nice to him.
Man, if I could have followed this clip with her saying, I'm so wonderful, why won't anyone date me? Oh, but certainly he rewinded, right? No, he didn't, and he actually walks away from the stream while my video is playing multiple times. And oh my god, does he make so many bad arguments because he wasn't paying attention to the video. And I know he didn't watch the video before the stream because he said this.
Last night was nothing. I was just like sitting around watching TV shows,
trying to figure out something to do and being incredibly bored. I was so bored I started watching YouTube videos by myself. Like, I've never done that before. I have not done that in a very long time. You know what I mean? Like, I felt weird watching a YouTube video off stream. Like, at this point, if I watch a YouTube video off stream, I'm like, what? Why am I doing this? This is weird. I need to be watching it on stream.
None of these people really watched my content before calling me all sorts of horrible things, including Ludwig. Credit where credit is due though, because at least he did watch the full video before reacting. But he posted his video like 16 hours after Timmy's tweet that was posted at 10:26 p.m., which means many of those hours he was probably sleeping, and in reality, he likely only spent a few hours on his video. There is no way he spent time going through my other content in an attempt to have a more fair viewpoint of my beliefs before he made his reaction. Like I said, that video was specifically handpicked as something that Ludwig would not like. Do you know how terrible my opinion of Ludwig would be if I only watched one of his videos? That's not what I did though. As I said, I watched around 20 of them, and typically what happens is the more I watch of someone, the less radical my opinions of them become. After watching more of his content, I ended up saying, you know what? I didn't like this video that he made here, but outside of that, we actually agree on a lot. This guy isn't so bad, and it looks like he tries to help people. That happens all the time when I make videos, and none of these creators are doing that. This communicates to their followers that they shouldn't investigate people thoroughly before forming an opinion on them, which radicalizes people. No wonder so many of their followers were bragging about how they didn't watch any of my content and then proceeded to call me all kinds of names instead of commenting with actual criticism against my ideas. That behavior is being modeled by the creators they look up to. With that said, I think that Vosh is best for the final section of the video because he perfectly embodies someone jumping to the wrong conclusion in a ton of places when the smallest amount of investigation would have led him to the correct answer. Now, I'm not really going to spend time reacting to his arguments. Much like Hassan, half of Vosh's arguments are name-calling, so I didn't really find any strong counter-arguments that weren't just him misrepresenting what I said. A reason for that is because on many occasions he wasn't paying attention or remembered things incorrectly and didn't go back to fact-check them, which resulted in him saying a ton of wrong stuff. Because of that, we are primarily going to talk about his behaviors. Here's Vosh.
Obviously, she thinks she's cute, that's for sure. All these different angles and all that.
Dude, he is.
Oh, when I learned that this is how femoids do it, hold on. When I learned this is how femoids do it, they'll take like 50 selfies and they'll choose the best one.
Alright, I know that was a bunch of nothing, but I showed that to illustrate just how much he interrupts the intro clip, which was 25 seconds. He paused the video roughly 3 times during that time period. Then he hits this part. I know I only showed 1 clip of him compared to the 3 clips I showed of her, but everything he said about her was so mild. He even compliments her.
Wait, what even happened? What even happened to warrant the reaction here? Like, it's a whole cut video, and he pulled 1 5-second clip of her being like, I don't know, this is weird. And that... Okay.
Yeah, it's because you paused the video like a million times and weren't paying attention. The intro hook clip was 25 seconds, not 5. But did he go back and look for context and try to better understand what was being argued? No, he just accused me of being off the rails and moved on. Let me show you the full clip to add context to why I called her a hypocrite.
You're going to be putting yourself out there by letting your date go through your phone before they meet you. Okay, she's gonna look through your phone first.
I feel like he is shorter than me. He has the weirdest shit in here. He screenshots everything. Like, it's just a slight bit creepy.
Obviously, she thinks she's cute, that's for sure. All these different angles and all that.
Dude, he is so judgy. Like, I was nice to him.
Do things make more sense now? She said all of these rude things and yet accuses him of being the rude one with no self-awareness of her own behavior by saying she was being nice. She wasn't being nice. Neither of them were nice. That was the point of the video. Let's go back to the Pew study for a second. Men actually get harassed more, but women complain more about being harassed. Perfect example of that. She rudely commented on his height by effectively calling him short, which is an intrinsic quality that he can't change, while he made fun of her phone not being charged and taking too many pictures, which is something that she can change. I'm going to remove Vosh from this part of the conversation because I don't know his opinion on it, but by Ludwig and Hassan's definition, the comments that she levied against him were worse. Anyway, back to my argument about Vosh not paying attention. This is why these first impression reactions are a trash format for producing fair arguments and framing your opponents properly. So many people in my comment section were like, wow dude, Vosh owned you, bro. No he didn't, he wasn't paying attention half the time and he made up a bunch of crap that I didn't say. Hassan did the same thing. The only person who did pay attention was Ludwig, and that's because...
Oh my god, what a drama.
na zemlji. Volio kurac onda.
Zero Zero Tylerbit. Welcome to my channel.
Gotovo ručka. Nije još. Šta je, ti treba moj telefon? Ne, nego samo ti kažem,
Uziš čeg?
mnogo ćete tako u paketu, znaju da ste iskusni radnici, znaš, dvojica, trojica kad pođete. To ti pričam. ljubav moja.
Because he reacted in a different format and actually did some preparation. Now, I don't agree with most of what he had to say, but at least I didn't watch him spending half the video fumbling all over himself like Vosh and Hassan. To further illustrate my point, here's Vosh not paying attention again.
What do you look for in a partner?
Someone that's also open and honest.
Actions speak louder than words.
What? Wait, again, what? Wait, what did she do that wasn't open and honest? Wait, we're just seeing like random clips taken. What did she do that wasn't open and honest?
He flat out admits that he wasn't paying attention here, so let me explain it to you. Chloe says she's looking for a partner who is honest. Austin says things that are honest and she immediately gets offended. Actions speak louder than words. She says she wants honesty, but her behaviors show that she doesn't. Compared to Austin, where she's dissing his height and suggesting that he's weak, but he just makes fun of himself and laughs it off.
Are you ready to go into the other room?
Sure. I'm ready to make a fool of myself.
He says he works out.
Yeah, a little bit, it looks like.
Yup. Yeah, she's yoked.
I'm bigger than you.
She could beat the shit out of me for sure.
I feel like he is shorter than me.
How tall are you, Chloe?
I'm 5'10".
Oh yeah, she could tower right over me.
That's a guy who can handle honesty, and this is what I was talking about with the Rainbow Six player Spontaneous, who makes videos of all the commentary she gets during gameplay. These people have very little ability to make a joke at their own expense, and it's why they get messed with way more than they should by other players. Meanwhile, Austin here is laughing and having fun at this silly cut experiment, while Chloe gets mad when he says something that she doesn't like. Now, Vosh is a professional. I shouldn't have to sit here and explain the context because his format is terrible and he wasn't paying attention. By the way, I'm not saying that you have to quit your job to be fair. I'm saying make a slight change. Just watch the video before you react to it on stream. You can double speed the video and finish it in like 10 minutes. This is not that much work for an hour and 16 minutes of content. But maybe that is too much to ask. After all, Vosh is so lazy that he does this.
I don't think we can ever trust the content of this video based on his description that he doesn't show, because he will like flagrantly lie about and mischaracterize even the shit he does show, right?
Big self-report and projection from Vosh here. I know it's a lot of work, but if you watch the cut video, watch my video, and then watch Vosh's reaction, you'll see tons of times where he does exactly this to me. And it gets better. Here's the lazy part.
For all we know, in the original cut video, which I am not going to watch because I do not care, like, everything that he doesn't show plays out way differently or whatever. But, you know, it's impossible to say. I don't care.
Vosh, the cut video is like 6 minutes. That's 3 minutes of your time if you speed it up. You didn't even have to look the video up because I linked it in the description. I couldn't have made it any easier for you, and this is not that much work to fact check. Yet Vosh will do his show and accuse me of taking people out of context when he didn't even watch the source material to verify if his statement was true or not. This is a horrible way to treat your opponents. Again, I couldn't have made it any easier for him to see if the clips were taken out of context or not. Really, he's just telling you to not trust him when he says he does research. But I swear I almost got brain damage from how many times I had to facepalm from people saying, "Dude, Vosh destroyed you, bro." Like I said, half the video he's not even paying attention. The other parts he's using ad hominem attacks or name-calling instead of making an argument. Then he accuses me of things I don't believe, followed by stepping on his own morals. Speaking of...
No, yeah, I said this before shoot, but it reminds me of Teal Deer, where he'll pause every, like, 8 nanoseconds on an Anita Sarkeesian video to, like, wildly misinterpret everything being said very arrogantly, you know?
Says the guy who paused the 25-second clip several times, and for over an hour, made up a bunch of things I didn't say. Another self-report and projection from Vosh. That being said, now it's time to compliment Vosh. I have to admit that I had a certain idea of what his reaction was going to be, and it turned out that a part of that idea was wrong. I actually gained some respect for Vosh after watching this, because he did what really none of the other creators did. Vosh spent a lot of time pointing out parts where he agreed with me, and he wasn't subtle about it either. Here's one example of this. Tons of women out there are okay with dating a guy who is 2 or 3 inches shorter, which is within Austin's range. Everyone has those little gray areas of things they will accept that are outside of their preferences.
Okay.
What makes people go against their physical preferences? A person's personality.
This is true. People are way more judgy about physical gatekeeping when they don't know who the person is. But if you know who a person is and you like them and their personality, people are usually way more willing to be permissive of, like, different appearance things or whatever. That's totally true.
I couldn't believe it. I've watched so many videos of people reacting to me where they just say, absolutely nothing is good about this guy. He is a demon and you must hate him. So it was refreshing to see at least one of them give me some points, which softens up a lot of the bad faith framing that Vosh perpetrated in this video. I will say that if you want a lot of examples of Vosh giving points to an opponent, then the other video of mine he reacted to about the Hot Ape Lady and Marnie Kinrys is a better example. He agrees with me a lot in that video. I still have issues with him because he constantly argues in bad faith, but credit where credit is due. He gave his audience a chance to see me in a good light, which leads to less radicalization, and I appreciate that. Speaking of him reacting to the Hot Ape video where I talked about dating coaches who give terrible advice, here's something that I thought was funny, which is completely missing the point when it comes to people who actually need this product.
No, wait, he's correct about this as well. The framework that she's laying out can be useful in some circumstances, but there are underlying levels of charisma that you need to have mastered before any of this can work.
Oh no. Oh, God!
I wonder if I would have been more charitable to him from the beginning if I had known more about her.
Yes, you would have. That's my point. I mean, you're a professional. Do some prep work and research before your show. Get to know someone before you speak about them in front of an audience. Now, just for transparency, I did cut that clip short because I wanted people to focus specifically on that part. He immediately takes the comment back and calls me a name. Alright, as I began to wrap this video up, I want to go over what I believe Vosh felt his strongest argument against me was. This was kind of difficult because there was no clear-cut moment where it was like, man, you got me, like Hassan and Ludwig did with the Timmy clip. Most of Vosh's arguments were insults, projections, him saying things that I didn't say, him stepping on his morals, and him constantly showing that he wasn't paying attention. So I don't feel like there was a strong gotcha moment from Vosh in his reaction, but what I will do is have him explain why he doesn't like my channel.
The incel stuff, like all of the related political points, touch on real issues, but then the people pick up on them with like absolutely batshit advocacy, right? Like there is real stuff to be said about male loneliness and about unfair judgment towards men's appearances and towards dating apps and towards like all this crap, you know. And then they pick it up and they're just insane about it, you know.
Strange, because that's my exact problem with feminism. That's also the problem I had with the Vice and the BBC documentaries. They said the issue was that women aren't winning esports tournaments. And yeah, I can agree that's a problem. If there are women who want to win and they aren't winning, that's an issue. Which is why I spent 15 minutes of that video talking about how to develop the kind of skill required to be a success in a super competitive market. A lot of women watched that video and understood that, but what the BBC said was batshit crazy.
There's mixed views about how to encourage more women into esports. One idea that's been trialled by Formula 1 esports this year is to guarantee a female player a spot in high-profile tournaments.
They said that if women aren't winning, then we should give them a top spot even if they didn't earn it. That idea is called affirmative action. This kind of thinking is a very common belief of the left. It's present everywhere and it's screwing up society. The first thing it does is immediately piss off the people who were qualified but didn't get the position because they were born into the wrong sex or race. That's why I say that affirmative action is a divide and conquer strategy from the media and politicians to make people hate each other so they don't pay attention to all the evil things that the media and politicians are doing. Second, you will really screw things up when you hire based on race and gender instead of how qualified the person is for the job. That will collapse society. It's certainly collapsing Hollywood. How many crappy movies have we had to suffer through because of the diversity hiring that leads to nobody knowing what they're doing, and because those people care more about the agenda than making content people want to see? I don't think there's any bigger evidence that these programs don't work than watching tons of Hollywood movies tank. So, Vosh makes a lot of assumptions. I think it's fine to make assumptions. The big problem I have with Vosh, though, is that he makes very little effort to make sure his assumptions are correct, so a lot of them end up being completely wrong. As far as I can see, Vosh didn't actually spell out what my insane solutions to the problem were. Because of that, I'm going to have to make an assumption on what Vosh thinks I believe, based on things he said in this video. I think this is most indicative of how he characterizes me.
This channel is to get angry at women existing. Like, nothing in this channel makes sense at all. Like, it's completely... It's completely disconnected from reality, unless you have a pre-existing hatred of women, in which case everything here just exists to make you go like, you know, like get really seethingly angry at it, you know?
Guess what, Vosh? It turns out that my content appeals to lots of women. Here's my audience metrics for the past 28 days, ending the day before Ludwig made his reaction video. About 20% of my audience is female here, and typically my female audience is around 15 to 20%. That's incredibly high considering that my content is marketed primarily to things that men care about. Even still, tons of women watch this channel and agree with me. So you're wrong, Vosh, and so are all the other people who said that my channel only appeals to men. Now here's where I'm going to make the assumption of what Vosh thinks I believe. Multiple times Vosh has characterized me as like a basement-dwelling incel who has never talked to a girl before and sits on Reddit all day. Personally, I don't have any involvement with that community, so I don't understand their beliefs all that well, but I have heard things over the years. I'm assuming that Vosh believes that I agree with the people who say repeal the 19th Amendment. And this is why you need to actually watch people's content uninterrupted before you make tons of assumptions about them. Over the years, I've said many times that the idea that women's suffrage should be removed or their rights should be taken away is completely stupid. Not only is it stupid, it's abusive. No taxation without representation. That applies to women too. No taxation without representation is a core principle to the founding of America, and people shouldn't be removed from that because they weren't born the right gender. Second, I've heard a lot of these Reddit people say, I found some psychologist with 5 moral principles and he says women are immoral. That is also dumb. If men and women in general follow different moral patterns, it's probably that way for a reason. For example, when women reject guys, they rarely say, I don't want to go out with you because I don't like you. Most of the time they are indirect and say things like, I'm busy that day, I'm not really interested in that kind of activity, or I have a boyfriend. Generally, women won't directly say they don't like you, at least when they're in person. Why? Because there's a strength disparity between men and women. If she rejects you and you turn out to be insane, then she's in danger. Think of how many requests women get. Just one of those has to go wrong for her to be in a bad situation. So you're damn right girls are going to be indirect. Alright, enough assumptions. Let me go with things that Vosh actually said. I made a video talking about female dating coaches that said you shouldn't take their advice, primarily because they don't have any actual experience attracting other women. During the video, Vosh says this.
I like the implication that male dating coaches have a sterling reputation, as because all the shit that my audience, are making fun of that woman for is because she's doing the same thing that a lot of male pickup artists do. I want this guy to review pickup artists that he likes. That's what I want to see.
Actually, I don't like any male pickup artists, so I agree with you, and I mean I strongly agree. All of the male PUAs I've seen are trash. Now I'm sure that there are 1 or 2 moral PUAs out there who aren't bad people. A broken clock is right twice a day, but the vast majority of them are really awful, like the people from Real Social Dynamics. I believe Owen Cook is a drug addict whose irresponsible behavior led to an unplanned pregnancy. What about the stuff that Julian Blanc did? Outside of Real Social Dynamics, what about the godfather of pickup, Neil Strauss, cheating on his wife? Now, Simple Pickup did pretty well on YouTube for a while, but they all ended up screwing each other over years later. How about more recent PUAs like Fresh and Fit? Fresh and Fit were all for free speech until people started pointing out that Fresh Prince CEO wasn't that good at talking to women. Then they felt the need to abuse DMCA to censor opinions they didn't like. Fortunately, those DMCA claims failed. Here's something interesting. On their High Value Academy website, they have this one note where it says Fresh has slept with over 1,000 women. No way that guy has slept with that many women unless he's paying the girls. Oh, and one last thing to emphasize. Myron frequently says that it's okay for men to cheat on women, but it's not okay for women to cheat on men. That's the same kind of double standard that I criticize feminism for. Full disclosure, I have watched some of their content in the past and reacted to some of their videos because I had some hope that they were a new generation of PUA and weren't like the old generation. But as time went on, I found out that they weren't much different from the old PUAs, and I immediately removed the reaction videos I made on their content. Oh, and by the way, I got rid of those videos even though they were still getting tons of views and making me money. One more assumption from Vosh.
Do you think anywhere in any of this guy's videos, when just sort of incidentally using examples of behaviors, he has a positive example from a woman? Like, it's very obvious that the only reason we're supposed to feel this way about these interactions is because the woman's a woman, the guy's a guy, right? Like, there's no fucking way this guy would ever pull out, like, a contrary example.
Wrong again. If you watched more than 2 of my videos, you would know that's not true. I actually hesitated in using that example in that particular video he is reacting to because it was a guy looking good and a woman looking bad. I hesitated because I knew someone like Vosh would come along and wrongly insinuate that I purposefully picked that example because of sexism, when in reality, I am begging for situations like that to be the other way around, because I actively go out of my way to show women doing good things all the time, and I do that because I think it's abusive to say that people can only do things that are wrong. So I'll often try to say positive things about the people I'm criticizing if I can catch them doing something good. And yes, I also show women who I think are positive role models. Here are two fairly recent videos that I made about women who I think are amazing. The first is Jeanette McCurdy, who suffered a pretty traumatic childhood, but now uses that experience and her social media presence to promote awareness for mental health. She's a recovered anorexic, so her advice on overcoming addiction is really solid, and it comes from personal experience.
I'm rambling because I care very much about like helping in any way that I can people with eating disorders. I just think there's such a waste of time. I think they take so much potential out of people, and it's like heartbreaking to me that there's all these people out there who could be so much more, but they're just wasting their time on this addiction that's like defeating that. It's just it's so bothersome.
What people don't know is that I heard about Jeanette's story way before that video with her in it, and I waited close to a year to find something that was relevant to her so I could put her in a video as a positive example. The second video I made was about Lacey Green. That video did pretty well, but I wish it had done better because I wanted more people to see what she did. Years ago, Lacey tried to repair the divide between feminists and anti-feminists by opening up a conversation with Sargon of Akkad. The crazy thing here is that she was the one who was wronged in her battle with Sargon, yet she was brave enough to initiate a dialogue with him to repair their relationship. While the anti-feminist crowd really appreciated that, unfortunately, the feminist crowd flipped out, started harassing her, made up lies about her, and she lost a lot of friends. Feminists have a tendency to be incredibly intolerant of differing opinions. That's why I'm critical of modern feminism.
I really value loyalty. I'm a very loyal person, and I find more of my, like politically, I find more of my moderate to right-leaning friends are, at the end of the day, even if they think I'm like a crazy nut job liberal or whatever,
right,
they aren't gonna just up and leave me and, you know, stop talking to me like many of my liberal friends have. You know, I've never been abandoned by my right-wing friends over my views, but left-wing, absolutely.
Here's the thing, though. Both of these women are on the opposing political side. We are not on the same team. Lacey and I definitely disagree on a lot of stuff, but it's her actions, not her beliefs, that make her a good person. I'm pretty sure that Jeanette is also on the left, and I still said good things about her. Why can't these people reacting to me do that? Why do I so often see people like Hassan saying things like this?
Okay, it might be GG's for these homies because, you know, they make money off of it, and it's like really hard to come back from that. That's why I really respect like content creators who literally go down the fucking right-wing pipeline, but then they stop themselves personally, and they're like, you know what the fuck is going on? This is wrong, and literally take a hit and change their attitude, change their behavior, change their minds. I really always respect that. You know, Ethan is a great example of this.
Ethan Klein, the guy who encouraged multiple acts of terrorism during a stream? Wow, this stream from Hassan did not age well. Like, it didn't even take a month for it to age poorly. That gaffe from Ethan was not too hard to predict, though. He's done a lot of bad stuff over the past 2 years. By the way, let's have Hassan clarify what he means by the right-wing pipeline.
That is where I started when I was watching online content creators, which led to GRE, Jordan Peterson, Shapiro, etc. I used to listen to these people 5 hours a day. Glad I'm not listening to them anymore. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, that is how that works. I mean, that's you go down that fucking pipeline. You're looking for advice.
I wanted to be charitable by saying he is just talking about the very small portion of people who are on the alt-right, but he literally just said you are a bad person for listening to regular conservatives that at least half the country would agree with. By the way, Joe Rogan is on the left, not the right. I've listened to him for almost a decade, and he has promoted all sorts of left-wing policies during that time period. In fact, I remember an episode where he sat down with your Uncle Cenk as a friend. I wonder what happened to that.
So, I mean, I don't know if you ever heard the story, but like the reason I left MSNBC is I got a speech from the head of the network, Phil Griffin, who said, I was just in Washington, they're not happy with your tone, and we're the establishment here, and you got to start acting like it.
Whoa.
Isn't that amazing?
It's not just amazing, it's like a scene in a movie.
And I'm on there from January to April. Okay, at that point, April I get the speech, and I think to myself, fuck that, I'm not doing that.
This whole thing is messed up. People aren't bad just because they have conservative beliefs, and people aren't bad just because they're on the left. So stop disparaging and mischaracterizing the other side like that. Stop saying the ends justify the means and doing whatever it takes to win with no consideration to all the destruction you cause to achieve that goal. Whoever wins this battle, when you come home, you still have to live next to the losers. Do you want to live next to a bunch of losers you hate and despise? Or would you rather be in a place where you can challenge a disagreeing party to a battle of ideas, where both of you come out stronger by the end of it, instead of hating each other's guts? I don't know how many of you have experienced something like that, but those kinds of conversations are incredibly fun. And we also have a lot of evidence that they're entertaining to people. I would argue that they're more entertaining than the mudslinging debates that we're used to, because Jubilee's Middle Ground and Steven Crowder's Change My Mind segments do extremely well. But we don't get good conversations like that if we continue this stupid political debate meta where everyone who is not on your side is evil, while people like Hassan and Vosh wildly mischaracterize their opponents. And they get away with stuff like that because there are a ton of people out there who believe it's okay, who are propping those creators up. So the solution is what it always is, which is to fix things at the individual level. You don't want to be mischaracterized or name-called? Then don't do those things to other people. You want people to listen to you and take your ideas into consideration? Then you must do that for them first. If you want people to be empathetic, then you have to show empathy. Be the change you want to see in other people. It's an old cliche, but it's repeated a lot because it's true. Anyway, thanks for watching, follow me on Twitter, and I'll see you in the next video.
No way, it's just gonna delete Dracula. No way. Oh my...
Can you read what that is?
That would say normie.
You know what a normie is?
Basic, maybe? You know?
Okay. So a normie, slang for a normal person.
Okay.
Especially someone seen to have conventional, mainstream tastes, interests, viewpoints. I have brought a specimen for you.
What do you call it? You call me a normie?
Blake.
Huh.
When is the Super Bowl happening?
Super Bowl is going to be next
Class,
Sunday.
students, behold. Who's playing?
We got the Philadelphia Eagles versus the Kansas City Chiefs. So it's gonna be a good one, man. Monday I got the. I'm gonna be there. I'm gonna watch it. I'm
Blake, come up here. Observe the demeanor. What's the last movie you watched?
Last movie I watched, let me think, on the spot. Watched the new Black Panther, man.
No joke.
Wakanda Forever. Dude, it was a great movie, great cinematography.
Powerful.
Yeah, super impressed with it, man. I think they did a great job. Really, couldn't say anything good.
Take a seat, Blake.
Don't märka den.
So, that's okay. That's okay. What would a school be if I expected every student that walks through these doors to know it all? We have a little bit of a test. Blake, do you know what anime is?
Yes, I do know what anime is. Correct. Yep.
What's your favorite anime?
On top of my head, Demon Slayer, man. Love Demon Slayer. Love Tanjiro. Nezuko, right? Zenitsu. Am I right? No?
Blake, we're gonna test you.
Okay.
Okay. Oh shit. Oh crap.
Gotta pick it up. Gotta pick it
Why
up.
are you smiling, boy? Why are you smiling so
Sorry,
much?
Professor.
Well, it's eager, yeah.
I'm not smiling no more.
What was that?
Nothing. Nothing.
you know who this is, Blake?
I couldn't even guess what show that's from. No, I have no idea.
All right, Blake. Your options. A, C, B, D, C, Z, or D, L.
Okay, so right on the top of my head, the first thing that sticks out to me is Z. I think Z would be a great name, just calling someone Z. You know, you're not calling anyone B, C, even L, you know? Like, I feel like those aren't great nicknames.
So you're pretty confident?
Pretty confident on this one. It just sticks out the most. Let me think. I don't want to jump the boat too much.
Okay, all right.
But like, okay, there is sometimes where you call someone D though. You know, D. C though, no one's calling anyone
No
C.
one's calling anyone C.
Get rid of C.
We'll get rid of C.
Get rid of C. Yeah, just get that out of the way. No one calls anyone L.
Right.
You know, unless this guy's a loser, maybe. He doesn't look like it, right?
Well, I don't know. I'm not too sure.
Doesn't look like. I wouldn't mess with him. You know, like
me either.
I wouldn't mess with him.
Look at his eyes.
Looks quite scary, man. So I would get rid of D.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you're left with B, D, or C, Z.
Get rid of B, which was D. And my final answer is going to be C, Z.
Final answer, C.
Final answer.
Z.
Yep.
Blake, you are incorrect.
Come on, dude, come on.
The correct answer is in fact L.
Oh my.
That is L. From the hit show
Naruto?
One more, guess.
My Hero.
Death Note. You ever heard of Death Note?
I've heard of it, dude. I've
Heard
heard
of Death
of it.
Note?
I've heard of it. Yes, I have.
All right, Blake. Which one of these is Goku?
I mean, the third one. It's got to be the third one.
Incorrect. Come to the board. Maybe you're not getting a good look.
I know Goku's got black hair. Unfortunately, they all three have black hair.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it can't be A. It can't be C. It's got to be B, right? Unless it's
Blake,
a trick question.
It's a trick question. None of these are Goku.
Unbelievable.
This is Bardock, Goku's father.
That's why they look alike, huh?
This is Goten.
Goten, never would have gotten that.
Goku's son.
What? And this is?
This is Zamasu, Goku's evil doppelganger.
Oh, don't add a fifth one for me. Don't do it. Don't do it.
You know what, Blake? We'll make it extra easy.
Don't do it to me.
We won't add a fifth option.
Oh, thank you, Professor. Thank you.
If you can tell me who this character's name is that we literally just went over and I told you, if you can tell me this character's name right now that we already went over, I will take away the fifth option.
It's Deku's father.
No, but
Deku's cousin?
Who's this character? What's his name? I said it. You know what? Forget the name. You're not even getting that description correct. Whose father is this?
Deku's.
No, it's Goku's father.
Goku, dude, come on.
We're adding a fifth option.
Oh.
I don't often send students to the principal's office, but I don't know what to really do with you at this point. Principal Puppet, can you hear me?
Oh, yep. I'm here. Hello, everyone. It's me, Principal Puppet. Hi.
Oh, Principal, I wouldn't sound so jovial right now. I don't mean to ruin your mood, but unfortunately, I'm going to have to send Blake over here, one of my students, to the principal's office.
It's good to see you.
Good to see you.
Give you a handshake.
Yes, sir.
Yeah,
Okay,
good to see you, man.
All right, Blake, so tell me what's wrong. Huh?
So I haven't been doing that great in class, and even when he tells me the answers, I tend to forget them really quickly.
Can you lean closer?
Yeah. I'm just trying to not get too close to you, dude.
No, it's okay.
Okay.
Come here.
Okay.
Come here.
Okay.
Give me a kiss. Give me a kiss. Okay. You're gonna do fine. I can, give me another kiss. Okay. You know, I think we can, arrange some stuff.
Okay.
You know.
Yeah.
Don't worry about it.
Okay.
Don't worry about
Thanks. Yeah, I need.
Honestly, I mean, don't tell anyone this.
Huh.
I used to be a normie myself.
Really?
Yes. And You know what I did?
What'd you do?
I just watched anime. And I read manga. Now get out there. Get out there.
Well, thank you, Principal Puppet, for joining us today, and I hope to see you soon.
Yes.
It's good to have you.
Yes.
Good to have you.
And give me, come here.
Please,
Come here.
please let go.
Come here. We gotta do our
You're
thing.
strong for a puppet.
Come here. Come here. All right.
It's good to have you here.
Yes, that was nice.
Principal.
That was nice.
Thank you for coming.
Of course. All right, everyone. Goodbye.
Do you remember, Blake, what the homework was?
What is your favorite waifu?
Blake, do you know what a waifu is?
A hot wife.
Kinda.
Okay, half a point.
Kinda.
Half a point.
Let me ask you this. Are there fictional characters, usually anime, video games, that you really like?
Yeah, for sure.
That are appeal to you?
Attractive?
Attractive.
Of course. Of course.
The most baseline is just like a fictional, and I think that's the key. It's like usually a fictional character, usually from anime. Now you want to
Yeah.
I think it's time to see if you have a grasp on what it really means to have a waifu. So we're gonna take a look at these Discord submissions. Jack from Beastars. Look at this slutty ass pose he's doing. Only sluts pose like this.
Dude, is that a dog? Yeah, that is a dog, isn't it?
Dr. Hakase.
Professor.
Doctor.
Wake.
Nice to see you.
All right, moving on.
Dude, that's a baddie you're about to Jeez. I don't even, we can just say, you know, a pass right away. Don't even care if she's bad, stupid, whatever.
Megumin from Konosuba. I'm familiar.
Isn't she like 12 or something?
I don't know. Why are you keeping track of that? No, that's kind of weird.
What are you talking about?
See,
No,
what
she's underage,
See, what's
bro.
weird?
Is her personality and her design.
She's in a fantastical world. She's 1,000 years old, like from the Elder Tree. It would still be a no.
So, are you saying age? Who cares right now?
No. Whoa. That's not what I'm saying.
No, don't.
That's not what I'm saying at all.
Don't misinterpret my words.
Several years ago, I was invited to be the ethics consultant at a banking conference. They put me on a business class flight to a luxury hotel in Madrid. They didn't pay me, by the way. I'm guessing that was the payment? Where over several days, I and the other attendees discussed how we could fix the various problems facing the world. Healthcare, debt, financial collapse. Until the final day when I closed out the conference by giving my keynote speech. And my ethical advice to all these bankers was that they should immediately resign. Conferences like that are held all the time. At the top end, you've got stuff like the World Economic Forum, the Clinton Global Initiative, the Social Goods Summit. Further down the list, there's the thing that I went to. Rich people have been trying to figure out the most effective way to get rid of their money for a long time. And there's a new movement trying to answer this question, called effective altruism. It was going very well until last year, when one of its big members took a big fall.
The once crowned king of crypto, now adorned in handcuffs. Former billionaire FTX founder Sam Bankman-Fried, arrested in the Bahamas today following the historic financial collapse of his massive cryptocurrency exchange.
Sam Bankman-Fried was close friends with a philosopher named William MacAskill, who helped found the effective altruism movement. The fact that SBF was part of the movement helped him gain credibility and investing. And now that he's facing jail time, it's worth asking the question, is effective altruism to blame? In this video, I'm going to tell you what effective altruism is and how it tied into Sam Bankman-Fried's rise and fall. I'll give you a detailed review of McCaskill's best-selling book and also talk about another idea called long-termism, which tech billionaires like Elon Musk say is the future of humankind. It's a story that'll take us from Oxford University to the Bahamas and back. A story about charity, ethics, crime, Mr. Beast, technology, and history. And it all starts with a little bit of philosophy. Today, the effective altruism movement is huge, with tens of organizations and hundreds of members controlling millions of dollars. They're often in the press, in no small part thanks to SBF paying Vox $200,000 to write a bunch of articles on them. And their star philosopher, William McCaskill, wrote a best-selling book called What We Owe the Future, which was recommended by Elon Musk himself. That's how you know it's good. But the movement started from comparatively humble beginnings in 2009 at Oxford University, when McCaskill was thinking about ethics and charity and how to help the poor. And yes, I am going to continue pronouncing that word poor, because I am from Newcastle, and I'm going to continue pronouncing that word Newcastle, because that's how it's friggin' pronounced. Let me walk you through an example of the way effective altruism thinks. Twitch streamer and friend of the show, Finster, recently announced a $50,000 giveaway to help trans people in the UK get better health. That money could have gone to anything, but that particular cause was Finster's choice.
The trans community has been incredibly welcoming and accepting to me and me doing what I do. And I have good news. Turns out I'm not giving away $25,000. I'm giving away $50,000.
Most charitable donations work like that. People choose a cause that's close to their heart. But effective altruism says we should be a little bit more rational. Let's say you've got a choice between two charities. You can either donate to one that trains guide dogs for the blind in your neighborhood, or one that gives people in developing nations medicine when they have trachoma, an infection that causes blindness. Training a guide dog takes about $40,000, and curing someone's trachoma costs about $50. So for the cost of one guide dog here, you could save about 800 people from blindness there. You might love dogs, but you could do more good. Your altruism could be more effective if you use your head instead of your heart. Sorry, Finster. We don't need to get bogged down in that specific example. It is just an example of the kind of thing effective altruists do. They try to find out which charitable causes are best. For example, you might have seen some YouTube videos sponsored by GiveWell. They're an EA organization that claims to investigate and recommend effective charities. If you're very clever, you'll already have noticed that effective altruism makes a number of key assumptions. The first is that just because somebody is far away doesn't mean they matter less. There are people who need help in your neighborhood and people who need help in developing nations. And just because some of them are closer doesn't mean you should help them first. Numbers, however, do matter. You should always help more people if you can. And the consequences of your donation matter, as opposed to your intentions or your relationship to the people that you're helping. As we'll see later on, all of these assumptions can be questioned. But first, what is this movement? Who are these people? According to their own surveys, EAs tend to be young, in their 20s and 30s, male, white, and university educated. They're people who want to make the world better, obviously. Often people who are dissatisfied with politics. Most describe themselves as left-wing or centre-left and atheist or agnostic. It might also be fair to say that the movement attracts a certain kind of personality, somebody who enjoys intellectual challenge and rigorous debate. Maybe people who have a little bit of a contrarian streak. Many people like that are to be found in elite institutions like Oxford University and San Francisco tech startup scene, EA's two big strongholds. And indeed, many people like that are also to be found in the audience of this show. Critics of effective altruism say it's not really a philosophical method, it's more like an internet subculture. And there might be a grain of truth to that. A lot of EA members say that it gives them a connection to something bigger or a sense of community, and that is more about the feels than the thinkings. On the other hand, that might not be a bad thing. If your college-age white son tells you that he's gotten involved with an internet subculture, there are definitely stranger things he could be doing. A lot of EAs also have quite high-paying jobs. The movement encourages something called earn to give. The idea is that if you take a job in finance or management consultancy with a fat paycheck, you can donate more and thereby do more good than somebody with a lower paying job. I mean, you shouldn't make landmines for children, but the idea is find a morally neutral or good job that pays a lot and donate on the side. Advice that didn't go well in the case of Sam Bankman-Fried.
Millions in investments.
Sam Bankman-Fried will almost certainly face charges in the U.S. because the Bahamas will...
The lost mistakes are things I would give anything to be able to do over again.
Less than a year ago, Sam Bankman-Fried was one of the richest men on Earth, with a net worth of more than $26 billion. He founded a crypto trading company called FTX, which quickly became one of the largest crypto hubs in the world. But at the end of 2022, it all came crashing down. In a matter of days, FTX tanked, and Sam was arrested on multiple counts of fraud and money laundering. Allegedly, he was using his clients' funds to gamble on the stock market, like the bad guy from Casino Royale. And when authorities finally caught up with him, they found him whipping Daniel Craig's balls with a length of rope. The collapse of FTX may have sent crypto into an irreversible decline, only time will tell. And it also sent ripples through the effective altruism movement. To understand why, we need to go back to the beginning. When SBF was still a student, he was considering a career in animal welfare when he happened to meet William McCaskill, who told him he could earn to give by going into finance. So Sam started a trading company called Alameda Research, and then he started FTX. He let his ex-girlfriend run Alameda whilst he ran FTX from the Bahamas. Because it's just so nice there. You know, I'm sure the fact that it's outside American Financial Authority jurisdiction had nothing to do with it. Just to make sure, I sent Philosophy Tube's lawyer, Trixie Mephistopheles, down to the Bahamas to form an expert opinion. Trixie, how's your investigation going?
Doing great!
FTX's job was to let customers convert crypto into real money and back, whilst Alameda's job was just to trade the stock market. They were supposed to be separate operations, but long story short, it now looks like those two companies were secretly working as one. Alameda was losing huge amounts of cash, and FTX was secretly transferring billions out of the back door to keep them afloat. Meanwhile, Alameda was buying cryptocurrency to keep the price of FTX's assets artificially high. Kind of like double dipping on the salsa, but also, I stole your chips. When the news broke, people started selling their crypto, and FTX didn't have enough money in the back to give them their cash because they'd sent it all to Alameda. They filed for bankruptcy, and now they owe money to more than 1 million people, including a $55,000 tab at a Bahamas resort called Margaritaville. Sam Bankman-Fried and his associates were arrested and charged with fraud, which he says he didn't mean to do. His associates pled guilty almost immediately.
Another viewer. Welcome to my channel.
Ne vređam se ja.
Čala emisija, pa evo sad
interesuje me.
pričamo.
Ma ne interesuje me, neću.
Nisi znao ti, nije znao niko.
Neću da slušam objašnjenje.
Šta
nisam znao?
priču?
Pa nisam znao.
Pa nisu znali niko, nisu ni ove žene znali dok nisu došli na biro. Šta je radio? Šta se onda nalaziš u svemu?
Ne, uopšte neću da pričam o tome. Mene malo žalat niko neće. Ni pred kim. Well, I got cobwebs. Not very nice. Some tea. Anyway. Anyway. Anyway you want it, just need it any way you want it. Whatever. It just broke for no reason. Whatever, Ubisoft. Whatever. sunglasses at night so I can watch you even realize I wear my sun.
Immediately, and Sam himself will stand trial later this year. Fun fact, his lawyer is the same guy who represented Ghislaine Maxwell. And it was McCaskill who started him down that path. Ironically, by trying to do good, McCaskill ended up contributing to a very great harm. That's the law of unintended consequences, and it's almost as strict as the law of securities fraud. The big investors will probably be fine, but the little guys who tried to get into crypto and lost everything, they're the ones who are suffering. It might be tempting to laugh, but we should remember that anyone can fall victim to a scam. SBF used effective altruism to present himself as someone who cared about ethics over profit. He pledged a lot of money to EA-approved charities, and he may even have been sincere. But a lot of people in the movement were pretty disappointed. It looks like the money he promised the charity isn't coming, at least not before somebody pays back Margaritaville for all those pina coladas. William McCaskill publicly denounced his former friend, and some critics even accused the entire movement of being a scam.
The community is a relentless grift. It has billions in the bank, a palatial estate in Oxfordshire, and links to some of the richest people on the planet. Hundreds of millions of dollars are poured back into the community for movement building, and leading EAs, while presenting themselves as modest and self-sacrificing, flew in private jets, bought hundreds of millions in Bahamian real estate, and were offered literally millions from tech billionaires to boost book sales. If you want to do good in the world, and you should, steer clear of EA.
Harsh words. And maybe a little bit too harsh? There were people within the movement who said from the start that getting involved with crypto, and SBF specifically, was a bad idea, especially after Ben Dello, another crypto billionaire and EA donor, pled guilty to money laundering. I don't think it's fair to say that the entire thing is a grift. There were people who spoke up and tried to do the right thing. The problem seems to be that the movement's leaders listened.
Was
Going back a
ours.
few years, it seems like this is a recurring problem.
We
Recent article
ruled
in Time
this
magazine
land.
detailed allegations by several women
We own.
used by prominent men within the movement, and that when they spoke out, they weren't listened to. In 2021, the philosopher Zoe Kramer wrote a paper criticizing certain aspects of EA methodology. She was a member and thought they'd appreciate some constructive feedback, but the reception she got was pretty chilly.
The EA community prides itself on being able to invite and process criticism. However, a warm welcome of criticism was certainly not our experience in writing this paper. Senior scholars within the field told us in private that they were concerned that any critique of central figures in EA would result in an inability to secure funding from EA sources such as open philanthropy. We don't know if these concerns are warranted. Nonetheless, any field that operates under such a chilling effect is neither free nor fair. Having a handful of wealthy donors and their advisors dictate the evolution of an entire field is bad epistemics at best and corruption at worst. Writing a critical piece should not ensure negative consequences on one's career
Izvoli.
options, personal life.
O, muž ti je gore. Da, evo, ti si se ošišala, tako.
Ne, nego sam se fenirali prelako su.
Jel
Ne,
sad,
aj mi ga zovni ili ideš s nama. Ajde. Ću ići gore da se javim. Ajde. Ću se
Anyway. Yep. Temporalis requies eterna immortue. Because why not? that I need it.
Savavampur. Welcome to my channel.
University.
Alacidra. Welcome to my channel.
Alo, alo, alo.
Aló, aló.
¿Y usted?
İyi oraya niye turizm var?
İyiler. Sanırsın. Açtı stream'i. Bir taraf.
No.
Pennywise.
Kakav Pennywise, kakav Pennywise.
Ima da ja serem.
Kakav Pennywise, kakve pičke mece.
Da.
Milane.
Boris the Blade.
Kaži ovom narkomanu da me odmutira.
Kom narkoman?
Pa Milan?
A? Milano? Jeli ti bre...
Da.
Nenade.
Njemu.
Milane! On mutiraj Nenade. Da.
Jesi Milane? Pa se škunec, a?
Istina.
Koju familiju? Slušaš si samog sebe.
Ne?
Ja sam spavao. Tako da niko nije ni ulazio oko mene.
Šta radiš si? Dobro, ajde.
Si zajebao neko danas, Milane?
Ne možemo sad, igramo za 15 minuta 20. Moram nešto gajbe da izađem nešto. Ali tu sam svakako.
Kaži.
Ne idem nigde, samo idem da pokupim čaleta nešto. Ajde.
Kaži Milane. Što si učinio? I ne zima. Samo jadno. Samo 1000. Malo. Kako? Si se namučio da pedaš to.
Looky for fun _bot _master. Welcome to my channel.
Hey. Ilya. Ma guarda che piccola strega mutile. Ja strega mutile. Kesici. Ili je valjda otišao kod kuma. Hello. Don't worry. Go on the exit. Hmm? No, I want to pitch him. I want to pitch him. Sure.
Gde ste momci, šta se radi? Ma jedva sam došao do ovdje. A je, to je baš. To su baš narkomani. Pa ne, znaš kako, tebi je sa tvojom taktikom s njima mnogo lakše igrati. Pa zato što ti njih čekaš do 5 metara. A jesu. A kad te susretnu na polju ti si pokojni, brate. Pa da. Pa ovako da se negdje šćućuriš pa da ti izlete ili da kuvaju, to da već, to onda... Pa vidiš da nema, kad nema Drakula i Kječica onda kao te. A? Nisam ja ništa dirao. Ček samo da vidim nešto mi je Discord tu pomerao. Samo sekund. Čekaj. Ček, samo malo. Da. Audija. Pa da. Da.
Alo, moraš me sačekati 50 minuta da kenjam samo, sad sam došao.
Ti si upravo i kad nisi upravo.
To, dobro sad. Ajde, sad ću raditi. Da.
Što hoćeš?
Mi čujete ljudi?
Čujem se, čujem.
Nisam navet. Bilo je pomere.
Nije da treba, ako nekom treba ja ću nekada pleča. Možda zato što nije glasan ko ja.
Moguće, bat.
Možda te zajebava tvoj mozak. Ne.
Da.
Ja, ću da crknem oni. Ću da crknem. A šta će ti monitor kad imaš novi monitor? Ke. Dobio si pare i odmah će da potrošiš. Moj milijone. Sereš.
Pođeš.
Bolje ti 100.000 podeliš u nama na kanalu, da idemo lepo na neki stig. Koji? I da nas ti se lepo odvedeš, lepo na večer. Se slažeš, Boris?
Ba da.
Na onu, na kob, govedinu. Evo da bude A klasa.
To je to. Sve mi je namešteno.
Jebote, monitor, hoćemo na večeru da nas vodiš. Da poslaviš što si peroplaci. I što će da imaš kinesku javnu kuću pored kući. Gdje dole, će crkneš od tih mjesta.
Pa će biti pored kuće? Kinesa. Ne mogu ja, mene boli glava. Mene boli glava od toga.
Oni moraju da tu ulože minimalno 100.000 evra da sazidate. Da se njima to toliko isplati. Koliko imate stanovnika? Ajde, ovdje, tu se pere pa neki. To je kineski karakter, evo ga sigurno.
To je dobra ova ženska noja, ovac. Nenade, ti ne igraš šahantu?
Ma jo. Mislim, u sve važno, bio sam ušao da pokupim nagradu sa ovog prije žrapa i ušao sam jednu partiju manja. Ne, ni živaca više, ni refleksa kao što sam nekad imao. Cijeli kurac. Molim. Šta je mene sam ubio, majko? Šta ću još?
Gdje nam je Kesić? Au. Ovdje je 5000 bata. Samo treba 2,5 da ode tamo. To. Ovo. Može i ona nekada doći. Ne može, a? Da. Jest. Jest. Tako je bilo. Došlo. Jest. Mislim da je bila subota. Nisam primijetio da je pjana. Ko jedan. Sad ću ja kod ovoga. Joj. Ne znam. Gdje si krenuo? Balvančino. Bože. Da, on je malo. Posebna fela, brate. Tako je. Da. Da, da. Deep Rock Galactic na sniženju 70%. 260 rubalja, stvarno sveto. Kao i slate uzimaju sa ovim... s ovom kuglicom, a da. Ovo pola 9 mora poduljuje. Skoro ću odigrat partiju 2 i odu. Na baletu. Da, poduljuje. Bojan treba da dođe iz Novog Sada. Ajde. Ajmo. Da će mi obalit pa će biti lakše. Nas ne bača sa žestice. Warchild 1.55, 9.500 kilova može. A ovaj drugi 1.30, 3.200 kilova može. Da vidim ovaj. Pa čuvar, 1.55, 9.500 kilova. Koliko ti imaš, mranje, 10.000? Tri hiljade i nešto. 3.000 i nešto. Ne znam, nema, 1.800 čini. Evo, neverovatno. Russian? A? Dobro, nema veze što mi su petice upala. Moram reći. It's clear, guys. Yes. Just two, man. It's clear.
Nemam ti kad. Tačno. Pravo si. Tačno, jebi ga već. Čas ovo, čas ono. Šta ću, brate, imam obaveze.
Ništa, tako je to.
Misliš ti da ja nisam teo da sedem odnos s tobom ovdje igram, ali ne mogu, život mi to ne ono dozvoljava već. A ne, ozbiljno. Jebere, imao sam danas, brate, uzeo tepih, uzeo, brate, trose, nešto podešavao ovamo, menjao u sobi. Pa onda, brate, prebacio ode, pa onda ormar isto. Ne znam gdje bijem, brate, čitav dan, evo sad sam sve.
Ma
može
dobro.
kako god.
Ja svakako u pola 9 moram da idem. A to znači
Ja sam to sredio, gotovo sad. Sad sam free, bret. Evo sad trenutno. A dobro, nema veze, sutra ću možda. Nije meni hiće ništa, bret.
Pa da. Vidim, gdje si počeo opet onaj Lost Ark da igra?
A vidio Snake i vrate Nenada kako igraju V Rising, pa igramo se nešto na taj faz. Verovatno.
Nisam stavio perko, jebana svaku.
Ne ideš?
Jeli, jesu li?
Brate, što... Čekaj, ko je, brate, razlog? Čekaj, šta ako neće da potpišu to?
Šta je potpisao Kesić, šta? Ako je on sam dao otkaz, onda nema pravo na biro.
Sporazumno je to sve se to namesti. Nemoš ti to, Makiću, da sjebeš nikakvu firmu. Ja sam to imao problem sa prošlom firmom, preprošlom. Nemoš ti tu da njih zajebeš.
Hello, guys.
A šta, nećete više hanta, a?
Ja evo završavam i idem po Dunju.
A ti, Milane? Dobro. Bar bi ja mogao da se obrijem za to. Molim?
Baš ima dosta Rusa, jebote, skoro svaku partiju Rusi.
Šta bi to?
Mamut jeben, kako jebote? Jebote, nemoj me zajebavati, jebote, ubije me kroz dasku, jebo, mater.
Uđi.
Vladet1. Welcome to my channel.
Cinkaroši. Pick me up before you... Wanna get away. Da ima. Jest. Što je? Nema veze, bet. Nije žurba ništa. Lagano, ne žuri meni. Kako old, ne razumijem, staro vreme. Old? Aj, svo vreme. Pa sad nije, ne biti. Ajde, ne seri, neće imati sad keša, neće raditi. A neka. Jebet, znaš kako je nemati posao, zajebano. Dobro, ali imali su razloga. Nisu oni dali njima otkaze, nego zato što dali su im otkaze zato što je firma propala, tako. Nema posla, pa dobro, ali... Pa dobro, nema veze. Ne, uopšte. Ne. Pa nije to samo kod nas, nego uopšte. Da. Jebi, krivo mi je Kesića, on. Krivo mi Kesića, njemu je zajebano. Snake? Ja. Točno. I... Yes. A?
Alo, što se radi?
A što se čini?
Idem sutra u Big Chick na razgovor. Zvao sam
Opa!
šefa vozača. Rekao je da im treba vozača, kaže da dođem sutra na razgovor.
Super. Sviđa mi se kad ću odmah si, brate, našao.
Ma
Drugo,
da,
ne.
vozača, gdje god pođe.
Već. Normalno. A hoće Snake tražiti neki posao? A?
Pa nemam pojma. Gdje on?
Tu je valjda. Snake! Ili će da uživa naravnih 15 godina. A Milane?
Nije tu. A gdje je Makić, niste s njim igrali, niste? Nisi sad ću ući. Pa da. A pita me u fazonu. Pita me jer koje kategorije ima, ja rekao C, kaže treba kao doći kao na razgovor. Će onda dođe maltene, pita kad ti odgovara dođeš na razgovor, ja rekao pa što se mene tiče, to je bilo negdje oko podneva. Ja rekao što se mene tiče mogu odmah doći. Kaže on kao, aj nemoj sad sam u nekoj gužvi, ovo ono, kao možeš i poslije 2. Ja rekao ovo nisi tu poslije 2.
Ma, to će ti ćeš to vidjeti super, čim
kaže
njima to
on,
treba.
Onda aj sutra kad ti odgovara doći kao, ako možeš što pre, ja rekao pa id kad tebi odgovara, kaže u 8, najbolje onda. Šta sam ja uradio, jebem ti mater.
Sekunda. Zataptao sam. Sorry for party rocking.
Ja? Aj.
Da. Da. A taj Big Chick, brate, to se, brate, ne radi vikendom, tako?
Ma radi se vikendom. U stvari, proizvodnja ne radi vikendom.
A, pa to, znam ja da nešto tu...
Ma kakvi? Nijedna subota im nije radna. Proizvodnji nijedna. To je super onda, brate. Proizvodnji nijedna subota nije radna. Proizvodnji. Pa pakovanje, to je druga vrsta radnika. To je druga vrsta radnika. Opet mi pošalje invite. Da. Kića ne znam. Znam Veljka, on radi tamo i...
A što
Veljko i ta on je šef pakeraja sad tamo. Uopšte ne vidim da mu je loš. Da. Taj šef vozača je neki Marko Krivokapić, znaš li ti ko je to? Marko Krivokapić. Ne znam. Ne znam uopšte tog tipa, ne znam ko je to. Da, kod njega idem na razgovor. Od tad mu je valjda neki Božo Krivokapić, ako se ne varam. Da su mi tako rekli.
O zajebać. Sorry for party rocking.
Baš ne znam ko je to. A da. A u suštini vidjet ću uslove, za početak ću počet sigurno, a sad dok ne vidim šta ću, ne mogu bez para, ne vredi. Da. Gdje je to? U Topiku, gdje? Ma Marko Banović, komšija, on isto tamo glavni tehnolog, on je što se toga tiče. A bio se ja njemu nagovestio da nešto kao da vidi. A vidjet ću prvo. Pa u Topiku ti je početna plata za pakovanje, ja sam čuo 50.000, početna plata za pakovanje.
Već noževe nisam ponao.
To sigurno. A, normalno. A da. Da, jaki su tu, nema greške. Što se plate tiče, oni u dan dobiju čak ako je vikend, pada ranije dobiju platu u Big Chick. Samo eto, vidjet ću.
Tako baš.
Pa to jesi. A da. Moj posao je da istovaram, dostavljam robu, jebi ga. Ne, nemam ja imam samo da im izručim robu do mesare, ja nemam da slažem ja njima robu. Nemam ja kada im slažem robu, moram da u druge prodavnice da vozim. A dobro. Dobro, da je naivno nije, da. Pa da, onda ide samo to, sve ispratiš.
A to je loše, brate, pakovano.
Da, to je loše spakovano.
Mora da se zna koja je, brate, faktura, koji deo ide gde, brate.
Koji proizvod za koju prodavnicu
Tačno.
tako pakuješ u kamion, brate.
Tačno. Kako ne može, ja na primjer za, brate, domaće kupce imaš posebna kibla. Posebna kibla za kupca tog i tog. Taj deo za ovog i za ovog. Pa to je onda kurčina od, brate, firme, brate. A beš, to je kurčina, brate.
A da, to su kamioni gdje se ručno isto, mislim gdje se nabija. Gdje tovarni, u te kamione je tovarni prostor komora. A u ovo je, brate, jedna komora, tu imaš 5-6 komora, ne znam koliko ima ta hladnjača komora. A da, jednu komoru, nego ima više tih otvora za vrate. Ma da. Evo ih sa Norp.
Drapsnat. Welcome to my channel.
Dvije ekipe, nevjerojatno. A? Da, pa to je to, jedino to što kažeš. Nije da, nije monotono.
Ma šta pojete, Milane, pre što si ovo rekao za vrate, privatnika. Kažem, to što si rekao, bre, za, vrate, privatnika, to jeste tako za 2-3, vrate, mjesto radiš 5-6 poslova što treba 5-6 čoveka fazon. Ali, brate, privatnici ostaju, jel ti to znaš, brate? Privatnici ne propadaju, brate, nikad, brate. Znaš li ti to, brate? A? Ne, brate, ja evo radim u, brate, privatnoj firmi. Već 30 godina firma ta, brate.
Ode žice tu. Ode vrate.
Na Sparks.
Da. Daleko si je bači.
Na zvuk možeš. Brate, ja sam zbog ovog privatnika, primjer, brate, toliko nedelja radio, da u životu bukvalno niko nije radio toliko nedelja. Tačno.
Sve je privatizovano.
Koliko god da je to sve njegov biznis i njegova lova i budžet, što on uzima tu ogromne pare, on svakako ispoštuje nas, čovječe. Ja sam, da, svaka mu čast i na tome, ja to, i što, brate, najjače, ja ne želim, ja prvo želim kao njemu posao da, brate, bude super, jer taj posao meni isto plaća više i, brate, sve, razumeš? Ljudi kupuju autodelove i to je to, brate. Jednostavno. Ja sam, jebote, sjećam se, jebote, čitavo leto radio nedelje, po 15 nedelja, 20 sam, brate, radio. Sve po 6000 izračunaj, brate, koliko god da je to gubljenje vremena, neko bi rekao što jeste, dajem vreme i to sve. Brate, imaš cilj, ipak ti sa parama posle uradiš nešto. Sad je problem što je to stalo. Izgleda da će da se leti iz, brate, firme i ovde polako. Ljudi, bre, prestali, bre, da kupuju auto, brate, delove, šta je ovo? Slabije. Jeste vi svesni da mi je jeftinije ispalo da kupim nameštaj nego, brate, hranu, jebote, pojeftinio nameštaj, brate. Znate li to, brate? Uopšte, brate. Skuplja je hrana nego, brate, bilo šta fazon. A i boga mi, gorivo je sad 194 dizela, brate.
Ne znam kako je danas se menjala cena opet, ček di.
194 je dizel, 100, neću da te lažem,
je 194, a 174 je benzin.
175 je benzin sad, ja mislim, ili 174. Viš ti?
Opet je poskupilo 2 dinara od prošle nedelje. 192 je bio dizel.
Uzima se lova. Šike.
Čisto.
Nemoj to da poliš. Gasi te kokoške jebote. Ništa ne moraš da poliš, ostaje. Generajte je.
Ne vidim ništa.
Dobro. Pa ćemo kod izlaza da vidim. Skenirajte, alo.
Čisto.
What the fuck? Moguće da su se oni smorili. Ako hoćeš, a? Aaaa! Žele! Pogledajci. Ne vidim ništa. Što, brate? Prava stvar.
Izuzetno jaka firma, iako ne deluje da je tako. Ne znam, ja znam ovog kapetana što je radio sa mnom, on radi tamo, kaže mi, ni jednu subotu ne radi, ni jednu subotu ne radi.
To je super.
Ne, radi kao, na kute radi on, ja mislim.
Voli da ga vidiš.
Ortilje sad, valjda neki novi pogon otvaraju pa traže ne znam koliko muških snaga baš. Radi se 2 prve, 2 druge, 2 treće, 2 slobodan. Tako se tamo radi.
Treća smena. Zajebana treća smena da se radi.
Tako se tamo radi.
Dobro, ali Milane, moraš malo da se oznojiš.
Meni je Toržić mi bio rekao vamo u soja protein, ali neću zato što je potpuno isti sistem smjena. I meni to ja neću to tako da radim. Radim, brate, danju, pa ako treba nekad i ceo dan da ostanem, ali da radim noću, to mi ne treba. Noć mi je za spavanje, a ne da radim noćne smjene.
Može, ali da cifra, brate.
Kesik C. Welcome to my channel.
A ovo u zemlju sve kurac posla i hoće te izrobe maksimalno za nikakav novac.
Znaš šta mi se desilo, vrate, danas? Uzimam nektar, sok. Ono, brate, zaboravio sam. Dajem joj na, ono, brate, klasi Winky. Ona kuca i priča sa ovom njenom, brate, random tamo koleginicom i ukuca mi opet. Ja to vidim, bre, na komp, to, znaš, ona kao ništa. Rekao, šta si mi kucala, bre, dva puta jedan nektar, znaš, i ona kao, aha, okej, kao, izvini, kao, i onda mi baci kao, brate, račun, znaš, kao, zajebao sam.
Da, stornira.
Ma, ne da stornira, kreten, brate, mislim, aj okej to, pred nje, odem na, vrate, delekates tamo, uzem, brate, kulena, tražim 400 grama, ona mi stavi 300, brate, grama. Ja, brate, ne znam, stvarno, ovi ljudi su prsovi, brate, kod nas svi, brate. To je meni šok, brate. Ljude bole kurac. Brate, a dobro,
pa to je
misliš
to,
ti,
ne daje ti, brate,
najgora stvar,
privatnik motivaciju da radiš posao kako treba, nego...
Misliš ti da mene brate, boli, brate, kurac.
Ljudi, pa gdje ste ljudi?
A ja isto pa onda, brate, radim svakako hvata ono smešno. Al, brate, ti da tako radiš preko kursa, pa jebo biti mater, brate, to su neke stvari...
Ileš...
Veruj mi, ja bi za takve stvari nekom glavu, brate, ono, ubio bi čovjeka, brate, lagano bi ga, brate, ubio. Znači ti mene na pravdi, ej, market jebote ogroman, ti to da mi, brate, uradiš. Pa čovječe, zapalim i tebe, i market čitav, i sve, bre.
Šta se desilo, Peđe?
Nemam pojma, brate, kaj je...
Peđu, ne znam.
Peđe, koga bi zapalio?
Ne znam.
Market, nebitno, likuša mi kucala 2 puta soka, imam samo jedan sok.
Crven.
Jebem ti kul.
I ona to nije videla, nego sam ja morao da je kažem, ja koji ne radim u, brate, marketu. Razumeš?
S druge strane izgleda.
Uradio sam, ali ja svakako gledam uvek, oprezan sam.
Rade tu sam poslugama dosta.
Da.
I ja sam krenuo sad uvek da gledam koliko ovo...
Prsli ljudi.
Jer mi je palo na pamet možda da je to slučajno jebi.
Ma gdje može to da bude slučajno?
Gdje može da bude slučajno? Pa ja radim, brate, sa novcem pa mi se otkucuje da platim 2 puta račun za, recimo...
Ali ovo radi da bi poneli kući ili da bi prodali i uzeli keš.
To je rekao taj
Sviđa, da.
Je poništio račun ili?
Nije, ja sam je, vrate, rekao da bre, skine, znaš, nije ni ono krenula, ali za malo, razumiješ? Vetenski, brate, nego mi nejasno, bre, ko sve, brate, radi, brate. Brate, gledam ja na to ovako, ako radiš svoj posao, radi ga, brate, korektno i, brate, pošteno, nebitno koliko tebi plate ili šta već, brate, odradi to i boli me kurac, ko što ja odradim.
Ja kad pogrešim, ja poništim račun i vratim ono.
Gdje bre?
Poništi mi ja račun isto. Desi se...
Sva trojica ovdje, već. Jebote, stakvali me sva trojica.
Digni i mi je, jel?
Još jedan. Dolči.
Stavi u panje stemi to.
Diži me jebote, diži me! Ovo si da sad da me digneš, a ne zombija da sad na sebe puštaš. Viš kako si zajebao samog sebe, da si me odmah digao ne bi imao problem sa zombijem. Došao je lik. What the fuck, kako je pao?
To je to.
Bravo. Vidio sam, svaka čast. Uzet ću uppercut to je kesiću od njega. Jel ti nije problem, hoćeš ti uppercut?
Uzmi.
Evo, ne treba.
Isto uppercut. Ovo je dolč. Ali produženi, nemam ja... Ujebote, ovo su... A nije. Ovaj je pao s krova.
Da, pao je s krova.
To je produženi dolč, nemam quartermastera.
Da. Bravo Milane, najjači si, ljubim te u kurac. Možeš tako? Dobro je, dobro je.
Ma kaki, ovo je sve eksplozivno.
Evo ti ovdje munici.
Ima.
Neko ti puca upravo.
Pukla je žica. Prozor od žice.
Ako je Kesić uzeo, ne možeš. Ne znam da li imaš dole još. Imaš od njih šotku i samo zameniš municiju. Dobro. Jeđice. Naravno. Pazi šta si rekao. Ovdje. Jo, vikend jebate. Vidi ga, Nenad što gleda južni.
A gdje je Ilija, da nije kod kumare poša?
Da.
Šta ti? Ti slušaš moj kurac i ne čuješ mene više to što sam bio mutiran. Jebeno i te usta žvanava. Mutiran sam sam! Moj mikrofon mutiran! Tupač je tupavi, pogledaj na Discord.
Alo bre, nemoj da pustim Sretena na vas.
Znaj kod tebe da se dešava jebeni cviljevi Facebook. Pa opet prebacuješ što da sam ja.
To se desi kad ljudi mnogo vise na Facebooku. Malo prsnu sa mozak. Ljudi malo prsnu sa mozak.
Mnogo paseš kurac. Paseš.
Kaže da nije korona u pičku mater. Idemo naprijed.
Da ne paseš kurac svoj. Džane malo te uši jebente, idi očisti. Idi očisti te uši. Nema se, nema se.
Aqui bater! Não. Foi headshot. Não. Ixi. Ah. Ti to, vrati, ne pričaš iz bulje, majke ti.
Izduvao sam nos.
A, ja te čujem. Mucno, reko, šta ti je? Vraćaj to je.
Pojačaj malo, ne čuješ što ti kaže, pojačaj.
Ja to, brate, ne mogu više.
Pojačaj mu da što bolje čuje.
Ileš!
Ileš nije tu.
Na.
Šta je ovo jebote? Au! 5.06, 29.000 kilova. Ajojojojoj. 3.54, 22.500 kilova.
Šta je ovo sunce
Beteo
kive?
Techno House.
Jure!
Sviđa ti kakvi su ovi tipovi. Pogledaj ti ove tipove, izaš odmah na šesticu.
Pogledaj It's My Bush. Pogledaj ti ovo. Oj ti koliko ima kilova KD, brate. Koliko ima? Pogledaj ti koliko ima čovjek kilova. 5-0, sine!
Pa ja se jednog ubio, ja.
Strašno. Jebo si kill.
Idi be, jebote. Sine
Vidi ga
Milane.
Kešiću šestica, idemo.
Sine Milane.
Ugasi šesticu i evo ga.
Bili 50.000 ljudi u zadnjih 2 mjeseca.
50.000 ljudi, pa pretjerivanje malo.
Jebi ga. Gujali ko nenormalni na ovaj Bahmut. Mislim da je to Stalingrad, jebi ga.
Opet čitaš Blitz.
Koji Blitz? Koji Blitz?
Opet čitaš Blitz, suncem u poljubim.
Čekaj. Ovaj Blitz koji pičke imate.
Dalje, redi Milane. Redi stavljaj. Oprem dobro.
Ovaj Irak te još zajebo.
Ne znam da to...
Iz Ukrajine tip, znaš? Piše
Da, u nekom, brate,
ukrajinska
podrumu.
zastava.
U nekom podrumu igra Hunt.
Jaj, što najgore sad
Čovjek
će
5-0-6 jebote na 30.000 kila, da li je moguće?
Jebem ti govna.
Je? A? Ma nema šta, taj koji dobro, ovaj što ima 5 na ovog, on neće ima manji KD od 5 na 90.000. Možda 4,5, maksimum koji će da mu opane. Pa, dobro, to... Pa... A nema šta, ti si stekao sad rutinu, tebi svaka partija ti igraš po svom sistemu igranja. Tebi svaka... Ovaj će te dobiti jer ima verovatno bolju taktiku od tebe i tako te dobija. Dobro, čovječe, ne pobeđuješ svaku partiju, o tome ti ja pričam. Ne znam, meni sumnjivo da su i likovi ovako loše odigrali. Nijedan od njih, nikoga od nas ni hito nije, to mi je nešto...
Da.
Ima tu, brate, krvnika nekih, šta je ovo, brate?
Uj, evo ti, ja krenem ovamo. O, kurac, zatvori se.
Vidim da Živinastija ima dosta novih kombija, to su baš novi kombi. Baš sam danas prolazio tamo i vidim kombi ka iz fabrike. I to znaš šta je fazon, ne daj im brate da dođeš ti fazon, vozio si po ome blatu, isprljao onaj kombi onako nagrđen i da ga ti ostaviš. Ne druže, ti ćeš da ga opereš i da ga vratiš da bude...
Tako i kod nas isto, brate, vozači. Ovo ne sme.
Pa dobro, to da, mora ti platiti taj posao, to... Mada ću ja vrlo brzo i onu E kategoriju završiti. To mi još 40.000, nema nikakve teoretske obuke, ništa, samo praktično.
I onda...
Kačiš prikolicu i...
Eurotraku.
Pa da. Taj fazon.
Tu je dobra kinta kekara.
A jes, ali tu se baš krvnički radi.
A dobro, isti imaš sve šta? Isti ti kurac bilo gde, brate, radio, brate.
Tu ako zakačiš vremenom ture da radiš napolje da voziš nešto, pa možeš 1.500-2.000 evra, ali nemate po 10-15 dana.
A dobro, šta, nema veze. Znaš kako je doći sa koliko? 1.500-2.000, već. Su to male pare, brate, za 10-15 dana, da? Kurac.
To je točno.
Ja bi, brate, trkom to više. Nego ja... Šta radi ovaj?
Ne znam gdje, da nije otiša. A da.
Jaka staja vozačka dozvola. Jaka staja vozačka dozvola.
Kako pa treba...
Pa, boga mi jeste danas to.
Imam B i C kategoriju, ne znači ništa.
Pa znači za posao bre, se ludi.
Meni je pijaca sve blizu.
Ma treba bre čovječe i za posao i ide sve. Moja žena ide autom svaki dan na posao.
Pješaka, biciklom.
Bravo Nešo, bravo, bravo.
A šta ti pa ide 100 km na dan da vidiš na silost? Kako potrošiš tako malo? čekaj, ti više nemaš vozačku. A sad je nisi izgubio. Na pojene, na nešto, kako više. Pa nisi imao sude na kružnom toku. To si ti pričao.
Nema niko.
Keso si ga sad.
Ajmo gore, nema šta. Čisto.
Evo, čačkam telefon. Kreni prema meni. Zato kreni.
I pobegao si se mesta.
Ja što sam poderao.
Pa zamisli ti, evo ideš u zatvor za to.
Nemoj bre, čoveka šalješ u zatvor, jesi lud.
Zamisli ti, evo ideš u zatvor za to. Pa zato što si pobegao sa lica mesta.
Moj Takimere, hoćeš da čoveka šalješ u zatvor.
I kaznili te baš ono, a?
Evo, prema gore.
Sad ti mi rekao, hej policajci...
Hoćemo na drugo bosa da guramo i dalje ili...
Kako hoćete.
A?
Kako hoćete, može.
Dobro. Nešo pešo je.
Rusi izgubili tenkovsku bitku.
Opet čitaš Blic, moj Takimere.
Nije Blic, mano. Ne. Izgubili 130 tenkova. Tenkova. Ne skuva si ništa.
Kriviti.
Nema niko. Ne vidim niko. Ali neđe puko ovaj... Otprilike tamo dolje neđe.
Ford voda.
Tamo gdje se pucalo neđe u tom pravcu i puko onaj kurac. A da.
Ćemo tamo? Ili napolje, birajte.
Kako hoćete, može meni sve jedno.
Pamet. Biti. Šta je ja bre?
Neđa.
Jebate ja budala. Jesu to ljudi nisu?
Neđe Mosinka puca. Vjerojatno po nama sad.
Jebate Peđa,
bolje da
puca
idemo
ga
gore,
čovjek,
idemo gore, ne
nekoga
izlazi.
pukne, on
Idemo
kaže
gore.
Peđa.
Jer vamo će nas stići. Ova Mozinka nije toliko daleko pucala. A da, nego je čovjek iza nas puca. A pucao sam u zombija, zombi baklje ispao.
I ja pucam u gude, dobro.
Jeste se...
Znaš koliko put sam ubio ljude, tego što sam pukao?
Ideš.
Ilija.
Ajmo ga, stići nas ovdje.
Stani tu tako. Ostani tako.
Where do we go now? Ja se izvinjam.
Gdje si ti, Ilija?
Samo vi peva, odmah mu je dobro.
Ne, ajde, izvuci me sanduke, ne radi.
Je li, Ilija? Ne čujem još.
I još se ozako.
Peculiarism. Welcome to my channel.
Shit.
Here we go again.
That's inconvenient.
On se izgleda tušira, otišao opet tamo. Napolje. A što zna? Brate, slušaja sad. Malo prije. Solar neki nas je jurio garant. Ha? E? Ako ću veći paket. Pa hoću veći paket, što ako nije mi skupo 2500 mjesečno plaćam, šta? Pa internet, a to ti veći paket je samo internet, a nema šta... A dobro, šta me košta
Ja
još
moram da
ide
platim net,
500 kroz
promila.
ne znam koliko sam gledao da je paket oko ispod 2000. Šta me košta za 300 dinara da imam 5... Ne, box paket. Box paket. A dobro,
Ja
što se
imam
toga
300
tiče...
sa stope 10, ali mogu da kažem da je ta brzina sasvim ovako dovoljna za igre iz ostale stvari. Ne igram ništa, nego imam internet 300 sa stope 10 i mogu da kažem to da je to za internet baš super, mada mnogi ljudi sa manje neta mogu da igraju.
Ma da, jedino što ti treba veća brzina za download, to. Dobro, za upload ako ćeš streamovati to, ali... Ha, ako ćemo tako gledati, onda mi je ovaj paket dovoljan, što se toga tiče.
Ajme sad čekajte bre da sere samo, može? Volim. Serem ja svakako.
Pa da, koristit će se.
Kod MTS-a?
Beotelnet.
hotel je dobar. Ljudi, pa što čutite ljudi? Milane? Milane?
Ajde, Jesse, jebote. A Peđa je otišao u WC.
I was like, what the hell? I was like,
Da. Možeš ovdje da ući vamo. Idi gore, onuda onda. Možeš.
Šta ima, momci?
O, Jesse je vod. Šta se radi?
A ništa.
Si čuo za posao?
Ne. Šta je tu novo?
Ništa, svi potpisali ugovore za otkaz.
A to sam čuo. A to ne menja činjenicu da novca nema, razumeš?
Da. Ja idem sutra u Big Chick tamo, zvao sam čovjeka. Tamo ću najvjerojatnije vozit. Rekao mi je da dođem na razgovor, pa vidjet ću.
Big Chick?
A da.
Okej.
Šta ćeš ti sad? Ćeš gledat šta dalje ili?
Kesić. Opušteno. Reći ti kad vidim dalje. Ne znam da li je to dobar odgovor, ali to je odgovor.
Ome, tu sam.
Evo Rapunsi.
Jesi. O, tu ste. Jel imate gužu? Ima nekog?
Ne.
Gotovo pucu.
To su previše dubokumna pitanja. Ako nešto
malo je
rešim
čudnovato.
da ćete...
Šta je bilo?
To me već svi pitaju danima, znaš.
Šta vi Snake dobiste otkaz, a?
Ne, nismo mi dobili otkaz.
Evo.
Ljudi su potpisali otkaz. Ima razlike.
Sporazum.
Da, ima razlike. Dobiješ otkaz kad si neposlušan.
Nemaju više posla,
nemaju novce da plaćaju radnike. A ljudi neće rade džabe.
Nemaju posla uopšte, to misliš. Ako?
Nemaju novca da plaćaju, možemo jedino da radimo za free.
Slušaš ti mene, znači oni nemaju posla, zato vi ne možete da...
Ne, oni mogu da rade, ali mi da im dolazimo džabe.
Jest, sigurno.
Ne, tako kao što sam ti rekao.
Ozbiljno?
Da, tako kao što sam ti rekao.
Pa da.
Jel to istina? Znači oni imaju posla, ali nemaju da vas plate.
Jeste, imaju oni šta da rade. Nije to problem, nego nemaju novca da daju radnicima.
Znači...
Se sprdate, ne, smo ozbiljni kad ti ovo kažem.
Strašno.
Oni imaju šta da rade, oni su uzeli ugovor da rade neke salame. Ali, nemaju da plate radnike, te onda kao, možemo li mi nekako da radimo, ali da nas oni ne plate, pa će kao pare biti. Ne može, brate.
Strašno.
Nađi neku da ti radi džab.
A možda stvarno nemaju para, brate.
Nađi u free radnike.
A šta hoćeš sad da se zatvori firme?
Pa možda će naći neke druge magarce da vuku, šta ja znam.
A neće.
Imaš očajnih ljudi.
Čim su oni vama otkaz, to sporazumski taj, neće oni više nikog, jer verovatno se to nešto desio.
Ma ne može se to više pokrenuti, teško.
A koga će zvati? Koga god da zovnu, taj će da pita za koliko se radi, gdje je plata.
To Milane, sad ih tamo cimi. Sad će Milan tamo
da Milane, sad se prijavi. Sad je tvoj čas.
Bilo mi fora, majke mi.
Sad kaže, čuo sam da primate radnike.
Čekaj, Snake, od ove, kad brate, ne primate platu, brate. Koliko već vam ne daju?
Ne, Predraže, nama plata kasnije u startu 60 dana, razumeš? Znači, mi je trebalo da dobijemo pre 2-3 dana platu od januara.
Od januara?
Da, pa to je tako naš.
I?
To je tako normalno.
Dobili? Hoćete dobiti?
Ne znam, vidjet ćemo. Možda ćemo se morati preko advokata.
Bože, majko. Strašno, brate. Ja sam šokiran, majke mi, brate.
Jesam šokiran.
Kako tako neke firme smeju, brate? Ej, pa zvao bi ti, brate, ovu inspekciju, jebem ti mater.
Ovaj lik ti je Milošević iz, ako se ja dobro sećam, Kesiću, on iz državne bezbednosti, jel' tako?
Pa tako kažeš.
Da.
šta se radi.
Tako da ti ljudi misle da su iznad, znaš, zakona i da imaju veze i vezice, da mogu da rade s ljudima što hoće. Ne mogu. Kao što rekao, mogu da probaju da...
Dobro, što je, brate, radio on u takvoj, brate, firmi, pa zato što je blizu, brate, nema ništa.
Komunizam je na pola metra.
Šta tebe boli kurac? Ko je radio gde? Šta te boli kurac? Idi ti pa radi, ti ne bi radio svejedno. Tome se radi. Nije pitanje novac. On traži razloge da ne radi. I onda će da kaže kao, znao sam ja, vidiš, ja sam u pravu što ne radim. Pa onda kradi, šta da ti kažem? Kradi. Kad ne možeš pošteno da radiš. Počni da otimaš. Lako je naći izgovore da budeš lopov, probi se ti na radnik, nije problem. Ko se pronašao se. Lako je ići ulicom i pljačkat, otimat, palit.
Milan pali žito, ne?
Milan nije zapalio žito.
Šalim se. Samo je palio kola.
Ma nije on palio ništa.
Dvorište.
Ma kaki.
Molotov. Bilo je ko
Ne, nije.
CS. Molotov.
Nije. Nego imao je kao namjeru da to uradi, ali nije to uradio.
Ujebote koje su njega demonski sile tad terale.
Demoni ga cepaju.
Brat moj najjači. A glupo je to da, brate, tebe bilo, mislim, stvarno. Zbog tega? Zbog devojke? Evo me se prdaš, Milane. Mi trošiš tu energiju i da najebeš, brate. Molotov da mi troši.
Ja sam već rekao jednom, radi žena ne vredi ni počinjat rat, ni ubijat druge muškarce, ni, što kaže Nenad, da me prevari, ubio bih prvo nju pa sebe.
Gledaj,
Koga boli kurac? Koga boli kurac? Zašto si ti to rekao? Zašto si ti to rekao? Zapamtio sam. Ubio bi kurvu, to si rekao. Ubio bi kurvu, jesi tako rekao? Vidiš? Zašto bi ubio? Zašto bi ubio? Nek trune, brate. Si normalan ti. Nek ide s njim, nek se jebe koji jebe mater.
Za taj fiks ja
Ma ne. Nek ide, nek se jebe s njim. Nek je on posle zlostavlja, šamara, nek radi s njom šta hoće, poslije se sjetit kako si ti bio dobar prema njoj, znaš? A tad će biti kasno. Kasno. Nek ide, nek se jebe s drugim, razumeš? Pusti budalu. Nek nađe drugu budalu. To ću ti kažem. Ubio bi je. Što bi ubio? Si normalan ti? Ne znam da ove misli. Nek ide, nek se jebe s drugim.
Milane. Bijem ga ja, s tobom sam tu.
Silent killer.
Ja pokažem. U glavu te pogodim se. Peđa, šta Peđa? Ja sam pored tebe pola sata. Ćoravku jedan čorav i ne znaš gdje se, brate, nalaziš, brate.
Znam li on s kim igra?
Jesam, svaki put. Nisam skoro na kraju. Vrati stream, imaš stream, brate. Kad si rekao Peđa prvi put, već sam tu bio. Ima zapisano, pa pusti ti mene, šta je Peđa?
Ima audio zapis.
Jebote Peđa, brate. Odjebi, brate. Ma boli me kurac, šta ti falilo. Silent killer. Milane, dođi da mi počešaš jaja, brate. Hitno, ajde. Jebote, bukvalno tako, brate. Ono, zvučiš. Šta, umro si, digli sam ti i zapalio sam ga, šta je problem? Nemaš osjećaj, brati, samo gruvaš, samo ideš glavom napred, nema taktike, nema ništa. Nema tu što, brate, brže. Upaljen mu je agro, poludeo je, ne možeš, brate, možeš, ali da umreš.
Vidim da i Makić upalio igru.
To si, brate, desilo bi. Zovite ga, jebate, šta je igrati s njim malo, on je napred pausu.
Ti bi tako lako da si izvučeš, a?
A da. Ja bi volao. Ne mogu, ovaj čovjek
Šprajci još to ide, šta?
paranoid, brate. Pravi pritisak ko da je tournament.
Za svjetsko prvenstvo u Huntu.
Svjetsko prvenstvo. Yes.
Znači kapiten vas sprema opasno.
Da. Znači, turira, brate, da se odigra ovaj meč perfektno.
Profesionalno, samo tako.
Znači, profesionalno. Shroud na aparatima Navi, brate, mi smo novi Navi.
Ako hoćeš tako da igraš, onda moraš početi da nosiš flash bombe i tako te gluposti. Ako ćeš tako da igraš. A ne, ponesimo svi koncertine žicu i stavimo na ulaze i to je to. Wow,
to je to, zatvoreni smo, sigurni smo.
Kakav plan.
Sigurni smo.
Ili jesi i ti dao otkaz ili...
Nisam ja ništa potpisao.
Što?
Ne želim da i pružim tu satisfakciju.
Pustao te čovjek upravo.
A svejedno on plate, koliko ste godine radili tamo?
To im neće sigurno oprostiti. To što su dužni ima da plate.
Koliko godina se radio, ti kažeš?
On je to baš rekao da će sve plati.
A, godinu i po
ne
dve.
bude radio ili radio, kao sve će kao plati.
Ako su rekli tako, platit će. Treba on šta tu da...
Ja želim te dve plate koje dužem.
Ali to je reka prije nego što su svi potpisali otkaze.
Malo se zajeba. On se nije nadao da će svi da daju otkaz.
Zajebava se.
Ne, nego to je bio blef, međutim njihov blef nije prošao. Ajoj, majko, šta se radi?
Pozdrav Mihajlo
pozdrav
Milanoviću. Veliki pozdrav for you. Ne znam šta ti znači pozdrav, ali...
Ne, druga ekipa s leđa.
Neću, iđići.
Ovo je se zablindirao, otiće još, izaće s mape.
Ni da pikuje. Ne može. I doće, bro. A šta pravi Milan? Pravi box.
Box paket.
Ne Mihajlo, najjači si ti, brać. Ne ja.
Evo ih kroz ljudi, evo ih.
Ja si igram. Ovdje reci da... Upravo me pucao. A, ne veš. Ima Winchester ko silencer. Bomb lens!
A, sad će očisti žicu.
Jebeni bomb lens! Karaće nas, moramo...
Bomb spear čuveni.
Jebeni...
Moguće ovo mamuti jebem.
Ako Kesiću je... Ajaj, silence, what? Ma i ne treba Mihajlo, brate, dovoljan si mi ti.
Sva 3 tima su sad tu. Sad će rokada u full.
Sad dok reloadamo ja preko... A što se čini? Svi se ubijaju napolje, a mi uštekani. Mi... Ko, brate, međedi jebote. Sad čekamo da se oni malo razvale. A šušajnja! A bite! Hitla! Da. Od China! On je umro tamo, on je budala što je otišao tamo.
Što je pošao tamo, da.
Ajoj! Nein, bitte! Ajao, ljudi! Šta je ovo? I double barrel i sve živo imaju. Strašno. Ne umrete se. Taj ga je posošio. Gledam kroz žicu lik. Neće još zato što su napolje ljudi ostali, a doći će kad njih pobiju. Pošto ima puno ljudi napolje, a mi se ovdje uštekali i bacili žicu. Da ono teško da nas rašaju što li. A da,
Što bi se
teško
reklo?
da nas izrašaju. Gledam ovdje kroz ovu koncentrinu da upucam nekog, da nađem ugao. Ako mogu ikako. Ga? Da. Jeste. I odmah nam presudio da ćemo dobiti meč. Ubit ćemo ih sad, samo da budemo sad. Da kaži. Tako je, ništa žuriti, ništa ne želiti. Sve će doći samo od sebe. Sarpljen spašen.
Tako govorila moja pokojna baba.
Jest, to je, veruj mi, najjača stvar ikada u životu. Ako čekaš strpljivo, desit će se nešto.
Ne kaže, good things come to
ali
all
ako
those
si
who
nenormalan da nešto želiš, onda od tebe kurec. A šta se čini?
Ali koliko čekamo?
Pa vreme.
Ne.
Nekaš vreme da se to desi, već. Ne možeš ništa pre. To je ono.
Mislim, da li pričamo o par minuta ili satima?
Nebitno, vreme svakako, da će to da se desi za 15 sekundi, za 15 sati, za godinu dana. Desit će se nešto. Da li dobro ono ili loše, nebitno, desit će se. Ko ja jebote onaj dan. Ono da mi neko pričao, ja ne bi, brate, verovao. Vežem se, skinem pojas, sekunda kasnije iza ćoška me čekaju ispred, brate,
Zasada.
kuće, brate, patrola. Znači ono je znak da, brate,
Bog gleda
znaš
sve.
neki, znači da treba da se vežem uvijek, brate. A uvijek se ja svakako vežem, nego ovo je bilo presudno, ono, što bi se vezao od, brate, prodavnice do gajbe. I eto, za malo da platim kaznu, nisam je platio sad, ali možda bi bilo bolje da sam je platio.
Ne, nego kao Milan, neću platiti nikad i onda mi je Frost kriv.
Ne, možda je, brate, bolje da, brate, platim to, onda ne bi imao... Nema veze, platit ću na drugu stranu svakako. Opa, 2 lika ispred.
Da se Milanu nije desilo to što se desilo, ne bi nikad nabavio dokumente.
Mrtva. Daj mi toga automat. Tebi ću da jebem matero s ove strane.
Ubio ga automat.
Eno ga Leo, sad ćemo da ga...
Ima boksova.
Raša.
Ne nose svi automat bez boksova.
Umreće taj sa automatom, nema on, brate, domet. Jak, to je... Pa nema dometa, puca ih sa pola mape, bre, čovjek.
Osim ako nije Hornet.
Bijam ih tu, brate. Evo ovog sam ovdje.
Da, ali ako nosi svoje boksove,
umre.
Što vjerojatno radi.
Umre.
Kako ne može? Može da nosi 4 boksa.
Ma zna on to Kesić, nego te samo testira, znaš.
Beka, imaš ekstremnih igrača ovdje.
Imaš ljude koji nose 2 uppercuta i isprazne ih samo da bi imali 45 metaka za automat. I uppercuti mu stoje prazni. Ako hoćeš, možda nosiš mnogo municije za automatorima.
Ne više.
Hoću da pucam randu. Aj neka priđu. Znači da uzme njegov automat, znaš?
Gotovo automat. Tu je pao, džepe. Evo tu, tačno ping.
Ne morate vi da me pratite.
Hiton!
Ne.
Džape, bravo.
Još jedan ispred Milana. Ne mogu da vidim, ovo je već gotov. Rašuje nas.
Tamo. Dvojice.
Polako. Nećeš, polako, vrati se. Šta radi? Dobro. Tak te zi jebate. Obojice tamo, polako, jesi ću. Obojica nađi kabel.
Sultan opet.
Ovo loša pozicija, brate. Nemam reformansu. Pa nemam uopšte rangu. Daj čicu.
Bekle, beka.
Čuj me, Kesiću! Kesiću!
Nisam ga vidio.
Samo me čuvaj, brate. Ba, brate, ne čuvaš me, nisi pucao, brate. Kažem, čuvaj me. Nemoj da iđeš njega, brate. Koji tajming, brate. Prelazio sam vodu da bih pucao sa automatom, oni su mene pucali obojica. Samo treba da pucaš nekog od njih.
A nema od ovog sreći.
Brate. Nema šta da čekamo, brate. Treba da ih pobijemo nas dvoje, a ne da on diže tebe, brate.
Ne zavisi meč od tebe, Milano. Ti si već ispao iz igre.
Treba je samo neko da ima fokus. Nema od toga ništa, nemaš metak. Može. Da bi bilo super da si samo dok sam ja prelazio vodu pucao nekog od njih. Onako njih dvoje pucaju mene, nema poente, a ja imao automat. Mogao sam da rešim partiju. Šta dižeš ovog bre, slepca bre, šta će on? A šta tebe da dižeš, ne možeš kurco roditi?
Otišao si u kaver, dignut si bio isti kurac da te i odmah te digo isto te ubio, isto bi te ubio.
Nemaš domet.
Nema vajde od tebe, nema vajde od tebe.
Nema kurca od ove tebe na ovom mjestu, voda. Znam da si ti ubio dvojicu, nema bre za ovo dvoje. Ima veze, igramo na... Idemo dalje. Idemo dalje za iste pare.
I spas iz lobija.
Dobra igra. Dobra igra. Milion i milion spekova. Dobar meč svakako. Svakako bio. Svakako dobar meč bio.
Za kaj si prišao?
Za kaj?
Za kaj si prišao? A daš ko to kaže? Andrija. Andrija bre, Milošević. Kaže, za kaj si prišao? Kad je na onoj granici sa Slovenijom, pa priča s ovim jo.
Grdaja, plivaja.
Plivaja. Šigidaju. Dođi.
Cross, ako nije na Cypress Huts, onda je gore neđe Blanchett. Su oni Fuse. Nije ni tamo, ajmo da frontamo. Ovo nismo mogli mi agrovat.
Nismo. Možda od Kjera. Mi smo.
Mi?
Da. Kjerovi se agrovali i ono za Kjerovima. Zato što je emulator iza njene, ono, normalan. Povuklo je agro od nje na ove Kjerove što smo mi agrovali. To je ono, lanac. Lanac, što bi se reklo. Podigneš nešto odmah i za se još 5-6 stvari digne.
To je ono što ja zovem normalni Hanshodan. Nema tu ništa čudno.
Šta?
Evo tu nije.
Nije.
Slaughterhouse. Pa da, tamo... Samo ne znam... Tamo baš kakvi su uslovi. Loš.
Ha, ha, ha.
Tu je Milija, predaju ti noge u to polje.
A boli me kurac. Taj ko ti je to ispričao, nek ti ispriča još zabavnih priča.
Milane, pričaj zabavne priče.
Kogod je ti to ispričao, nek ti priča još malo tih priča.
Šta radi čovjek, je?
A šo? Mi reci. Ne seri. Daj da uppercut, evo ne chain prvo. Ostavi ga, čuješ, ostavi ga. Jebe mu mater.
Gljivice, Nenade, gljivice. Tako, jel ti treba još nešto? Po čizama, Nenade. Jel ti treba još nešto ili ćeš da se smeješ? Hoćeš da se smeješ malo?
Da.
Hoćeš da se smeješ? Ako hoćeš da se smeješ, da ti oslobodim vreme koje ćeš da pričaš sa mnom, pa nek te uveseljava neko drugi. Je ti to zabavno? Jel ti zabavno to? Jel ti zabavno kad drugi ljudi imaju gljivice od gumenih čizama? Ja samo te pitam, jel ti zabavno? Jel to za smejanje? Ako je za... A reci, jel za smejanje? Jel zabavno? Jel zabavno? Jel zabavno?
Nemoj da mi mucaš tu.
Znaš, ima dana kad ti kažeš, jel kako me bole leđa od nošenja ovih džakova, veštaka, i ja tebe smem, šta? Kažem, crkni, ko ti jebe mater kad nisi učio školu. Hoćeš to da kažem sljedeći put? Hoćeš to da kažem? Ko te jebe, umri, hoćeš to da kažem? Hoćeš to da kažem? Pa neću, ja nisam takav.
Što se radi?
Znaš, ja nisam bezosjećan. Imam pomalo, znaš, ono, pozivanje.
Nisam ja bezosjećan.
Pa dobro, zašto onda pričaš gluposti tipa smrde ti noge?
Ali ja jesam...
Smrde ti noge, jer imaš gljivice jer nosiš gumene čizme. Nosiš gumene čizme jer radiš u mokrom. Jel ti treba još nešto nacrtati, a? Tebi kažem, Nenade. Tebi, jer tebe interesovali mi noge smrde. Evo te, samo ti kažem. Znaš, zabavno je kupovati tubu kanistena, znaš, protiv gljivica, znaš, svako malo. Vrlo je zabavno. Znaš, dobar je osjećaj. Jel ti sad ono, znaš, si sviđa ta informacija sad?
Voliš to? Jel te imponuje, Nenade?
Koji mi je kurac? Nemoj da me pitaš takve gluposti više. Hvala. Tebi kažem lično, ne interesuje me, kogod da ti je to rekao, zadrži to za sebe. Znaš ti to reći, zadrži za sebe. Ili pričaj s tim, kogod ti te informacije retura. Nemoj sa mnom više da razgovaraš.
Normalno, pa i ja bi bio, be. Pa jeste, pa to je, zato je, Milane, pa to je normalno, bete. Ja sam odmah rekao, neće biti sve ono jedno, jebate. To je zajebano, brate, ne rade više. Pa, naravno.
Zbog čega nam neće biti sve jedno?
Zbog čega, vek?
Zato što će peljava slovenska govna da dođu, a? Bar da im posjećemo glavu. Jedva smo se otkačili djelimično od te peljave ruske okupacije, se hoće okolo još jaču da jebiti. Možemo ček 51 u Srbiji.
Nema niko.
Nije tačno. A daj nam neki fiks, Milan.
Fiks? Evo ja ću ti reći. Evo ti fiks. Hoćeš fiks? Daj otkaz i nemoj da radiš. Reci kao Milan. Kako god me plate, malo je, ovo je Srbija, niko neće da da dobru platu, ja neću da radim.
A šta da radimo, Milane, pa realno?
Eto ti fiks.
Da, ne trebamo ni da, brate, radimo i...
Ništa nemoj da radiš. Ništa.
Jesi ti svestan da ja znam ljude koji su završili ozbiljne, brate, fakultete, eno ih kurca nisu uradili u životu.
Eno i čiste WC šolje.
Ne, kurcu nisu, ni to, Kesiću, nemaju pare, nema zašto pas da ih pojede, nemaju ništa. A ja koji nisam ni učio školu, ništa, pa naš snađaš se, brate.
Nema to veze škola, ti ja kažem.
Patrola snađi se, to ti je to ti je ovdje tako.
Nema to veze sa školom, predraš. Ima veze da li želiš ili ne želiš da radiš. Milan je izabrao da ne želi da radi, po svaku cenu. Po svaku cenu.
A fali li što njemu?
Pa ništa, evo, šta mu fali?
To znači ništa mu ne fali.
Šta mu fali? Svako jutro ide na kafu, vozi biciklo i tako to.
Živi čovjek, lifestyle high. Prati trendove.
Kompjuterska.
Da, oblačenje. Letica.
čeka novog Intela.
Čeka posao.
Jer samo sirotinja uzima AMD. Tako ne radi.
Čuo sam Steven.
Onoj. Rekao sam mu je, to sam mu jučer rekao. Da ti se pohvali Milan Snake, prodaje placeve tamo Kinezima već. Znaš, sve se radi preko njegovih leđa. I internet ćeš dobiti preko Milana.
Ako ću dobiti od tebe internet, mogu li da ne plaćam nekako?
Ima onda se...
Neće reći da ti da internet.
A da ne plaćam?
Da.
Samo da ne plaćam.
Slušaj, dobio je Milan 10 vouchera nekih da brate daje, tako da...
Čuo sam to
daje kum.
Milane, pošalji ti kad nešto.
Ne živiš ti u Lovčanicu, brate. Je li to povoljno Snake, jesi povoljno?
Voucheri? Nemam pojma. Od njega ne treba ništa. Treba da dođe na kafu samo, ništa drugo. Ako se plaši da dođe kod mene na kafu, da ga ne bi ja slučajno da mu rekao da šeta, njegov ego ne bi mogao da izdrži drugi dar.
Pa misli da imaš sekiru.
Ne, nisam neko će gubiti. Samo želim izvinjenje, ne kažem, jeo sam govna, da ćemo mu oprostiti ja Nenad što me tuko i tako.
Aha, ne, njegovo čojstvo je jače od toga.
Pa ne može on da izdrži, njegov ponos ne može.
To je ego manijak, teški brate. Još pa Milane, ne možeš to tako, u životu trebaš biti brate naivan, brate, to je isto, brate. Znaš, pametno, brate. Čovjek treba biti, brate, naivan, brate. Što najjače. Glupo je biti...
Treba fino...
Ne naivan, brate.
Treba fino da se pomiriš čovjekom i da nastavite dalje i gotovo, a ne da se tu da...
Da. Slušaj, evo Snake, Milan nije htio da te prebije, baš zato što je bio, brate, Božić, pošto da ne nauče, brate, gnebre na sebe. Inače bi ti on pokazao, kaže, a tebi neke na obraz, kaže. I to sam ja mislio. Eto, odgovora Milan. Smara. A Snake?
Nemam pojma.
Dobro Milane, pusti me Snake-a, brate, sanjaš ga, brate, ti njega voliš u duši, brate. Znaš ti Snake da on tebe obožava?
Znam, ja sam mu idol.
Stalno te pominje.
Pominje te uvijek.
Vrane, dignite.
Milan bi volao da se zapustiš u, brate, big chick, kaže.
Levo, vamo.
To bi mu bilo najbolje. Bio bi...
Mela neku.
Nemaš potrebe mi prenosiš njegove misli, on želi da svi rade poslove što više degradirajuće da bi on mogao sebe da uzdiže. Zato što onda on osjeća da je on vredniji od svih ostalih zato što on ne mora ništa da radi, a evo ti grcaš u blatu dok on sedi i ne radi ništa. Vrlo jednostavno. Nema tu nikakve mudrosti.
Mudrosti? Unutra. A ti ovdje lik.
Ljudi bek.
I druga ekipa tu.
Đape, ovo ovako ne možeš.
Sačekajte, nek se pobije ništa. Mela?
Možda Miladin Mela. Samo ako je Meladin u pitanju. Opa, opa!
Na Crowlik. Kako je ovo clean bilo, ovo klipujem poslije. Strašan. Ne. Kakav sam magnet, bre, za kilove, bre.
Velju.
Ne mogu, da.
A ko podriguje, šta je ovo, ljudi? Ko podriguje, šta je
Stvarno,
ovo?
stoko je.
Ko podriguje, stvarno, zbilja, nemojte ovo raditi, ljudi.
Once you put him, you want to drag him as fast as possible into the house behind him. Not any other house, it has to be this one, or he will reset.
Mogu prođem pored vas
The
dvoje.
reason for that, he will spawn ads once he gets a little
slug.
bit lower, or after a
Just-
certain amount of time. I'm not sure which one.
Možda nam i
So
treći
his abilities, he's buffing himself
ekipa
up,
dođe.
and then he will headbutt you in really
Ajde,
quick
Kesić.
succession. So that's where the bone shield is really important. He also has a little charge, and when the humans are coming, he's eating them one after another. So your goal is to kill those humans faster than he can. Every human heals him for like, I think 10% or something. So that's where you use all your AoE abilities, your Q from the crossbow, your spiders, Chaos Valley. So this is like my 6th or 7th try for this boss. I messed it up every time before, but now it looks easy, to be honest. But I
To
hope
si Milane,
this
to me-
ne vjerujem,
does help
ne
me
vjerujem
the
da
same
to
way
mora.
This strategy helped myself. And if you find this helpful, please consider.
Pa je.
Što je kasno za... Što je kasno za tebe? Pa koliko imaš? 38 godina imaš. 38 godina imaš.
A da nećeš umret sa 60 dB majku.
Ti nećeš živiš više od 50 godina. Ja bih volio da mogu da živim večno. Večno. A ja bih htio da nike ne umre.
Opa!
Kako u isto vreme su nam dali headshot? Kako? Pa čekali nas, kako? Dok mi pričamo, brate, carsku... Odo smo mi tamo već. Mi smo već otišli.
Headshot se dobi.
U isto vreme smo ja i Milan dobili headshot. Ja mislim da nam je spojio metku.
Ovako se igra.
A bili smo u ovoj vrate liniji, a on ima full metal već.
A moguće da vas ubio s jednim metkom.
Pat, moguće.
I u Teleku to isto možeš uraditi, možeš s jednim metkom ubiti.
Moguće, ko te ubio, Milana? Reci da vidim baš da li se to desilo pa da se šlogiram. Mene ubio Maverick. A jao, ti ja smo umrli od jednog metka, brate. Od jednog metka!
Niste.
A nismo.
Čekaj. Ne. Dva lika su. Mene
A
i Beko,
Milana-
nekog od vas dvojice i mene je ubio isti lik.
A, to si ti bio, Kesiću.
Da. Ne, nisam ja bio s tobom.
Pa Milan je umro sa mnom u isto vremenu.
Bukvalno u isti sekund su vas oba... U isti sekund vas je...
Maverick me ubio Team 1 i ubio me Aus.
Ne to. Da, taj Versigen, taj.
Tako, taj ubio sad sve nas.
Meni pokazuje da i treći Her Orbest nekog ubio od nas.
Mene nije.
Kakav Maverick, to je prvi tim, čovječe, te smo rešili, što? To je te Peđa rešili.
Da.
Te Peđa rešili.
Evo ga, čekaju, znaš ti kak je ovo 50-ka igra, oni su svo vreme čekaju.
Ovako se igra.
Ako Kesić kaže da je to taj tim, treći,
zadnji tim je treći što nas ubio,
zadnji. Nemac Aus. Versehen. Nebitno, Vresa dao.
Jer on nas je ubio u sedmom minutu, a ove si rešio u 4. minutu.
Ubije nas jednim metkom čovjek, gledaj sad ću da ti klipam ovo. Da vidiš šta se tu tačno dešava.
Meni ne pokazuje tako. Da vas istim jednim metkom ubije obojicu.
A ima, brate, custom. Ja sam dao.
Jer ovaj prvi version je ubio nekoga od vas i mene. Mene ubio. Mene ubio taj lik, ali u 7. minutu. Vas je ubio u 6 minutu i 50 sekundi. A mene 10 sekundi posle vas ubio taj lik.
Da, mi smo umrli u isto vreme, ja i Milan.
Da, ali dva lika su vas headovala u istoj sekundi. U istoj sekundi, da. Tako meni pokazuje.
Aus Versehen, headshot, high velocity ammo. Milan i ja smo umrli u isto jebenoj sekundi. Od jednog metka sam ja čuo.
Malo čudno.
Čekaj.
Šta ti piše za ovog Her Orbesta, ovog zadnjeg lika, kad ova kosturska glava, šta ti piše na njega? Nebitno, tebi, ajde, šta tebi piše? Her Oberst, ovaj zadnji, brat. Šta ti piše na kosturskoj glavi za njega?
Jel ti je crveno, Milane, kod njega? On je tebe
šta piše na nju? Kad staviš kostursku glavu, piše ti This hunter downed your teammate. This hunter, you were killed by this hunter. Šta ti piše?
Downed your teammate.
Da, a ovaj treći, Her Orber, šta ti piše na njegovu glavu kad staviš?
Znate, da, Kesiću, 6:50, 6:50, oni su obojica pukli u isto vreme.
Pa da, ali nisu mene, ja sam umro zadnji, vidio si da sam...
Kako stoji, ko je taj teammate, bret? A ako nije Milan, koga je ubio ovaj Her Oberst?
Pa da, pa to ti kažem.
Viš da je ovaj hunt zabagovan, bret. Evo.
A, ne znam. U ovu igru više ništa nemaš.
Ja.
Ovo su Nemci neki. Čekaj, vidim da li streamuje čovjek. Iz njegovog streama će se lakše vidjeti tako.
Eto. Kako je to kod
Da,
mene
neko od njih
izgledalo?
dvojice streamuje.
Jedan metak, brate.
Čekaj, vidim.
Ja i on smo umrli u istoj sekundi. A ja sam dobio srčani udar, ja jebote digo, vrate, ruke usus.
Ne znam. I ovo nije Full Metal Jacket, nego High Velocity. On gubi penetraciju.
Ne može ona.
Ne može.
Znači, ubije nas različito.
Znaš šta može da ubije? Spitzer može da ubije 2 čovjeka odjednom. I Nitro Express. Eto, to je to.
Da. Ti met koji stvarno jebu kevu, a... Čak ni Sparks ne može, ja verujem.
Ne znam da li može Full Metal Jacket, nisam baš 100% siguran u to.
Nitro da, Nitro ubijač. Ma da, sigurno. Samo to, baš to, jednom u 3-5 hiljada partija ti se desi to, tjecite stoja dvojica u istu liniju. Što se kaže, jednim metkom 2 zeca ubije.
Samo sam. Aj ja, šta sam im uradio?
Did you make them a small children?
My children. Plan. Naša komunci. Amo malo. Amo malo. Vidi ovo kako je bilo clean. Imam rekao na mjesto, da? Ja ti ja kad imam... Kad imam rate Romero...
Ne, ja sam njega već ubio ranije, sam, znaš.
Onoga što smo bili na dvoje sinoć.
Onoga s kopljem.
Ne s kopljem, onog velikog.
Onoga ledenog, ma kaki, si lud. Da ono, i odustao sam. Nagrada za njega ti je neka magija, dobiješ neki spell, sad nemam pojma koji. I dobiješ kao tčane scrollove. A ja scrollove sve imam. Imam sve istražene scrollove, znaš. Ne vidim pointu.
Da se mučiš.
To mogu kasnije da se vratim, ono. Napravio sam jedno oružje od ovoga, kako se zove, Dark Steel, Dark Silver. Ima 2000 durability, 2100 durability ima. A imao sam materijal samo za jedno, napravio sam kovačnicu za 30 tih poluga, a za jedno oružje ti treba 12 poluga. Jedno i drugo je skupo, ali bože moj. Evo, čekam ove vukulake da se respawnuju, ali izgleda mrka kap.
Go program.
Bio sam u rudniku srebra i farmo bio, znaš.
Da. Ah.
Ti bi mi trebao za rudnik. Ima ih dosta u rudniku. Vojske ima dosta. Treba ti srebro. Možeš određenu količinu srebra da nosiš i onda počinješ da gubiš health. I ne mogu da se pretovarim, znaš. Mogu da nosim tipa 500-600 poluga. Kao ono, silver ore. I posle 500-600, onda moram da bacim sve ostalo, počinjem da gubim health. Malo bullshit, ali dobro.
Mislite da me sačekate posle ovog meča? Nego je Milo.
Čekat ću te.
Njemu se spava već.
On je gotov.
Emulatora, vidiš šta je uradio s njim.
Šta je ovo?
Hoćete da me sačekate 10 minuta samo i...
Čekat ću te.
Da pola sata, treba mi 10-5, pa dobro kako god hoćeš, ajde. Može pauzu.
Šta te zanima, Nenad? Znaš šta je pauza? Od onda spava. Ti to znaš vrlo dobro.
A da, gdje će ti posle 11 sati
nema za tebe pauze. Ne laži.
Ne veze, ujutro. Ja i Keć ćemo onda Warzone.
Ma neću ni ja dugo jer idem ujutro.
Opušteno.
Vamo je na 4 bolde najvjerojatnije, ne mora znači. Neki fight tu. Ne znam šta da radimo.
Idem tamo, idem.
Više se ovdje dvije ekipe pucaju.
Koja Hasan?
Nemam pojma, našao sam neku
Da, da, dvije ekipe.
Lik ispred mene.
Ti to igraš solo?
Ako hoćeš li se join?
Hoću, zanima me desi.
Šta je ovo? Miolita e
Hoće da.
Jesam neki kasama.
Lako ljudi.
Nema se vremena.
Dva tima tu, 3. God odik. Gleda iza tebe, zna da si to. Jebati Kesić.
Ovo. 3 puta ga hitu.
Ide da ga diši.
Bravo, bravo, bravo.
Maybe open up. Kom s bravom gađa. Dobro. Aj ti tamo u daljinu.
Moj pambuka nema od sence.
Imaš robove.
Dobro. Diži me Kesić, imaš uga, slobodno čuči. Ići će on je u pike ga sve.
Te obovi moram da ovo da sve buildan.
Šta? Da me diši. Može tako. Bra. Pike se slobodno.
Se joinujem uopšte na tebe.
I zaraz šopiriš. Jebem ga usred dići ovog.
Stavio sam joiništ.
Valjda si se joinuo.
Ajde vidim.
A ne mogu da verujem odakle ti u pičku materinu. Pun kurac Hima, pun kurac. 3-4 čovjeka živa, najmanje.
Da ću mi poslati ovo, ne mogu.
A može, ali... Ne znam.
Napred naši. Šta ću?
Promašio si ga.
Pogledala se neki sad.
Pola sačma.
Šta to bi?
Ma kaki.
A? Šta bi to? Šta je to bilo, majke?
A pogledaj ovo sad. Ovo je najjače.
Koga pitaš?
Leđa, leđa, leđa!
Mene pitaš nešto ili...
Pošalj mi invite.
Bravo.
Šta je ovo?
Jesi, ali pola sačme.
Znaš šta je bilo? Ja ću ti reći.
Sa strane sačme. Si ga pogodio.
Ja mislim da si ga pogodio kad se on vraćao nazad kroz one lonce. Ili lonce. To su isto lonci tu, brate, ili lanci, kako god hoću, brate. Evo, čekaj.
Ovo je šestica što sam ga 3 puta hitao, moguće to je.
Pravimo pauzu malo.
Šta?
Moguće da je pucao u čovjeka, viče mu hej man i ovaj pobegne.
Da.
Lud. Lud s tog radi.
Ajde, zeva.
On kao fora, znaš, kao ubiće ga ono.
Kao fora i fail.
Šta? On kao da je, znaš, raktazi. Šta?
Ko šta?
Šta? Šta? Nevjerovatno.
Evo Snake te je klipao.
Ko šta gde, evo ti, klipova ti je sve.
Šta?
Ko šta gde.
On je bio iznenađen što nije ubio čovjeka, znaš. Viče mu hej man, ovaj lik je već izašao napolje kad mu je rekao hej man. I najavi mu se i drugi put.
Da, javi svaki put.
Interesantno na kojih ubiješ. Fore da znaju da smrt dolazi.
Ma da, po sačme. Nije tu nikakvi ni lanaca bilo ni ništa. Po sačme. Jedva si ga zakačio
Looking for fun_bot_master. Welcome to my channel.
Da, pogodio ga u rame.
Ja ne znam ništa pogodilo, oprosti.
A jes, kao hit mark jer dobro.
Ma, pogodio je jedno zrnce. Znaš kako ono ide, 15-20 pelota.
Sam za 10 minuta završao.
A i ti ideš po sok, ha?
Ne, ja dolazim za 10 minuta.
Dobro, nemoj kao Milan da ne
staneš. A ovo ide po sok. Neću.
Jedan je otišao po sok pa se nije vratio.
Ima tako ljudi odu po pakicu cigarete nikad se ne vrati.
Jes. To ti je najčištos kad čuješ, kaže, moj tata je, kaže, otišao po hleb i kaže, eto mene živi s mamom, čitao život sam. Ovo moraju da fiksuju. Ja sam kod mene zamenio sve ove sanduke za kredence, znaš.
Na više mjestima.
Preglednije, a ti slažeš 50 sanduka, jebo to. Jedan veliki sanduk.
Kristina, odjebi!
Ti si otišao gore, a? Kristina, Kristina, Kristina. Ti nisi ništa researchao što ja već ne znam, a?
Nisam. Nisam ja, spavao sam.
Da. A spavao si? Nisi bežao?
Nisam begao.
Ne, kaže, bežao si, u stvari nisam, a jesi. Ne, nisam. To ono, vi ste muzičari.
Šta je na pola kjela evo ti?
Ko boss?
Ma neki vukodlak.
A vukodlaka ubi. Poslušaj me šta ću ti reći.
Ma te mogu da ubio mene iz jedne ulice evo ti.
Ako si mali level i nemaš dovoljno oružja i armor ti je slab, ubit će te. Dobro. Ja sam došao sad u takvu situaciju da treba da ubijam vukodlake treba ti koža od vukodlaka da bi pravio armore. Pročitao sam dobar savjet, znaš.
Taj loš što ga joli, da? Ajde dođi na prvom da vidimo zajedno.
Evo, samo da dođemo. Da mu se malo krvi napije mi dolazi. Kojeg bossa juriš?
Jebem li ga.
Kako se zove? Ona Archerka, jel ta? Bright Archer, kako li već? Jel ta?
Kristinu.
Koje oružje ima?
Pa ona što baca ono svetlo i to...
A, sveštenica, jel?
Da, sveštenica, sunce.
Evo ga jedan Archer, 93%, brate, hoćeš ovo? Jebeš Kristinu.
Kristinu ću ja sam. Sigurno. Kristina! O, Kristina! Gdje si se ti? A ne može niko da ti baci blessing ko što ja mogu da ti navim ku.
Nisam se prebacio na mod za dominaciju, izvini, ubio sam ga. 93% je bio, jepik. Izvini. To sam uradio kod sebe par puta, brzi prsti. Iznervirali su me zato što je bilo 2 patrole, znaš, i to... Budu strelci, budu rogovi, mnogo njih bude i onda se ja iznerviram, pobijem i sve i onda kad treba zadnjega da ono, znaš, lepo ubijem, onda, znaš, ono, ja ono, potrebim previše sila i razvalim. Da, dobar sam savjet počitao. Sedneš na konja, slušaj. Pre nego što sedneš na konja, uključiš onaj Blood Hunger mod, znaš. Da vidiš ono koje su krvna grupa. I samo jašeš okolo, znaš. I kad vidiš, ono vidiš ima ona ikonica iznad glave. I kad vidiš ikonicu da piše tipa, kao što sam malo pitao, 90%, staneš i ono. Evo ovaj ti je 45%. Imaš jednog strelca od 45%.
Ne, slabo je to.
Ne.
Idemo svima u Kristinu. Dođemo ili ja?
Čekaj, brate.
Dođemo da mogu sam negdje, da nisam se... Evo, ako mi ti pomogneš, mogu.
Samo da poprijem ovoga roga. Imam 8% rogue krvi, ovaj je 45%. Pa sad ćeš teško išto raditi. Pa, ne bi ga ubio za 2 sekunde sigurno. Ma zebavati.
Pusti ga, neki se pokloni opet u ovoga.
Šta je to, vukolak bio?
Da, veliki vukolak.
A ne, to ti je normalno, imaš baš bossa u selu gore. Za bossa već treba da imaš gear level 60 i da može jedan čovjek to da ubije, ali... Znaš šta da radim, da bežimo od njega. Vidi ga. A ne mogu da se nahilujem zato što me prati govno, bre. Treba da izađeš iz borbe, da ti ne stane ova ikonica, da počne da ti se health regeneriše. A ne može da mi počne da mi se regeneriše zato što govnar me prati. Imaš gore tamo na severu selo tih vukodlaka.
Znam.
Tamo, nemoj da napraviš grešku koja je. Ja sam ih po danu pobio i onda sam kontao sad će oni polako da se respawnu jedan po jedan. Nije tako. Uopšte nije tako.
Šta je sa novinama?
Šta?
Možeš čovjek i ide čilo u novi vol.
Se namirisa luka možda s ove farme?
Nisam.
Ja jesam. Bez onog napitka protiv srebra ne vredi ni da ideš gore u rudnik. To sam provalio.
Ma da!
Imam pamuka malo. Nabrao sam sad.
Imam ja dosta. Samo je podigniti još malo. Ferocity.
Ko te ubio? Oooo! Izvinjavam se. Konj je zapeo za nešto. Ajajajaj. Uff. Stižem. Si umro? Umrećemo obojici. Nemaš problem. Jedi govne, si čuo?
Roman_the_Russian.
Pa zato što si umro na sredli vade.
Ume ovaj put dok sam bežao je vidio.
Šta si tražio na sve ceste?
Bežao sam!
Cestom. Hello Roman, what's up? Bežao si po cesti. Sad dođi digni me, Ja sad tebe čekam, nikako ćeš to da izvedeš, majči sin. Come and get me. Come and get me, bro.
And social connections in a community that is supposedly great at inviting and accepting criticism.
Seems like the FTX disaster isn't the only time that EA's leaders haven't listened to the membership. McCaskill responded to Kraken, saying he's aware of this criticism and he wants to start actively funding critics in order to strengthen the movement's ideas. To which I can only say, well, patreon.com/philosophytube.
Ajde sad, ma možeš da revivuješ dok stojiš. Ne, ubit ćete. Moj ti je savjet u biti što baca bombe, ona ti je glavna. Samo trči kod nje, samo trči za njom. Viš da pokušava pobegne. Tako je AI.
Maybe there's work to be done in terms of how they're implemented. and also making sure that everyone in the movement is safe, but the goal is still worth striving for. And if this were a different video essay channel, that's probably where I'd leave it. I've told you what effective altruism is and why it's in the news, so now's the part where I say Instagram, TikTok, Patreon,
Imaš tamo papir.
bish bash bosh. But this is Philosophy Tube, and on this show, we like to go a little bit deeper. Everything I've told you so far is not the full story.
Hvala mi.
There are bigger questions for effective altruism.
Drži
Not
još jednu
just as a
knjigu.
movement, but as a philosophy. One big question in particular, which I'd like to tease
Evo
out
ti još pamuk.
by taking a
I
detailed look
suncokret.
at
I
McCaskill's
suncokret ti treba za ove magične, kako se zovu gluposti. Za... Ne za napitke. Za amulete. Za magične amulete ti treba, verovati ili ne. Treba i za napitke, ali više će ti treba za... Majku ti
effective altruism started to change.
Ubi toga,
There was
molim
still
te.
an emphasis on ethics and charity, but the movement's leaders, including
Uh-huh.
McCaskill, embraced a new thought called long-termism, which is all about threats from the future. McCaskill says we are living at a critical time. Mammal species typically survive about 2 million years. Humans first evolved about 200,000 years ago, so we're pretty near the start of our story. But recently, we have acquired the power to destroy ourselves. If we're not careful, we might not make it much further. We're like teenagers, he says. The decisions we make now will profoundly affect the rest
Evo
of
ti ova na 37%, ne znam da li
the trillions of
hoćeš da je zarobimo.
humans who are yet
Pa
to
za
be
nemamo ono
born
tamo na
are counting
veću,
on
a?
us.
Nemam
So
pojma,
if
ne
you
znam šta
want
ti
to do
imaš.
good, the most effective
Vidim
thing
da,
you can do is
vidim da je ta na 37, možda.
of the future.
Long-termism is about taking seriously just how big the future could be and how high the stakes
Sedi na konja pa je daj gas i... Jer dugačije nećeš moći. Ene ti tamo konj.
I'll start with what
Ne može se pretvoriš u vuka, moraš brzo da ideš jer će ti ubiti.
technology can affect society.
Jedino s konjem to može se uradi
The
normalno.
idea is that when you create a piece of tech to
Al
do
znači
a
bazu
job,
i piči.
it becomes more difficult to ask, should this job be done? We talked about that on the show last year in my episode on transhumanism. I do wish he'd gone into a little bit more detail because there are other philosophers who've talked about that before. Bruno Latour, Ian Morozov, Martin Heidegger, and he doesn't mention any of them. But it is interesting stuff. Some of McCaskill's critics have accused him of deliberately downplaying the threat from climate
Niđe ribe nema.
focusing too much on the future right now. And he is a little bit tame compared to certain other writers. He likes the idea of non-violent protest and
Šta sam ja označio trekujem uopšte?
Just compare that to the philosopher Andreas Malm, who we talked about on the show last year. He wrote a book called How to Blow Up a Pipeline. So, McCaskill's a bit reserved compared to others working in the field, but
What?
it's not necessarily a bad thing. I think it's a stretch to say that he
Neki
deliberately
boss mi
downplays
označi
it,
sa ne
and he
pojma
even
koji.
says this.
In order to solve climate change, what
No,
would actually
okay,
happen is for companies like Shell to go out of business?
Ne pokazujem uopšte.
I also think he effectively handles one of the big challenges to long term.
Ma da, bre.
A challenge that's often posed to effective
Jeste ti ubili?
altruism classic as well. It goes like
Nego me izbacili s konja.
suppose a homeless person
E,
asks
to je
you for
zajebano.
money and you've got £3 in your pocket. But you're a dedicated, effective altruist. So you say no, because you don't know what they're going to spend that money on. You don't know the consequences of that action. Instead, you put that money towards buying malaria nets for somebody 3,000 miles away. A critic might say that you've missed the point of morality. A human being asked you for help and you ignored them. You could have given them that money. You could have given them something more valuable by looking them in the eye and saying, I'm sorry, it's all I've got on me right now, but I hope things turn around for you. You could have given them your respect, even if it wouldn't have the optimum consequences. Isn't morality about human beings and the way that we treat each other? I mean, what about justice? What about
Nope.
generosity? What about kindness? I mean,
Why
yes,
there
there's
is
sort
post-
of arbitrary emotional attachments, but
Yes,
isn't
we
having
don't know.
arbitrary emotional attachment
Rogue.
what being human is all about? I mean, we might as well let the computers take over if you're just going to make all your decisions like frickin' Spock.
Finally,
someone agrees with me. And what this amounts to is rejecting the idea that consequences are the main matters when it comes to charity. We can make this same objection specific to long-termism too. McCaskill worries about future people, but future people, by definition, do not exist.
Ovo je brute.
We can worry about the
Ovo je dobro.
consequences of our actions for children who are alive.
Jedi govna bre, vuče, mamuti, jebem.
Are imaginary.
Mi treba vuk sad.
How can we say that they have rights or they should be treated a certain way? That's not to say that we should never think about the future. Just that if we do, then protecting them is a bit of a weird way to structure that conversation because there is no them. Again, isn't morality about real people and the way that we treat each other? McCaskill has quite a response to all this.
Ne znam odakle iskaču.
Doing ethics about the people of the future can seem a little bit bloodless and abstract, but it kind of has to be because of the impact that we all have every day on the future.
Taman sam ga zarobio. Jedan, drugi, treći, četvrti vuk. Ne znam odakle dolazi. Ali ovo je dobra metoda, stvarno. Kažem ti, uključiš Bloodhunger i sedneš na konja. I samo pičiš okolo. I ako vidiš nekoga da je na 80-90%, onda ga zarobiš.
Timings of that conception, changing which sperm met the egg, and thus changing who was born. That different person will then impact the schedules of millions of other people, changing what children they have, and so on in an identity cascade. Past a certain date, everyone who is ever born will be different from who would have been born had you chosen to drive instead, and the entire course of future history will be different. Wars will be fought that would never have been fought, monuments built that would never have been built, works of literature written that would never have been written, all because you chose to take the bus.
Philosophers call this the non-identity problem. Our actions don't just affect what kind of lives people in the future will lead, we affect who they will be. So any discussion about future people kind of has to miss out on their individuality because it's constantly in flux. This point was originally made by a philosopher called Derek Parfit, and McCaskill's discussion of it is quite interesting. Although, just because you're summarizing what another philosopher said in an entertaining way, that doesn't make you clever. You know what? Turning now to what I didn't know so much about. You can kind of tell it was written by a man, because there is almost no discussion of reproduction. If I was bringing out a book in current year about the moral difference to unborn people, the first thing I would have put in it, page 1, 72-point font, do not use this book to criminalize abortion. Maybe he'll discuss that in a future edition. McCaskill talks about the threat to humanity from AI. And I personally found his discussion of it to be a little bit... He says that software can be easily copied between computers. Just look at the video game Pong. Came out on the Atari, but now you can play it in your browser or you can even play it on your phone. It's everywhere. So like, what if a rogue AI also copied itself and spread around the net in a similar fashion? That could be a really good threat. And I feel like he's generalizing there from quite a specific case. Pong is a very simple program. That's how you can run it on other things. I don't think you could run Skynet on an Atari. Surely a rogue AI would be quite a complicated program. And so it would require things like server racks and air conditioning and electricity. You know, physical infrastructure would make it vulnerable and probably help keep it in check. Also, Pong is an outlier even as far as games go. A lot of old video games aren't archived. To generalize from Pong to world-ending AI in the space of 2 paragraphs is, in my opinion, a little bit rushed. If you're trying to argue that one of the best uses of charity money in the world is researching AI based on that example, if I was an investor, I'd be going, is there someone else I can talk to? And there is. This is The Precipice by Toby Ord, the other philosopher at Oxford who also helped found the effective altruism movement and who is also a long-termist. This book came out first, and it's basically McCaskill, but a little bit better. I don't think that McCaskill is ripping Ord off, but McCaskill said humanity is like a teenager. Ord said it first. McCaskill said that technology can lock in bad values long term. Ord said it first. Ord has a whole discussion about asteroids, which McCaskill reproduces almost exactly. But I found Ord to be more persuasive. He's more detailed, he considers more points of view. He doesn't put all of his eggs in the consequences basket, so he doesn't necessarily have to muck around with a non-identity problem. His discussion of AI is stronger too. He says, yes, a rogue AI would require things like server racks, but it could manipulate people into giving it them. Russia, or whoever, could right now create a deep fake of the president saying something outrageous and spread it on social media to try and influence and manipulate people. And if a person can manipulate people, then a rogue AI could too. Welcome to the 2032 presidential debate. For the Democrats, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, and for the Republicans, a chatbot made of everything Tucker Carlson's ever said. If you're looking for a book about long-termism, I would say this. My official review of McCaskill is that it's interesting, but the intellectual content is at times a little bit lacking. Okay, well, maybe I'm not one to talk, and you might say, well, you've never written a best-selling book, and that's true in the present. But in the future, I could write a great book. I could write the best book ever, and be awarded many honorary doctorates for my contributions to philosophy. You should take me very seriously, based on the expected value of my book, which will top the New York Times bestseller list in the year 3054. And you might not find that joke funny now, but there is a small chance that you will find it extremely funny in the future. So really, you should be laughing. I'm being a little bit silly, but it's in service of a serious point. A big question hanging over both of these books, and maybe the entire effective altruism movement. It goes like this. Imagine you're walking home one night, and somebody stops you and says, I am the wallet inspector. Give me your wallet, and I will return it to you tomorrow with £100 inside as a reward for your cooperation. And you say, no. And so they say, okay, how about £1,000? £1 million? £1 billion? I am a wizard in addition to being the wallet inspector. I will give you £1 billion and make you live 1 million years. And you say, no, there is almost zero chance that you're telling the truth. The odds of you telling the truth are 1 in a trillion. But the wallet inspector keeps promising you more and more, to the point that even though the odds of you telling the truth are tiny, you've got a 1 in a trillion chance at paradise.
Nađe knjigu nadrobnom spomeniku, kako
So the
ga reći.
rational thing to do is hand it over. But you're stubborn. You still say no.
Raspalio sam
So the wallet
nadrobni
inspector
spomenik
changes
I dobio
tactics
sam
and says, unless you give me your wallet, humanity will end. I can see the future using my wizard
recept.
powers. If you don't hand over your wallet, you'll drop it on your way home.
Ne znam
Tomorrow
kako to ima
morning, an
logike.
old lady will slip on it, and a passerby will stop to help her, and he will be slightly delayed in his journey, which means he will have sex at a slightly different time tomorrow night than he otherwise would have done, conceiving a different child than he would have done, and that child is Super Hitler. So unless you give me your wallet, the future is doomed. You might think that the odds of my telling the truth are infinitesimally tiny, but the risk to the future is huge. Trillions of lives are depending on this, so you need to do the right thing and safeguard the people of the future by handing over your wallet. This thought experiment is called Pascal's mugging, and it's supposed to highlight the difficulty of making decisions now based on future value or future risk. Clearly, something's gone wrong in these scenarios. And in a footnote to McCaskill's book, he says that we should just put such cases to the side. But I'm not satisfied. I think we're on the trail of something big. If you're very clever, you'll already have been asking back in part 1, how do effective altruists decide which charities are the most
Ja idem nazad, pun mi inventara.
And I have a clever answer to
Reći
that. You do an experiment and you find out. For example, you find a bunch of blind people and you give
Ja
some
krenem
gifts,
nešto da radim i
and
onda
some of
usput
them
nakupim
advice about
tipa,
cleaning their eyes,
ne znam,
and
daske,
persuasion works best. They weren't the
zlato,
first people to think of this. Economists have been playing around with
gvožđe,
this since the 90s,
ribu,
but the idea is pretty
znaš.
simple. Run charity like a science experiment. Thing is, there are some tactics for helping the poor, like medicine, that are easy to study. But what about things like reforming political and financial systems? That might help the poor a whole lot, maybe even more than charity. But it's tough to study that without actually doing it. Critics say this results in measurability bias. EA tends to favor
Kolike su
short-term,
patrole,
small-scale
znači sad si ih vidio 6 u patroli, 7.
Some of those short-term interventions don't last or
Zajebałem
have
se.
long-term negative effects. This is all to say that it is by no means settled what effective actually means. And in fairness to them, some EAs are aware of this and they do talk about it. But none of the EA policies I've read quite seem to understand the depth of this issue. The lesson from Pascal's mugging and the measurability bias problem is that evidence and reasoning will only get you part of the way. What gets you the rest of the way
Zašto?
is
Hoćeš
clout.
receptera farmaš?
Given incomplete evidence, who can fill in the
Šta
gaps
hoćeš?
and tell the most persuasive story, persuade you
Čekaj da...
to give you your money. And if clout is what's
Imaš i
filling
mesta
evidence,
za jedan spomenik.
that prompts the big
Za
question.
jednog roba, pardon.
Who clout?
Evo ti jedan brut.
Remember back at the start, I said that rich people have been trying to give their money away for a long time? Well, in his book,
Ne znam da li da ga stavim u zatvor ili da ga
Journalist
držimo kao robu. Ti ćeš sad
modern
vidjeti
philanthropy was
kad ga
invented
zatvorimo.
in the late 19th century.
Pa
And the USA
45%.
was very unequal.
Ali gladijator,
Men
ne?
like
Znaš,
Andrew
onaj kao
Carnegie
kako
and
se
J.D.
zove...
Rockefeller got very rich and faced a lot of
Bruce,
criticism.
Militia Brawler,
So
to
they
ti nešto nosi
invented
veliki
a new
čekić
way
štit.
to donate money. The private
Znaš vidi.
foundation. And these days, private foundations are.
Ćeš ga kao roba
In
ili da ga
exchange for their
staviš sebi.
charity, these men expected not to get criticized
U
for
kopčinu.
how they made their
Mislim,
money.
verovatno nemamo
If they
boljeg od
engaged
njega.
in unsafe
To je moja
working practices
pretpostavka.
or union busting, or they didn't pay
Ja
their
sam ih
taxes,
poslao,
well, that's just a temporary blip on the road to a better world.
Pa i ja ih šaljem u raid. Reci mi gdje su ti sanduci.
ovdje su ti
It's
stavio.
really nothing new.
Ja
It's
nisam
just a
ništa.
restatement of this
Jesi
old
ti
idea
napravi ikakav
that
armor? Vidim da nešto se golišav šetaš
free
okolo.
market and
Nije,
business
jem,
through giving money away.
Fali ti
yes,
plašt.
but never changing the
Ona
system
fanda.
that makes the money.
A, to
And from the
što se
19th
skinuo
century
sam,
to the present day, this idea has
Ja sam
remained
ostavio.
pretty much unaltered. Here's a recent quote from a British politician which perfectly encapsulates this 19th century way of thinking about the poor.
I think the dynamics of capitalism and business creation and investment are good. If you want a more equal society, what's the best way to do it? Is it to lift up those at the bottom, or to bring down those at the top?
Okay.
I'd much rather lift up those at the bottom. I'm very aspirational.
Gary had
Se ja setio da je tebi šta
that
ovdje.
if you want to get invited back to the
Ja
banking
tamo da
conference,
si ti ostao.
if you want to do TED Talks and corporate
Hvala.
speaking gigs, if you want book deals and a high-paying job, if you want
Ali nisam
newspapers
bio
to
ništa.
support your political party,
Znam.
you
I to
kind of
znam.
have to toe that line. Don't talk about Lenin at the banking conference. If you want clout, that world.
Aha, Kristina the Sun Priestess, nju, a?
If only I had told
pa
that
da sigurno.
conference what they wanted to hear.
Kad već traži kurac,
Somewhere in a parallel
ne pomogne.
universe, there's an alternate version of me, and she doesn't have any integrity, but she does own a house. I think that effective altruism is very well suited to that world.
Opa.
McCaskill's book in particular. There's almost no politics in here. It's very win-win, very
Vidim da imaš
business
neke recepte koje si naučio.
because it's a fusion of those
Nisu
19th
ništa
century
korisno,
ideas about
ali-
poverty with modern development economics and some ethical philosophy. I'm sure
Aha,
McCaskill will
prozori,
come back and say that
ornamenti.
effective altruism is about following the evidence.
Oni
If
podovi,
it
ono je
turned
dosta
out the best
korisno.
way to help the poor was through socialist revolution, well then he'd be all for it. But remember measurability bias. The evidence only takes you part of the way. And when there are gaps, it's that world of business clout that rushes in to fill them.
Gde ti je
This
mimik?
might explain why EA was such an easy mark for crypto. The cryptosphere is powered by hype about how we're all gonna make it. Sometimes that hype is pretty unrealistic. It might also help explain why a lot of the charities they recommend are run by restaurants instead of by the people on the ground.
EA has indoctrinated its followers to strictly support a small, select
živih?
list of charities
Ima.
that have been labeled
Gde ti je
most
mimik?
effective by the movement's own
Koji
charity
mimik?
raters, like Give Well, Giving What We Can, The Life You Can Save, etc.,
Ja,
of which the named charities right now
A, tu je.
are
Jesi čuo?
all Western.
Tako je fino ušuškan da ga nisam skontao.
Themselves live
Pa
in
kak
abject
sad ću ja da
poverty, there's
legnem
no
za-
chance that they will mention one of EA's
Teško 15
supported
minuta.
effective charities as having impacted
ne
their
radiš
lives
sutra, a?
more than the
Ne,
work of
vikend došli.
traditional global anti-poverty
Lepo.
agencies.
Neko radi,
And
neko
it
ne radi. Što
seems
okej
like
si.
EA's leaders don't really
Da.
want to talk about that.
Ja
McCaskill
Da,
and
ne
Org
radim, moram
write
da
a
radim.
lot about progress
I da ne
and
radiš, moraš da
humanity's
radiš.
potential, but they say almost nothing about who gets to define those concepts. Who gets
credit.
seen as an expert? Who decides what counts as evidence? Whose vision of the future gets listened to? In my opinion, those aren't side questions tied in footnotes. They're core
Si
to
rekao
the
ra pa
whole
pa
project.
pa.
The movement had listened to them a few years ago. Maybe the FTX
Ma
disaster
s
could
tim
have been
prso,
avoided.
vred.
But
Ne mogu da
on
im
the
poručim.
other hand, just because the movement
tim prso.
dovetails nicely with the ideology of the rich, doesn't necessarily mean that they're wrong. Effective altruists could come back and say, well, philanthropy does a lot of good. Effective altruism's probably better than nothing, right? I mean, at least we're doing something. This perspective is especially pertinent right now because one of the biggest YouTubers in the world is a philanthropist. Mr. Beast is basically the most famous man on earth if you're under 25. And he recently came under fire for this video in which he paid for 1,000 blind people to have surgery restoring their sight. Some people said it was morally iffy to turn charity into spectacle. Others said that people in need shouldn't have to rely on the random generosity of content creators. And before anyone in my comments goes in too hard on Mr. Beast, a lot of those criticisms could be applied to me. I've used this platform to do public charity before. Did I do that because I really wanted to do the right thing, or was I just trying to make you like me, which benefits my career? An effective altruist might say, well, does it really matter? There are 1,000 people who were blind yesterday and they can see today. Isn't that a fact worth celebrating? The real
Imaš dve ove ribe, imaš ljubičastu i žutu. Njih harvestuješ u mimiku za one krljušti. I od krljušti praviš armor, znaš?
Do we talk to bankers or try and shut them
Ja.
down?
Piše ti
If a
na te
movement is
ribe
trying to
da
do
se,
good,
da se
how do
dismentluju
you deal
kao
with the bad things
u
that
scales. To samo pogledaš.
These aren't
Ne mogu da ga jedem.
They're questions that we
Ne mogu da ih jedu zarobljenici, a trebaju ti ove... the scales of a creature used to craft armor. To ti se pravi od ribe.
My job is to tell you what the theory
Ajmo,
says and
gde
point
si rekao da
forward.
ćemo da idemo?
So that whatever
Idemo
you
na
decide to
Kristinu.
do,
Ajmo na Kristinu Aguilera.
I'm very intrigued by this topic of who gets to tell stories. And I got to tell my own recently. I wrote a play called The Prince, which was on in London. It's about a bunch of characters in a Shakespeare play.
Porker 100%, moguće ovo. Brut 96, ujebot, ti imaš bolje zarobljenika nego ja.
Until I went to a streaming service called Nebula and said, hey, what if
Mislim-
you guys paid for it?
Pa
and
bilo
then
mi je
filmed
dosadno.
it
I
and
to da znaš.
posted the film on your streaming service. They took a chance on me as a new
Ako mi
writer,
veruješ.
but it paid off because the show immediately sold out, made a profit, and won a whole bunch of awards. Like absolute dream scenario. So if you would like to see that show, you can at go.nebula.tv/theprince. That's where it'll be, along with every episode of Philosophy Tube, which gets uploaded to Nebula early and without ads. And not just Philosophy Tube either. There's loads of creators on Nebula. Remember Lindsay Ellis? Used to make really good video essays, then retired from YouTube? Well, she's back.
Ti to trčiš
making
peške,
new
majke.
content exclusively on Nebula.
da.
And there's more! Nebula subscribers get free goodies, like we had a red carpet premiere in New York City for The Prince, and Nebula subs got free tickets. So, Nebula's good. It's $2.50 a month if you get the annual plan, which is absurdly cheap compared to other streaming services. It helps me out, it helps the crew out, and it's
Znači
very
tebi treba Rogue i Warrior eventualno ako hoćeš za malo bolju krv. I Schooler. Ti si bolji nego ja onda, stvarno.
U čemu?
Ja još tražim te što imaju onako kao kvalitetnu krv. Teško ih je nekad dovući do baze, toliko malo healtha imaju da ne mogu da dotrče.
Father Hemi.
Što?
Igra Dark Tide.
Dobro.
Dark Tide je na popustu.
I šta to znači da bi ga ti sad kupio zato što je na popustu?
Ne, nije na dovoljnom popustu.
Baš. A koliki je popust dovoljan? Džabe, oli džabe? Oli džabe?
Ne, baš džabe, ali. 10 toliko bio.
Pa igra je nezavršena. Vredi pola od onoga što su oni tražili inicijalno po meni. Oko pola. Zato što su pola igre prezentovali.
Ovo sad neće biti prezentovano nikad.
Ko zna. A eto, uradili su neki update, nešto.
Šta su dodali?
Pa, taj crafting sistem su... Dodali su ti opciju da skidaš, malo je glupo, moraš da nađeš onaj kao zlatni item, to ti je kao taj legendary.
Dobro.
I onda da staviš da ga dismentleš. Kod one ženske u kao, znaš. I kad ga dismentleš, onda imaš taj pasiv na tom itemu, možda ga staviš na koje hoćeš oružje, ali koje hoćeš oružje toga tipa. Evo ti si došao ovdje u ovo selo, jel?
A ti si redu.
Jesi je video fizički ili?
Jesam.
Ubili zvonara. Malo govanca.
Moment.
Sad će on doći do mene. Ja čekam samo da priđe, da mu dam batina.
Ovo je renda usta. Izvoli sad početi.
Izvodi besnog list. On i ova baba. Njih dvoje prave uzbunu. Inače ako pobegne iz sela, pazi sad, ako pobegne iz sela, znaš šta uradi? Izaći iz agrodometa i vratit će se u selo na hilovac i opet će da vrišti. Biće kod Enićin udar. Jel da? Eto ti recept.
Ba nešto. Neka koristan je, malo jedan.
Iđe, gore. Sad ne znam gdje je zato što sam, kad god zagrizeš onu, znaš. Ja mislim da je gore na vrhu brda. Mislim da pokazuje opet. Morat ćeš da pušaš, nažalost. Gdje šta rade ovi s bombama? Nemoj da udaraš, zato što će bacat one glupe magije na tebe. Evo je. Bi prvo ovu njenu vojsku. Čim budeš mogao da ga zagrizeš, zagrizi ga, verujem. Sad. Bravo. Ona to spona. Ništa, piči gore na brdo. Ne znam šta ti kažem. Ne možeš ovo da uradiš. Po dana nema šanse. Najbolje ti je popni se gore na vrh brda i skoči dole, to sam ja uradio. Čekaju selo. Neće ona nigdje. Možeš da farmaš kuće za ove scrollove, to ja radim. Staklene bočice skuplje, to ti je moj savjet.
Molim, i što si došao na mene?
Ko to?
Ovo je velike sine došao na mene.
Pa nisi joj pobegu iz agrodometa.
Jesam. Pa i došao po mene.
Sad je pobegla gore na brdo. Ne healovala se, znaš. Jebote, ubih ih. Inače, čini mi se da ne možeš da izgoriš dok ovo radiš. Mogu da te udari, ali ne možeš da izgoriš. Kažem ti, idi iz kuće u kuću i samo pljačka, ne scrollove. Evo je.
Ali sad je samo.
Pa izašla iz sela, ono, ako ti to šta znači. Ako hoćeš da se baš boriš s njom u šumi, još je malo rano za... Šta znam. Evo je, prizvala je vojsku. Moraš da ih pobiješ sve. Samo onaj damage što smo uradili.
Da, da.
Ne, nije to namjerno. Sise. Fora je što oni ne stanu čim ti nju ubiješ, znaš. Da, imaš ovo, dođi. Gledaj, stani pored mene. To ti je na Unholy.
Što smo je dobili kad smo je ubili ili...
Ja mislim da jesi. Pogledaj. Ja bih rekao da jeste.
Purgatory je to, a?
Da. To baciš na oblast, njima radi štetu, nas healuje. Zato što je unholy. Stani. Stani. A, nema veze, kasnije se. Ima cooldown dugačak. Bolji je skill od toga onaj koji nađeš u rudniku, znaš. Ono što si vidio što ja bacam na mom save. Čekaj, šta si sad dobio od nje? Aha. Da, to je taj purgatory, staklo, možda praviš crvene bočice.
Aj evo, dobro mi da se to učini cijela noć.
Čekaj da istovarimo iz inventare. Znam da imaš i ti recepata.
A evo ovaj jedan. Ali nije nešto bitan.
Pa nisam još puno. Šta hoćeš? Da skupiš resurse ili da ubiješ nekog?
Idemo da skupimo, ja ću si ja kupiti. Ne popijem.
Pa nema potrebe da se obojica mirišemo. Evo je. Evo ti je načrka. Ako hoćeš da ubiješ, možda probaš.
Eto.
Samo ukloni ovaj marker i dođi do mene i ukloni ga.
Moram buknuti javno.
Imaš ovdje milicijove. Vidio? Šo pičku materiju. Ušla je u rudnik.
Ništa idemo mi.
Koliko imaš stekova luka?
17.
Nije opasno.
A?
Nije opasno. Pazi. Zvuci je napoljem. Neš imat mjesta da dođuš išta. Stani tu. Joooo, vidi šta vodi. Vidi šta vodi, majke ti. Nahilova na njih, mamu lin jebem. Bjež nazad.
Gdje?
Su izleteli iz rudnika, jesu?
Da.
Gle.
Pobiši se 7 dedovima.
Ne toliko koliko bi ti hteo. Da nije malo mnogo. Vidio. Ne možeš da fokusiraš bossa ako ima ove ovako abnormalne mobove sa sobom. I gdje je ono otišlo u rudnik, šta? Sad mi treba da jurimo. Ja samo pratiš tragove ko si ti, ona kako je išla tako ubijala ove dedove. Nije tamo. 100% nije.
Vale poco prima lo processo adesso.
Jeste ovo gvožđ?
Da.
Pa ako ćeš gvožđ, imaš i sanduke inače sa lutom, da se primetio. Inače, mislim da imaš najbolje šanse da ubiješ u ovom rudniku. Zato što je zatvoren prostor, znaš. Ne može ona puno da beži. Iako prizove njene, one arčerke, ni one nemaju puno mjesta za banarvisanje. Prijatno, koliko god da gricka, šta god da gricka.
Ja, izvinjavam se.
Ništa, samo sam rekao prijatno.
Motirat ću vas ako...
Ne. Samo sam rekao prijatno, znam taj zvuk. To je ono kad grickaš smoki ili nešto tako.
Kikiriki, bravo.
Ljaštiš!
Boli me briga. Ljaštim me ništa.
Ja bi ovako, evo, nego sami znate to kad uzmete po jedan kikiriki, onda je zarazan.
Ne bi ja išao tamo.
Pa si pokupio sve?
Ne bi ja išao tamo levo. Tuda da. Znam kako zaraz. Jednom sam pojeo kilogram kikiriki.
Pa to ti kažem.
Beži ovdje, beži. Beži da.
Evo je ono.
Šta je ovaj evo te?
Sad čekaj da se...
Ne mučemo na ovom komandanta.
Navuci ga.
Evo vidite nam.
Ubio ovo govno, bre! Mamu ti nesrećnu, ti ćeš mene da debuffuješ. Skloni se, vidi ga, alo! Neću mene da juriš, bre, si normalan.
Ova teče za mnom. Gdje ne pustimo da sam mi pobio? Skloni se mi je.
Ma hoću bre dobijem u očeku, neću da me gađe za paljivim strelama, jesi normalan ti čovjek. Nek se sadio. Sad je gađi magijama. Imaš i one Chaos Boltove. A, moj gađi iz daljine. Viš, ona gubi vreme, pokušava nas da gađi. Viš, pokušava nas da targetuje, znaš? A on je bije. Pazi.
Pa idi na nju, be.
Pazi. Ne u stenu. Imaš samostrel?
Nisam to.
A nis ga pono, a? A imaš ga.
What the fuck? Imamo 2-3 komadi,
Uf.
Samo ste nam vi pametni. Znači ubijemo 2 bossa sada.
Ne, ono ti nije boss. Znaš?
Ovaj komander.
To nije boss.
Što radi sad tamo?
Ne mene, idiot. Ovo je free for all. Znaš?
Dobio sam tašu tamo da sam tebe. Nine. Guns.
Još jednom.
Ovo sjebo se.
Crytek objavio da rade, to jest treba da izađe sljedeći update, CryEngine upgrade neki.
Falim te kurcu. Umri, kurva bre!
Šta ti?
Bežim ja, bežim.
Zamisli da se biješ 2 bossa odjednom. U Doti. Vidio?
Ne bi to da zamišljam. Dovoljno mi onaj Elden Ring da polomim.
Nine.
Polomim.
Znate me, vidite se tamo se tu na redovim. Mamut jebem da ti jebem.
Pazi sad treba komander da te ne ubije, znaš? To je to. Daj mi taj update da vidim. Ovaj govnar ne daje ništa pametno, znaš. Ovo je bio klasičan exploit, da možemo ovako svakog bossa dobijemo, ja bio srećan, znaš.
A je vidio. Ma kurac. Pusti go.
Ne puštam ništa. Au. Vi šta je dao? Gledaj, sve šta je dao?
Bacio nešto na zemlju. To je to.
Ništa. Jedno veliko jebeno ništa. Scourge Stone je bacio. To je nešto.
In the jungle, welcome to the jungle. Taka. Sam bolestan, a? Jes.
Yes. Imaš ti tu vest negdje ili? To za kraj.
Dobiješ je odmah.
To je Nenad. Preživimo 2 bossa. Ono ti je mini boss. Znaš.
Ovo je jedan dead, ova je jedan dead, a?
Da, Legion Commander taj.
A jevi ga.
Jebote oglasi. Te jebali, pocrkali majici. I oni i oglasi već. Evo. I quest line novi.
Au.
Lines.
Ček. Stani. Ne vrde. Uzmi to pa gađi. I nauči se to. To ti na blood.
Shadowbolt, a?
Ne, Sanguine Coil. Blood. Drugi red. Ne, brat. Ovo.
Čekaj.
Znaš kako je... Moraš da se krećeš levo-desno, ne po dijagonali kao što ti meni radiš. Ne znam šta je to. Hunt News Ronda. Da vidim. Jebe mi se za quest line. Ko vam jebe mater? Koga boli kurac za jebenu kozmetiku? Jedina kompanija koja napravi 100.000 glupih.
Aj. Nepotrebno.
Sad prekinu.
You're in the jungle, baby. Šta to znači, Snake?
You are in the jungle, ti si u džungli, šta?
Ne bre, taj engine upgrade.
A oni koriste staru verziju engine-a, to valjda znaš. Mislio sam da znaš.
Možda će ga da radi projedni.
A ja se nadam da hoće.
Jel to... Znači nešto sa hit regom i sa...
Da i ne, moraju da objasne šta će konkretno da radi s engine.
Pa to, zato mi je čudno šta oni tu rade.
Grafika će ti biti bolja i tako.
Evo, menjaju engine ili šta, nešto, ne znam šta rade u tom engine.
Možda će ti biti drugačije osvetljenja, ali u suštini tebi ne treba bolja grafika, tebi treba igra samo da radi stabilnije.
Stabilnije,
Stani, ne, stani.
Ali sa novim engine-om ti dolazi to.
I zahtevnost.
Nije to nov engine. Nešto tu upgradeuju samo.
Ne sekiramo čovječ, imaš ti buzdovan?
Ne.
Ništa.
To the paradise city where the grass is green and girls are pretty. Won't you please take me home. Take me down to the paradise city where the grass is green and pretty. Won't you take me home.
Interesantno. Kad će taj update?
Sljedeći banj. Sad ne znam kada pada sljedeći update, kada se zadnji puta vidio to. Ne znam ja sam isključen iz tog sveta. To baš...
Što ti ne kaže Milan, on prati sve update.
Da, sigurno on prati.
Jest.
On ne znam ni...
On je rahtazi.
On za Hunt što zna je da zna na Steamu da klikne ono play dugme.
Trebaš i to da znaš.
Ajmo napolje. Ja sam prepuno i gluposti.
Našao sam Prison.
Prison?
Zidove za zatvor sam.
Pa to je mislim da je kozmetik. Mislim da treba pod.
Da. Možemo ovo li zađemo, a?
Ja sam iskočio sa leve strane. S te strane ako iskočiš, mislim da ti nema izlaza.
Čekaj, vidim gdje si ti otišao.
Da, piči pravo. Levo, ka istoku piči. Još pravo. Ideš uzbrdo, doćeš na liticu i onda samo skočiš dole. Si vidio?
Nisam našao, još ono se činio. Aha.
Penješ si uzbrdo i sa litice pikiraš dole i bit ćeš na cesti. Meni je nestalo krvi, morao sam da popijem šta god.
Ovim 200, 400, 600, 800... Nije loše.
Moguće da ljudi ovako kampuju, bre.
Ja imam skoro 800.
Me on. Take me down to the... Sad radi ljudi kampuju na deathmatchu. Vidite, roknuti. Znaš ti dođeš tryhardaš na deathmatchu.
Vatio sam jednog warrior, samo se nadam da neće da pogine do nazad.
Gledaj mi u... Ovaj kje pestiš gole, pogledaj gdje me posla. Pogledaj na mapu. Ovaj odavde.
Ček, ne mogu, bukvalno moram da jašem. Ako stanem, ubit će ili mene ili ovoga.
Jašaš legendarnog. Dobro.
A šta ideš sljedećeg bossa dobiješ, šta?
Ne. Pošao sam u prolaz i ovo je spavno dole. Mnogo bliže nego recimo na timu razgovor.
Aha, našao si onaj sistem pećina i ti gluposti.
Mi da bar ne zidi mene ga...
Pobiješ na Discordu. To Tencent kako im po potrebi, znaš, da treba, tako pojačava i smanjuje.
Jesi daj koliko ljudi imaju živci.
Kod. Take me down to the paradise,
Preko, bukvalno preko, ne znam zašto. Verujem da nisi mikrofon i približi nije dalje, jednostavno se čuje preko.
Ja? Urlam, bret.
Amba džaba urlaš, ima kad pričaš normalno, opet ne čuješ se tako glasno, kapiraš.
A nešto na Discord.
Imaš li još sanduka da vidim?
Sanduka NMC.
Ovo ti je Brute, ovo ti je Worker. Imam jednog Warriora na 71%. Mislim da vredi napraviti ćeliju za njega. Mislim. Nisam siguran.
Jebem ti mater, od čega si napravio?
A, evo ti istražen Norman za... Kako se zove, bočica. Ne, kao za vinski podrum. Životinja. Svinja. Sram te bilo. Reći te puno. Sve ću te reći puno.
Reci mi.
Sve ću te prijaviti. Ti.
Ne mi reći puno.
Ti. Sram te bilo. Kako smiješ da dišeš?
Da. Ako mančino sve ti jebem. Tako to.
Idi svojoj familiji, pa to njima radi.
Eto, ja. Govno jedno beogradsko.
Ti njima objasniš čovječ, imam gurušicu od, nemam pojma, od Coca-Cola, od soka, od ovoga, od onoga. Od života imam gurušicu. Ne, to ne može, to ne postoji.
Ne postoji.
To ne postoji.
A zašto nosi gaće po ovoj kući?
Ne, šeta su gaćima, ima razlike.
Mene bi bio stvarno glupo da imam žensku djecu i da se razgaćem.
Da se razgaćem okolo.
Bito je da ja podrugam.
Sram ti bilo, sram ti bilo.
A jebik.
Kakav to personale. I know your anger.
Jel imaš ti crypt flood? To ti je za ove sobe s ovim slugama. Ako imaš crypt flooring, imaš 50% reduction, imaš. Umjesto 2 sata, mislim da je 50 minuta ili tako nešto, timer. Inače, ako si našao zlatni lanac dobijaš od bossova, ne znam si primetio.
Bio sam našao jedno, ubacio sam ga.
Zlatni lanac dobiješ od bossa. I to topiš. U zlatnu polugu, znaš.
Ne, to nisam.
Da, pa gledao sam ja recept. Evo ga. Glupo mi je. Treba ti bukvalno da ne bi trošio. Šta uradi s tim sandukom tu? Što da pomeriš taj hard? Ne možeš da ga pomeriš. Ne možeš da ga pomeriš, verujem.
Pa pomerio sam ga evo.
Pa digni pod pa ga pomeri. Taj Castle Heart je tako nebitan. Staviš ga u bilo koju praznu sobu. Ne interaktuješ s njim nikad skoro. Jedino možda proveriš ponekad koliko ima tog Blood Essence-a da ti se ne bi zamak raspao, ali toliko ga imaš, ne znam. Evo vuću ga ja. Aj za mnom. Aj samo za mnom, znam da ti je soba. Ima ona soba ogromna. Evo je ovdje. Digni samo, možda digneš, ja mislim 2x2 pod, ovdje. Samo pod digni. Ovdje ovaj digni, ćošak. Dismantle samo radiš.
Ne, da mi je ovi dva, da pomenem.
Šta je sad, ne da ga vučem više, šta? Je to?
Možda ovo da... Neki put se zabaguje.
Evo sad ću polako da hodim. A ne treba, ti si uništio to polje, nisi treba da ga uništiš, vrati ga nazad čoveč. Nisam ti rekao da ga uništiš, da ga pokidaš. Ti bukvalno ga sjebeš totalno. Samo da digneš pod, a ne da digneš komplet polje. Sagradi to, hoćeš? Ti si ga izopštio iz zamka. Aj uzmi Blood Essence i trave.
Ja, otišao sam da učem i spavaju.
Ajde,
vidimo se ujutro.
Već Bogu čiči. Ili Blood Essence i kamen uzmi, nebitno. Ti si ga digao do temelja. Ne, ovo... Ne. Vidiš i ovo malo polje u sredini, vidiš? Ovo što je plavo. Pa moraš to da pretvoriš u... Tako. A ovo u sredini bili digao svega ti. Ovo nisi ništa do kraja.
Šta hoćeš, ne znam.
Ne mogu da ga stavim nigdje. Ma kaki, vrati pod. Nemaš... Vrati pod, ne može, ne znam, ne mogu da ga vrati, ne mogu tako daleko da ga vučem. Pokušao sam da ga vučem, ne mogu. Sad ga ostavi tamo, kad si ga tamo odvukao u ćošak, sad ga tamo ostavi. Ne mogu. To treba pomerati sobe u sobu. Ne može. Znaš šta ga jebe, stani. Jebe ga sanduk, ne sme ništa da bude pored njega. Ma ne može ga maći. Jeba mu ja mater.
Kavez mogu da pomeriš.
Ma pomerio sam sve. Gledaj. Ne možeš ga pomeriti milimetar. To sam gledao da moraš da pomeriš stvari, ali vidim. Cannot dismantle while floors are connected. Eba ti ja mater. I? Skloni si, stojiš na tome, skloni si. Vidio, molim te sagradi to, bukvalno je digo tu kocku,
Bug neki.
Ne možeš ga vratiti, sagradi taj pod, jebe mu majku. Vrati to normalno da bude. Si na sunce pobiti ovdje. Ostavi ga tako. Baš u pičku, mate. Lakše ti je premestiti ove ćelije vamo. Ajde, vuci ove ćelije vamo.
Pregledeš.
Ma vuci ćelije gore, poli me kurec. Vuci zatvorenike na drugu stranu. Lakše mi je premestiti zatvorenike u veću ćeliju, nego da se jebem s onim govnetom. Baš. Evo, ovo vam je sex dungeon. Uživaj. Ti ga nosiš, jel?
Mhm.
Dobro, ja ću ponesem sanduk. I napravi jedan orman sa onim vinskim flašama. Možda mogu ja da ga napravim, vidim samo. Storage.
Može.
Treba mi daske.
Znači, tega on beš... Staklo mi treba.
Ovima ćeš gvožđi pun kurac, samo da znaš. Već ti vidim da ti treba veća bašta. Možda ti misliš da ti ne treba, ali ja ti kažem da ti treba.
Može se napravi vaše još. Ovdje.
Onda pomeri teleport negdje.
Ne mora se pomeri teleport.
Ćeš na ovoj litici da napraviš, a? To sam ja uradio tako kod sebi. Ma ne, to ja uzo sekire, bre.
Mislim da sam to čak i zauzeo, jes.
Ajde, napravi zidove.
Pa šta će ti zidovi?
Pa eto tako, volim zidove, eto.
Ovako. Šefa.
Ne, ajde ja ću onda, nemaš ti problem. Ne, ja ću. Insistiram.
To ćeš. Ma, ovdje se mi bio falio, ne?
Šta ti falo, dasak?
Stene, idem pokupiti.
Tako ćeš da praviš baštu fino, napravi ovo. Nemoj da štediš. Ne ide ovdje. Ovo ne ide u sobu za alhemiju. Ovo ide... Ovo ulje ide u onu sobu za štabljenje. Teo sam ovdje napravim isto. Zajebo si me, skloni si samo.
To ćeš kaži.
Travu da
Šta je to?
posadim. To je obična trava, znaš. Vidiš?
Dobro. A da ne bi nicao oko ova, a?
Pa da izgleda kao normalno posečen travnjak. Skloni si samo. Ti si požurio da što brže bolje ovo... Sad mu nema leba.
Nabio sam ga tamo u ćošu.
Znam, ali nisi trebao. Vidiš.
I to mi se čini ko najlogičnije mjesto.
To za bunar nema veze.
Što napravi vrate ovdje, evo ti. Ili ja?
Što da ne?
Pa nema smisla imati toliko vrati, evo ti, znaš koliko me zbune ta vrata i koliko mora se okrećemo oko njih.
Znaš koliko moram da obilazim okolo?
Ovo ti nije obilažnje šta, evo.
Da jest. Da jest. Ako hoću da izađem do teleporta, moram da obiđem 2 sobe da bi izašao napolje do teleporta. Znaš?
2 sobe.
Evo recimo krenemo odavde, samo ti kažem, krenemo odavde i moram dođem do teleporta i idem pravo, i onda vatam dijagonalu. Nije lakše otići levo pored ovoga i samo napolje izaći. I evo te već si tu.
Pa istu količinu prelaziš.
Istu, ozbiljno. Ćeš da meriš?
Isto.
Odavde isto, iz ovog ugla. Vata idem desno i onda vatam dijagonalu i to je tebi isto. Ti znaš kako funkcioniš u trouglovi? Nego neće da kaže da je malo bliže. I onda kao isto je, pa da. Definitivno isto. U ostalom ovdje moraš da staviš onaj veliki, nije anvil, kako se to zove. Sad ću ti pročitat kojeg bossa. Onaj ko...
Smeta i ako ćemo da stavimo.
Ne smeta, ovdje, vidiš ovdje gdje stoji. Ne smeta. Vidit ćeš. Gdje ti ona seksi tamnica? Ovaj ti je spreman ovdje, Rob. Imaš da ga opremiš, znači?
Ne. To sam išao da pajemo, da bi mogo da opremim ovo.
Pa nemaš da mu napraviš, da vidim samo gdje ti je ona soba za šivanje, makar armor da mu sašijem.
Može sad, ima dosta ovih.
A nemoj da mi kažeš da nemaš kože i krpica i toga, pošto toga znam da imaš, toga ja imam ton.
I ove, sad ima i ove... Ima 220 kuna. Treba da se svi opreme u...
A ti imaš Taylor Floor. Nemaš. Castle, Workshop, Forge, Alchemy, Library i Crypt. Što me podsjeti, nisi stavio ovu sobu Crypt Floor, jel tako? Ne, nisi. A, to i nije ta soba, nema veze. Ovo je prison. Bleh. Evo, stavio sam da ti se pravi armor set. Jer ako im ne daš nikakav armor set, oni u jednom trenutku izađu napolje, znaš, to sam gledao. Nemoj da se ženiš. Ha ha ha ha ha ha ha. Ha ha ha ha ha ha. Ha ha ha ha ha ha.
Još jedna s mačkom. Još jedna sa mačkom.
Se mene tiče, kod mene mačke dolaze na obrok, ali ja... Bolje mačku da ranim nego ženu. Hvala. To je moje mišljenje. Ne mora niko da klima glavom i kaže jes u pravu si. Ne, to je moje mišljenje.
Valjda će žena tebe da hrani.
Ne, današnje žene očekuju da smo mi, da su jednake s muškarcima, međutim kad se potegne pitanje plaćanja računa, onda su muškarci kavaljeri. Ili ti govno. Tako. To je moje mišljenje. Mislim da sam bio vrlo jasan. Ne znam da sam to gledao sam neki YouTube short ili tako nešto, neku nebulozu. Kao bilo je kao da ovi današnji muškarci, oni su, znaš, tamo, kao nisu kavaljeri, baš kao mi žene bi kao, znaš, bi da smo ravnopravne, ovo, držne, daj. I onda kao, pa kao zašto mi da plaćamo, pa kao muškarci kao zarađuju više nego mi. Ravnopravnost, žene bi da su ravnopravne, ali po potrebi, znaš. Onda stavi sanduk sa hranom za ove robove. Stavi ga tu bliže malo, nemoj ga staviti na drugi kraj sobe. Da. Ništa, zaboravim. Ne, dobro je to. Premestio sam ga ja. A krv sam prebacio ovdje. I tako.
Si ih nahranio s pancove.
Ne moraš da ih hraniš. To sam skontao da im ne pada health. Ako nećeš da ih cediš, nemoj da ih hraniš s pacovima. Samo probaj da ih 2 puta da uzmeš krv od njih. Ali ako vidiš posle prvog puta da mu je pao health ispod 60%, nemoj da uzimaš krv drugi put. Imaš šanse da gubiješ. Ali random, svaki put kad mu uzmeš krv ima šansu kao da uzmeš ili 30% ili 60%. Ako mu uzme 30%, onda može 2 put ili 3 put. Ako, zapravo ne bi se kockao. Ne bi se kockao treći put. Treći put ga ubiti, vjerovatno. Ako hoćeš u rudnik da ideš, onda uzmeš malo, čekaj da vidim. Evo ti ga Fat Gobi. Uzet ćemo od toga workera krvi. Imaš bočica. Ja mislim 2 puta može se uzme njega. Sad ćemo probati. Ali ti treba... Problem je ova mizerija, znaš. Kad mu nabiješ mizeri na 100% ili blizu 100%, onda već moraš ili da ga Op, pao mu je health. Ne vredi. Pao mu je health na 30%, nisam smio da mu uzmem još jednom krv. Zajebao sam se bio, mogao sam gubiti malo pre.
Ovo si mu uzmem 2 puta, ja?
Jednom, samo jednom, ali kao što rekao, random je, od 30 do 60%, znaš. Ja ti savjetujem, uzmi bočicu, evo ti. Ako ćeš da ideš opet u rudnik ili ako ćeš opet da rudariš za resurse, uzmi ovu bočicu od 100%. I čuvaj dok ne, uđeš u rudnik. I onda iskoristi. Sad samo da izbacim moje gluposti iz inventara. I možemo opet u rudnik. Ja volim takve poduhvate. Da.
Trebamo se nađemo u Chain of Place. Da bi dobio i...
Jesmo mi dobili nešto za craftovanje od svega ovoga što smo malo preodradili?
Staklo.
Da vidim sam. Dobili smo da pravimo konac od ove i od one priste si dobio da praviš dobio si onu magiju i bočice staklene i holy resistance potion i glass. Ništa. Imaš healing potion ako hoćeš. Od staklenih bocara praviš napitak. To je stvarno dobar. Ja sam ga pravio. Dosta healuje. Dobro. I ovo ako nađeš ove reinforced plank, znaš, to skuplja je uvijek. Zato što ti jedan reinforced plank košta jednu gvozdenu polugu i jednu dasku. Uopšte nije jeftino za napraviti. Mislim, gledao sam i skupljih recepata, ali to je jedan od solidno skupljih. Da je povoljan i nije. Imaš par oblasti gdje sam bio. Kad udaraš ograde i burat, dobijaš te daske, ali dosta je random. Dvanaest, 15, ja bi išao spavam. A ti ćeš još da igraš, šta?
Zašto ja ne? Ja ću da gledam nešto.
Evo čekaj da ti opremim ove s armorima, samo da nađem koračnicu. Imaš tu jedan armor set, čitav. Uzmi to i stavi jednom od ove dvojice. Ovi što su ti 12. level, oni imaju samo oružje, znaš. Samo priđeš sanduku i samo nešto, možeš njega opremiti. Ti ćeš ga odmah na level 40, čini mi se. 32, 40, zavisi. Ako mu napraviš prsten, bit će isto jak. Treba ti još jedan armor set za ovoga. Ako imaš 7 slugu i šalješ ih ono na redovne ekskurzije, znaš, možeš brzo da skupiš resurse, znaš. Samo s tim moraš da paziš da ih šalješ, ne možeš poslati, ne znam, sveštenicu u rudnik. U rudnik šalješ njih dvojicu, ove snagatore. Čekaj ti napravim još jedan, ne znam da li imaš materijala toliko, probat ću.
Ima, ja mislim.
Boga mi ne znam. Cotton, leather, wool.
Imaš. Da vidim ba da mu napravi mač.
Ima on oružje, napraviti njemu prsten. Poslušaj. Imaju oni oružje. Može da se napravi bolje oružje, ali... Ja obično kad pređem na sljedeći tajer dajem njima svoje staro oružje. To i to.
Gdje je ovaj dust?
Tu je, u ovoj sobi za alhemiju, doći. Evo ga ovdje. Ovdje, sad pamti, kod mene. Hoćeš da napravim healing potione?
Ne. Hoće da te opiha, da.
Šta to?
Ovo voži što smo doneli. Ja sam me iskopila jednu tu.
Ja sam već stavio sanduk ako nisi primetio. Ima 200. Mada kad budeš počeo sanduke da praviš ormane, one veće, to sam ja bio napravio. Nisam napravio baš, da kažem, svaki, ali onaj koji sam primetio da je skoro pun, njega sam zamenio i stavio sam baš, umjesto sanduka stavio sam orman. Jer bi ga 35 slotova, nije malo. Ima tu dosta gvožđa stopi. Možemo li da pravimo bolje prstenje? Možemo kurac. Moramo da ubijemo ovu Lijandru. Onu nekromancerku. Na onom groblju. Čini mi se sam ti ja pokazao, bio tamo gdje se ja borio s njom. Na mom serveru. Ona babetina, znaš, na vrhu onoga groblja, znaš što baca one senke, one gluposti. Da bi dobio bolji amulet, moraš nju da kokneš. Aha. Možda to vredi. Kad ubiješ nju, imaš foru da na groblju, kad napraviš grobove, znaš, imaš foru da dižeš skeleton pristave, znaš. Imamo li mjesta za par grobova? 80 tona, 20 bona. Imamo li mjesta?
Može, prevrije to bilo.
Aj mi napravi jednu mali prostor za... Sad ću ja da postavim par grobova. To možda vredi kao taktika. Samo da ja nađem kamen. Kamen je, je.
Dođe on.
Evo ga, znam da je. Tamo je kod tebe, da. U toj sobi je. Šta će kosti ovdje, ne znam.
Uboj se daske.
Ne. Daske su ti ovdje, sine. Evo ih. Mislim da je dosta logično mjesto za daske. Ti si taj koji pokupi sve daske, onda poslije ne zna gdje da ih vrati.